beating them as you did in Dodger Stadium. Yes.
If you had known fully that there was a potential crime, would you have found out about this days earlier?
Absolutely.
What is supposed to be the protocol? You know, you find somebody who you get this severely injured, that person's taken to the hospital. Security doesn't have to notify anyone, or doesn't start an investigation.
No, you don't notify anyone every time you have an injured person. There's sometimes people.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining us. I'm Mackenzie Stasko here with you from the Live Now from Fox Studios in Orlando, Florida. Time here on the East Coast is 6:05 in the morning. One of the major top stories that we are tracking today is winter weather. Take a live look at our Live Now X-Red weather map, where you can see over on the eastern side of your screen a lot of green, a lot of cool temperatures happening along the East Coast today. We know that a 3,000-mile-long storm made its way across the middle of the country yesterday, dumping snow all the way from New Mexico to Michigan. The Northeast is today bracing for more as that major winter storm continues to move across the U.S. Fox Weather's Mitty Hicks has more.
Millions of Americans remain in the path of a winter storm that's now taking aim at the Northeast. It's expected to drop heavy snow in parts of Ohio, New York, and southern New England through Friday. The National Weather Service says more than a foot of snow is possible in some places. The system blasted the Midwest and South with a mix of precipitation. Sleet and freezing rain fell over parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and Tennessee today, weighing down trees and power lines. The conditions left more than 100,000 homes and businesses without power.
We are dealing with one of the most significant icing events that we've had in the state of Texas. There are some consequences that result from this being such a significant icing event.
Further north, snow remained the biggest issue. The Colorado Springs area was buried under 20 inches of snow, while more than a foot fell in parts of Illinois and Indiana.
And then every few hours just come out again with the snowblower and shovel and just do a little bit more, just so I don't have to do it all at once.
The system will exit off the Northeast coast Friday, but even as the precipitation ends, cold temperatures will remain throughout the weekend. Kentucky officials say this could cause roads to stay icy after the storm leaves.
It's very difficult to get ahead of this because as long as it's wet, there's not much we can do.
The weather also created a mess for airlines today, with more than 4,000 flights canceled. In Buffalo, Mitty Hicks, Fox Weather.
Now to an update on the growing tensions between Russia and Ukraine. The U.S. says the Kremlin has plans to stage an attack on Russians in Ukraine in order to start a war. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan has the latest.
The Pentagon said today that Russian President Vladimir Putin has approved false flag operations, the creation of videos using actors that pose as Ukrainians using U.S. weapons to kill Russians.
We believe that Russia would produce a very graphic propaganda video, which would include corpses and actors that would be depicting mourners and images of destroyed locations as well as military equipment at the hands of Ukraine.
Russia has repeatedly accused the U.S. of hysteria over the situation in Ukraine and reacted angrily to the U.S. decision to send 3,000 troops to allies in Eastern Europe, saying the move is a destructive step. This comes as NATO officials warn of the ongoing massive Russian buildup on Ukraine's northern border in Belarus, where it's expected to soon reach 30,000 troops.
Over the last days, we have seen a significant movement of Russian military forces into Belarus. This is the biggest Russian deployment there since the Cold War.
Turkish President Erdogan offered to host talks between Moscow and Kiev.
Turkey is ready to do what it can to end the crisis between two friendly countries, which are also neighbors in Black Sea.
On the streets here, when you talk to people about a Russian invasion, many who are closely connected by generations of family find it hard to imagine.
Our countries are tightly connected. I don't know how they can attack a brother nation.
If the Russians do attack, this tram driver, a veteran, says he will fight.
I think our people have a positive attitude and everyone will fight for their country to defend it.
Despite the threat of war, those trams still run on time. A ride costs about 25 cents. In Kiev, Ukraine, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
This is a look at some of the thousands of troops President Biden is sending overseas amid those fears that Russia could invade Ukraine. The Pentagon says the soldiers are to be sent to Poland and Germany. Another 10,000 troops from Germany will be relocated to Romania. 2,000 will be deployed from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, about 1,700 of which are members of the 82nd Airborne Division Infantry Brigade, who will be headed to Poland. And a major development in the global fight against terrorism. U.S. Special Operations Forces carried out a successful mission in northwest Syria this week that killed the leader of ISIS. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has the latest details and reaction from Washington.
The leader of ISIS may be dead, but the terror group still poses a threat, according to national security advisors.
It is significantly degraded, but nobody here who works on these issues is taking a victory lap. Make no mistake, whoever ISIS names after Haji Abdullah, he's sure to meet the same fate.
The overnight raid in northwest Syria, ordered by President Biden, targeted ISIS leader Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurashi, also called Haji Abdullah.
And it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you.
U.S. Special Forces were on the ground for 2 hours. Al-Qurashi detonated a massive explosive device, killing himself and his family. Satellite images show the third floor blown off the building.
Can you imagine the moral deprivation it takes to consciously kill your own children and wife?
The president chose a ground operation rather than an airstrike to protect innocent lives in the home. The Pentagon maintains any civilian deaths were not caused by U.S. troops.
The calculated efforts of our forces succeeded in protecting more than 10 women, children, and babies.
The raid has received broad bipartisan praise.
I commend the administration and our men and women in uniform for successfully carrying out this operation.
And President Biden made a trip to the nation's largest city yesterday, which is the epicenter for our country's growing crime crisis and the war on law enforcement. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has more.
The Department of Justice has directed every U.S. attorney in the nation to increase resources dedicated to violent crime and expanded a program to prosecute cases involving untraceable weapons. But even though President Biden never echoed calls from some Democrats to defund police, he's being blamed for not doing enough to stop it.
The answer is not to defund the police. It's to give you the tools, the training, the funding to be partners, to be protectors, and community needs you.
Last year, 16 major cities shattered records for homicide rates. Republican Senator John Barrasso says the problem starts at the top. Writing the New York Post, police officers across America knew they were under attack. Retirements went up by half. Resignations increased by nearly 1/5 in just 1 year. NYPD retirements nearly doubled. The results were predictable and catastrophic. Honoring 2 of New York's finest gunned down during a disturbance call.
The future is cut short by a man with a stolen Glock with 40 rounds.
The president painted the crime surge as more about guns than criminals.
First, we want to crack down on the flow of firearms used to commit violence. That includes taking on and shutting down rogue gun dealers. It's about doing background checks.
But Biden again did not address progressive district attorneys who've come under fire for what critics call soft on crime policies. Even New York City Mayor Eric Adams took a veiled shot at Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg.
It was needed, but we did not have those who were focusing on public safety in the room when we made those reforms.
With Biden quiet, pro-police groups are getting louder, planning a rally outside DA Bragg's office tomorrow. The White House has refused to weigh in on New York's bail reform law or the law that raised the age for minors to be charged criminally. Just last week in New York City, a 16-year-old charged with shooting a cop was released free on bond. The mayor blamed bail reform. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And you are taking a live look in Massachusetts, where that winter storm and winter weather is impacting much of the East Coast. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. American hospitals are on life support as they work to combat a crippling nursing shortage escalated by the pandemic. Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke has more on the controversial strategy offering some relief.
Nursing shortages exacerbated by the pandemic continue plaguing hospitals, forcing medical facilities nationwide to seek healthcare workers from foreign countries to help fill the steep employment gaps. But why are U.S. hospitals reaching out to international countries for help? Well, for starters, health officials say there simply aren't enough nurses graduating from U.S. programs each year to rely on. And the country may need as much qualified help as it can get. In fact, according to data collected by the University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences, the U.S. will need roughly 1.2 million new nurses by 2030 to account for these ongoing shortages. Added to that, there are a number of states that are already experiencing severe staffing issues, including California, Texas, and New Jersey. But this strategy is still facing some scrutiny.
It's a bit similar to what we've seen with PPE and with vaccines as well, where rich countries have used their economic might to buy and to hoard. And if they do that with the nursing workforce, it will just make the inequity even worse, the shortages worse for many of those countries who are losing their nurses.
According to the International Council of Nurses, the U.S. isn't alone in these practices. Canada, the UK, and Germany are also looking overseas to make up for shortages in their nursing ranks. I'm Kevin Corke, Fox News.
And the pandemic is continuing to cause a massive blood supply shortage. Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke has more on the potential health emergencies the crisis is causing for hospitals and patients nationwide.
Every 2 seconds, someone in the U.S. needs blood.
The American Red Cross says a critical blood supply shortage is putting hospitals across the country in crisis mode.
We have, in some instances, less than a day's supply of blood on hand.
The nonprofit humanitarian organization is responsible for providing at least 40% of the nation's blood. But now, those levels are so low, officials say some hospitals are postponing medical procedures.
It is forcing doctors to make a very difficult decision about who receives a blood transfusion and who must wait until there are additional products available.
I've heard from a number of hospitals that they've had to delay surgeries because they didn't have enough blood on hand.
Healthcare professionals blame pandemic restrictions and closures for the rapid decline in blood drives. And data from the Red Cross is highlighting the issue, showing college students made up 25% of blood donors in 2019, with that number plummeting to just 10% in 2021.
There's no blood drives at schools because schools were locked down. There's not as many blood drives at work because there's no work going on at offices.
But for those who are still going out and donating, they say it's an easy process with incredible payoffs.
Stay here for an hour or two, and then afterwards you go home knowing that you could have potentially saved a life.
This is the worst blood shortage in more than a decade. In fact, officials say it'll take months for supplies to return to their normal levels. I'm Kevin Corke, Fox News.
And switching to other news, Amazon Prime members, be warned, you will soon be paying more. Fox Business Network's Jackie DeAngelis has a look at this story and more in Fox Business Today.
Jobless claims ticking lower for the second time in a row. 238,000 Americans filed first-time unemployment benefits last week. That's fewer than the previous week. Now, Friday's big jobs report could give clues as to how this number will move in the coming weeks. And stocks getting clobbered on Thursday, falling for the first time in 5 sessions. Many investors were put off by Facebook and its parent company Meta's disappointing profits and outlook. And keep an eye on shares of Abbey. Amazon on Friday. The company reported big profits after the closing bell Thursday. It also said it will increase the price of Prime membership from $119 a year to $139 a year. And finally, as we know, potholes are a costly problem for drivers and dangerous for anyone walking across the street. Well, now a new report by the online insurance company Quote Wizard says that Washington is the state with the worst pothole problems. Indiana and Michigan round out the top 3 spots. That's business. I'm Jackie DeAngelis.
And you are taking another live look at our X-Rad weather map, where we've been talking about over the past few days and today that major winter storm affecting millions of Americans, more snow and rain on the way for many living across the Midwest and East Coast. We're going to have that story and much more from Fox Weather coming up on Live Now from Fox. For now, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Time here on the East Coast, 6:25 in the morning. We're going to go to an update now of the teen accused of killing 4 students at Oxford High School in Michigan back in November. Live Now's Daytona Everett brings us that story.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I'm joined now by Andrew Cherkosky, our legal analyst. We have you on the show. It seems like every week now, Andrew, to talk about the Crumbley case. This time we're flip-flopping and we're talking about the parents, because it wasn't Ethan today. The main focus was on James and Jennifer Crumbley, and most importantly on this weird communication situation between the two. We're now hearing from prosecutors they're not happy about them blowing kisses, about them sending secret messages. I know this is a loaded question, but what are your initial thoughts on all of this?
Well, all eyes were on the Crumbleys when they were in court, and the attention has turned to how they're communicating with each other. The lawyers and the judges were all talking, the judge was talking, and while that was happening at the defense tables, the Crumbleys were communicating with each other, exchanging looks and kisses, as you said. Now, that's not something that's outrageously typical in a courtroom. You don't usually see a husband and a wife in a courtroom like that, much less how they're communicating. Now, they want that to stop entirely. It's not automatic that the judge is going to issue any sort of order of that sort, because people in a courtroom generally are allowed to have some degree of emotions that they share, and the victims' families are the ones who seem to be the most offended by this. I'm sure at points in the trial, they will also have emotions, and they'll be exchanging glances with one another. So I don't know that the judge is going to do much more than admonish the parents that their communications may be used against them, and that this is something that is being watched and could ultimately be part of the judgment against them. So I think everybody in that courtroom needs to be very cautious as to what they're saying and what they're doing, the parents included.
So what technically are the parents allowed to do inside of the courtroom and outside of the courtroom too? What should that communication look like?
The prosecutor's motion to the court asking for this behavior to stop essentially cites the expectations of decorum in a courtroom, and that generally is that people are quiet and well behaved throughout the proceedings. The idea that people are chit-chatting or talking or distracting the court in any fashion is something that the court, through the judge, generally doesn't tolerate at all. And so in this case, where we see them exchanging those looks, which in some other case might not be as distracting, here may have a far more important or far more distracting element to it. So there really is this question of whether it's distracting the proceedings and creating some sort of unfairness or a disrespect towards the court as the proceedings continue.
And outside of the courtroom, are they allowed to be speaking to each other? What is the typical communication between these two defendants?
I don't know specifically what court orders are in place in this specific case. Oftentimes, when you have two defendants that are facing the same allegations, there are prohibitions on the defendants themselves speaking to each other. That doesn't mean that their lawyers can't speak or work together in how they're creating their defense. And even in some cases, the lawyer can represent both parties. So that communication channel is something that isn't going to be just wide open for them, but there are going to be ways for them to be able to coordinate their defenses, even if not directly.
Right. And I think it's important to note they're repeat offenders on this. It wasn't just today in the courtroom, the blowing of the kisses and everything. They've done this on virtual Zoom calls as well, you know, sign language, utilizing sign language to speak to each other and still saying, you know, voicing I love you, things along those lines. So this has happened in the past.
Yeah, and it's an important thing to put out there, because you see this over the years, different cases where the defendants are trying to communicate with each other that they have some sort of unity still. So this could be something where they're trying to communicate to the other, or one's trying to put forward their intent that they're still in it and they're not going to turn on the other. They're not going to cut a deal and sell the other out to the prosecution. So there can be some real issues with the idea of justice being done in allowing these types of communication, and can have a specific purpose for the defendants in how they're trying to go about continuing potentially bad acts if they're trying to protect the other, or they're trying to make sure that the other protects them. That's the sort of thing that we often are looking to prevent against with certain types of protective orders in cases like this. Interesting.
So you're saying that this could be almost like a strategy that they're utilizing?
Well, sure. If there's two parents involved in any case, you often see the prosecution going to both parents looking for the other to sell the other one out. It's a classic prosecution strategy for somebody to turn state's evidence, is what we call it kind of in the business. And what two defendants in that position might want to do, and you can even think of it like a mob trial type of scenario where they're communicating with each other to make sure that their co-conspirator, their co-defendant are still on the same page, and they're not going to give evidence over that might hurt the other one. These two, being the only ones who really know the degree of their culpability right now, might know the secrets of the other, and that might be very terrifying. So to make sure that there's still a close connection might be very important to them in how they defend their case, and it might be something that's standing in the way of justice.
Right, especially since we've talked in the past about the possibility of their own son, Ethan Crumbley, throwing them under the bus. So it will definitely be something to watch, and they're going to appear in court next week, again being held on that $500,000 bond. So what are your expectations moving forward with this case?
Well, right now there's a motion to continue or delay that initial hearing that's scheduled for next week, because the defense says that they haven't gotten all of the discovery, or they haven't gotten it as early as they had hoped for, with 30 plus witnesses potentially testifying. They have a very complicated defense to put forward. The prosecution, meanwhile, is objecting to that delay, saying that that they are the ones with the burden here. The defense has very little to do at this preliminary hearing, and that they want to see justice move forward at a quick pace for the sake of the families and for the sake of justice. I see that moving forward in due course. I think the judge may give a short delay. Usually you don't want to have a case overturned because you didn't have enough time early on. This case is going to head to trial, and I think that this is going to be a particularly good trial to watch in terms of the idea that the parents here, I think the nation will agree that the evidence will show that they really made terrible decisions, but whether it's criminal or not is something that I think the defense attorneys in this case are going to put up a big fight to defend against, because the idea that parents are dealing with a troubled child is something that can be very difficult. And so they're going to look for those sympathies and try to distinguish between the parents' bad decisions and whether those bad decisions are purely criminal in nature.
Right, and the prosecutors already putting their foot down with even just this filing today because of that odd communication. Okay, we want to move forward into the Michael Avenatti case because jury is still deliberating right now, and they in fact sent a note to the judge saying that they were having some trouble on coming to a consensus on that first count. Well, the judge said, go ahead and keep deliberating. Any idea of why there might be a little bit of a stall right now?
Well, he's charged with wire fraud amongst other allegations related to the Stormy Daniels settlement money that he allegedly didn't distribute as he was supposed to through the ethics of lawyering. So essentially that he took the money that was supposed to go to Stormy Daniels and lied in the process. The trial is not as straightforward as some might think. Simply because he kept the money doesn't mean he's guilty of the allegation. It really comes down to a complicated series of specific intents, meaning what he intended to do or what the miscommunications may have been along the way. He represented himself throughout this trial, and in his closing argument, people really said he put together a good picture of how he might not be guilty of these allegations. And remember, he has to be proven guilty beyond all reasonable doubt. So if there is even a reasonable possibility that there were miscommunications along the way or misunderstandings about how money would be distributed, he could find himself not guilty. And it sounds like the jury at this point, when confronted with the first charge, and when they go back on deliberations, they're instructed generally to consider the charges in order from top to bottom. So on the first charge, after 4 hours, told the judge they couldn't reach a consensus. And so that could very well mean they're not going to be able to reach a consensus on any of these allegations. It's hard to read what juries have to say, though.
For sure. Avenatti thinks he can read them, though. He told reporters on the way out of the courthouse the case isn't as clear-cut as the government wants everybody to believe. What do you make of that?
Well, for any of us who have watched Michael Avenatti over the years, when he speaks, he certainly tries to communicate a strength in his message and his conviction. So whether he truly believes that or not, he's certainly sending a very strong message, as he always does when he's in front of cameras. I'm sure he's very nervous. Any criminal defendant who's facing a federal jury like this, it's a terrifying process to go through. I've sat through the deliberation of federal juries hundreds of times, and you sit there and you can do nothing but try to read into and guess and speculate about what they're thinking. And there's no science to that. And oftentimes anybody who pretends like they can do that effectively, they're just fooling themselves.
Yeah, and it could be a blow to the ego, considering he was the one who was representing himself.
Well, they say that a lawyer who's their own client is the worst type of client.
Literally spoke to someone else yesterday who said the same thing, another lawyer. So makes sense. Well, thank you so much for the breakdown on all of this. And again, jury deliberations underway for this one. So we'll be waiting on that verdict. And then the Crumbley's case, man, that's going to be kicking off and should be something to watch. So thanks for the breakdown, Andrew.
Thank you, Daytona.
And that was our Live Now's Daytona Everett. Now to a major development in the global fight against terrorism. U.S. Special Operations Forces, as we mentioned, carried out a successful mission in northwest Syria this week that killed the leader of ISIS. Here's more from President Biden's remarks from yesterday.
Good morning. Last night, operating on my orders, the United States military forces successfully removed a major terrorist threat to the world, the global leader of ISIS. known as Haji Abdullah. He took over as leader of ISIS in 2019 after the United States counterterrorism operation killed al-Baghdadi. Since then, ISIS has directed terrorist operations targeting Americans, our allies and our partners, and countless civilians in the Middle East, Africa, and in South Asia. Haji Abdullah oversaw the spread of ISIS-affiliated terrorist groups around the world after savaging communities and murdering innocents. He was responsible for the recent brutal attack on a prison in northeast Syria holding ISIS fighters, which was swiftly addressed by our brave partners in the Syrian Democratic Forces. He was the driving force behind the genocide of the Yazidi people in northwestern Iraq in 2014. We all remember the gut-wrenching stories, mass slaughters that wiped out entire villages, thousands of women and young girls sold into slavery, rape used as a weapon of war. And thanks to the bravery of our troops, this horrible terrorist leader is no more. Our forces carried out the operation with their signature preparation and precision, and I directed the Department of Defense to take every precaution possible to minimize civilian casualties. Knowing that this terrorist had chosen to surround himself with families, including children, we made a choice to pursue a special forces raid at a much greater risk than to our own people, rather than targeting him with an airstrike. We made this choice to minimize civilian casualties. Our team is still compiling the report, but we do know that as our troops approach to capture the terrorist, in a final act of desperate cowardness, he, with no regard to the lives of his own family or others in the building, he chose to blow himself up, not just with the vest, but to blow up that third floor, rather than face justice for the crimes he has committed, taking several members of his family with him, just as his predecessor did. I'm grateful for the immense courage and skill and determination of our U.S. forces, who skillfully executed this incredibly challenging mission. The members of our military are the solid steel backbone of this nation, ready to fly into danger at a moment's notice to keep our country and the American people safe, as well as our allies. And I'm also grateful to the families of our service members. You served right alongside these soldiers and sailors, Marines, Special Forces, the loved ones, giving them the strength and support they need to do what they do. To our service members and their families, we're forever grateful for what you do for us, and we owe you a debt. Thank you. We're also aided by the essential partnership of the Syrian Democratic Forces. I want to commend our dedicated intelligence community, the Department of Defense, and members of our national security team throughout the government, whose meticulous and tireless work over the course of many months ensured that this mission succeeded. This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide anywhere in the world. I'm determined to protect the American people from terrorist threats, and I'll take decisive action to protect this country. And we'll continue working with our close allies and partners, the Syrian Democratic Forces, the Iraqi security forces, including the Kurdish Peshmerga, and more than 80 members of the global coalition to keep pressure on ISIS to protect our homeland. We remain vigilant. We remain prepared. Last night's operation took a major terrorist leader off the battlefield, and it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you. Once again, today, we continue our unceasing effort to keep the American people safe and to strengthen the security of our allies and partners around the world. I want to thank you all, and may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. I'm heading off to New York right now. I'm late, and I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, has threat from ISIS been eliminated, sir? How many U.S. troops were involved, sir? Mr. President.
United States military forces successfully moved in.
And that was President Joe Biden talking about that raid in Syria that happened this week, where U.S. Special Operations Forces helped again kill that leader of ISIS. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We have a lot of other top stories. For now, we'll be back in just 2 minutes.
The American Red Cross supplies about 40% of the nation's blood, but is currently experiencing its worst shortage in more than a decade. One LA hospital actually forced to temporarily close its trauma center last month because it simply ran out of blood supplies. The number of blood donors nationwide has dropped something like 10% since the beginning of the pandemic. High school and college students typically account for a quarter of blood donations, but of course many school drives have had to be canceled because of the pandemic. There are also fewer workplace drives as more people are working remotely from home, and COVID precautions restrict the size of public events. Well, let's talk about the need for donations with longtime blood donors to the Red Cross. Steve and Barbara Hoffbauer. By the way, you might know Steve as the mayor of Palmdale. Mr. Mayor, Barbara, what a delight to meet you both.
Morning. Good morning. Thanks for having us here, and thanks for letting us help make the pitch here for the Red Cross. That's really important.
It really is important. And Barbara, I know it's been important for you, both of you public servants in each of your own ways. What was it about donating that made you not just start doing it, but stick with it all these years?
You know, I don't know if it was in high school that I started or when I got my job with LA County, because they are a longtime supporter of the Red Cross. And I was able to donate through the drives that we had at our offices at all times. So I did that. I did take a short time off when I had some surgery on my knees. And then I came back and it's like, I'm good. It's something easy that I can do. And it's something that I feel a lot of people can do if they give it a shot.
Yeah.
Some people don't. But, you know, it's simple. And right now with the Red Cross app, I actually love watching the journey that my blood.
It is kind of cool, isn't it?
Where it ends up.
And you know, Michaela, I was a paramedic with the fire department, and I did 32 years there, and then 7 years on the ambulance service. I could see on a daily basis where that need was, and if they're down to what, a 1 day supply right now.
Mm-hmm.
A normal low level for them, I think, is 5 days.
Yeah.
This is so critically important for people. I wasn't able to donate because of some medical problems for quite a while. They finally cleared me when I was at a donation with my wife. And so you got that one picture there where it isn't as bad as it looked in that picture that you had. But you know what? It's not tough. It's not tough at all. These people are really good about the way they do it. And yeah, there's Barbara. I think she was hitting about 9 gallons in that picture. And I had accompanied her, and there I was. And next thing I know, I got got a needle in my arm.
And next thing you go. Well, we have to just shout out Barbara because you've recently reached the 70 unit mark. Heroic efforts on your part, Barbara. Steve, as a paramedic, you know well that there are so many reasons why people need blood, and it's urgent for them. Maybe remind people of that.
So it's not just the issue of you got crunched in a car wreck or something like that. There's a lot of other medical problems where people need blood and blood products, and they can't take care of these chronic illnesses and things like that unless they have a good supply of blood. You know, the city is supporting the blood donation month. We had a proclamation at our recent meeting, and again, I would see it on a daily basis, not just from the trauma type of incidents, but there's also on the whole medical side.
Absolutely.
So it's not hard.
Nope.
You're literally, it's the gift of life, and your body's going to take care of you, and it's going to be back in no time at all.
It is a renewable resource, isn't it? Isn't that the best thing? We just have to laud the two of you. Thank you so much for your service to humanity by doing this for so many years, as a couple, as a family, and let's be honest, as a mayor, too. You're setting a brilliant example. Mayor Steve Hoffbauer and Barbara Hoffbauer, thank you so much for all you do, and please consider giving of your blood as well. FoxLA.com/links. It'll link you to the Red Cross. Nice and easy, and the app makes it a breeze. You two take care, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent ambassadors. The American Red Cross supplies about 40% of the nation's blood, but is currently experiencing its worst shortage in more than a
And that was our Fox 11 LA crew. Thank you for that. Now switching to weather, this is a live look of the snow coming down in Massachusetts. As we've been saying over the past few days, a 3,000-mile-long storm made its way across the middle of the country yesterday, dumping snow all the way from New Mexico to Michigan and the Northeast, again bracing for more winter weather as that storm continues. Fox Weather's Mitty Hicks has more.
Aim at the Northeast. It's expected to drop heavy snow in parts of Ohio, New York, and southern New England through Friday. The National Weather Service says more than a foot of snow is possible in some places. The system blasted the Midwest and South with a mix of precipitation. Sleet and freezing rain fell over parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and Tennessee today, weighing down trees and power lines. The conditions left more than 100,000 homes and businesses without power.
We are dealing with one of the most significant icing events that we've had in the state of Texas. There are some consequences that result from this being such a significant icing event.
Further north, snow remained the biggest issue. The Colorado Springs area was buried under 20 inches of snow, while more than a foot fell in parts of Illinois and Indiana.
And then every few hours, just come out again with a snowblower and shovel and just do a little bit more, just so I don't have to do it all at once.
The system will exit off the northeast coast Friday, but even as the precipitation ends, cold temperatures will remain throughout the weekend. Kentucky officials say this could cause roads to stay icy after the storm leaves.
It's very difficult to get ahead of this because as long as it's wet, there's not much we can do.
The weather also created a mess for airlines today with more than 4,000 flights canceled. In Buffalo, Mitty Hicks, Fox Weather.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The United States is making a startling and serious accusation against Russia. Officials say the Kremlin has plans to fake an attack on Russians in Ukraine in order to start a war. Let's go ahead and listen into the full announcement from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby.
Was a very hands-on leader and involved in many day-to-day operations of ISIS, and certainly keenly interested in restoring the lethality and the higher op tempo that ISIS had once enjoyed. So his death, we believe, dealt a significant blow to ISIS. You've already heard from the president this morning, and I think you've probably seen a statement that Secretary Austin put out, joining the president in commending the professionalism and the skill, the readiness exhibited by our forces in this operation, particularly with the extensive regard towards safeguarding innocent life that we knew was located there at the target's location. And while the cowardly actions of Haji Abdullah and a small number of his followers resulted in the tragic death of at least 3 innocent civilians, the calculated efforts of our forces succeeded in protecting more than 10 women, children, and babies. These efforts included a deliberate decision by the president to execute a raid on the location as opposed to an airstrike, despite the additional risk that decision put on our forces. And as I think you've probably seen, in addition to all that, as they got to the site, they called out to everyone in the building, giving them an opportunity to leave peacefully, quietly, and for Abdullah to surrender himself. Of course, he chose a different route. While there were no U.S. casualties, one of our helicopters did suffer a mechanical failure early on in the infiltration phase of the operation. The helicopter was able to depart the target location and land at another location further away, off-site. But ultimately, it was determined that further use of the helicopter was not practical and, in fact, could be dangerous. And so General McKenzie made the decision that the helicopter should be abandoned and detonated so it could be destroyed in place. So moving forward, I'm sure you've got lots of questions. I'll do the best I can to answer them. I want to remind that this is an operation that is not yet 24 hours old. So while we will provide as much context as we can to you, I suspect, as you all have covered these kinds of things before, that we will continue to learn more information as time goes on. We are still reviewing the results of this operation. We are still going through the after-action process that we always do. We'll do the best we can to provide you as much context. I also would add, and I'm saying this as a bit of a disclaimer here before we begin taking questions, that there are still operational security matters that we're just not going to be able to speak to. We obviously take these kinds of missions very seriously. We obviously want to be able to continue to conduct these kinds of operations because ISIS remains a threat. So there's going to be some information that you will want to know that we are simply not going to be able to provide so that we can preserve our flexibility to conduct these sorts of operations going forward. With that, Bob.
Hey, John, thank you. A couple questions on the civilians. If I heard you, I hear you correctly that you said you verified 3 civilians were killed? And also, could you elaborate on, perhaps explain a little further what Secretary Austin meant in his written statement about looking into the possibility that U.S. actions may have resulted in harm to civilians? What exactly is he referring to?
So we know that that when Abdullah detonated an explosive device, which obviously killed him, we know that there were 3 people on that 3rd floor with him that were also killed. His wife and 2 children. So that's what I'm talking about when I talk about the 3. We also know, as I said, that we were able to safely evacuate 10 individuals, 6 from the 1st floor, an adult male, an adult female, and 4 children, and then 4 children from the 2nd floor, which our forces were able to safely get out of the building. On that 2nd floor, where one of Abdullah's lieutenants engaged our forces, actually one of his lieutenants and the lieutenant's wife firing back at our forces. they were killed, and it appears as if a child was also killed on that second floor. And as for your second question, I mean, we're always mindful of the potential for civilian harm or harm to innocent life. And while the strong indications are here is that the lives taken in this operation, the lives of innocents taken in this operation, were caused by Abdullah and his decision to blow himself up and everybody else with him on that third floor, as well as the resistance of his lieutenant on the second floor. We're willing to take a look, to just examine and make sure that there wasn't any action that we might have taken that could have also caused harm to innocents.
You mean indirectly, or do you mean directly?
In any way. I think we're just going to take a look and see. But right now, the strong indications are that to the degree there's loss of innocent life, it's loss caused by Mr. Abdullah and his lieutenant.
You're quite confident on the three, that's only three people that were...
That's what we have right now, Bob. I'm going to give you what I can right now, and I think you know that information can change over time. That's what we have right now. Yeah, Pierre.
Additional information on the team that executed the operation?
I'm sorry?
Any additional information about the team that executed the operation?
No, I don't have any more information about the team that executed the operation.
Any more details about what kind of support or cooperation that the SDF provided to the operation?
The SDF were helpful in enabling our ability to conduct this operation, but I'm not going to go into more detail about what that assistance looked like. I will remind Pierre that this was a U.S. operation conducted by U.S. forces only. Jen.
John, will anyone get a reward for justice reward for this tip, and how long have you had this intelligence? Also, you referred to the 3 innocent civilians, but would the wife of Haji Abdullah be considered an innocent civilian?
You know, I think I'm just going to leave it the way I characterized it, Jen. And again, we're going to continue to review and look at this. I think I'm just going to leave it the way I described it. And as for the reward, I don't have any updates on that. Yet there was a $10 million reward on his head, but I don't have any updates on whether that award can or will be claimed. And then on the intelligence, I would just tell you that this operation was literally months in the planning. And of course, a strong basis for being able to conduct an operation like this is valuable intelligence that comes from multiple streams. And again, without getting into more detail than that, there was, as obviously because of the success of the operation, I mean, the intelligence was a mosaic that allowed us the level of awareness and fidelity of information to be able to conduct this in the way we did.
Was he responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing?
I don't have a direct connection to speak to in terms of that. However, he was the leader of ISIS, and it was an ISIS-K attack. But what we do know is he was a hands-on kind of leader. We know that that he certainly had knowledge of and was at least maintaining a level of situational awareness during the Hasaka prison break last week. We know that he was directly involved in the massacre and the rape of innocent Yazidis back in 2014. This is a man that we should all be happy is no longer walking on the face of the earth. Cord.
I got a bunch. Did you get DNA of him and have positive DNA? Is that how you were able to identify? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Can you, if you got a bunch, let's take one at a time.
Great.
All right. We were able to identify his body through fingerprints and DNA analysis.
On site?
On site.
Okay. Can you
Well,
explain?
the fingerprints were on site. It took a little bit longer to get the DNA analysis, so it was a combination.
Can you give us a little more detail about this firefight that occurred sort of towards the end of the 2-hour time frame that they were on the ground there? Some locals or something? What was that? And a couple people were killed?
Yeah, towards the end of the operation, there was a small group of individuals approaching the compound. They were appropriately deemed as hostile, and they were engaged. They were engaged, and we know that in that engagement, 2 of them were killed, and that resulted in the end of that hostile activity. The remaining individuals left the site.
Were they engaged on the ground or via air, by the air?
I don't know exactly. I know that at least some engagement came from the air, but I can't be sure that there wasn't some engagement from the ground.
Can you say, do you know who the lieutenant was? You mentioned he and his wife were killed. I mean, was this someone relatively senior?
It was a senior lieutenant of Abdullah. I don't have the name. You could say it was a deputy.
And then, was this mission a kill or capture mission? Was there ever an effort to try to take him alive?
Without getting into the specifics of the orders, this was a raid against Abdullah, and again, he decided to kill himself and others before coming into direct contact with the assault force. He did not fight back. The objective was to finish his leadership of ISIS, and that was achieved.
And then finally, the question I'm sure all of us are wondering, was there a dog involved? What was its name? And do you have a photo?
I do not know. I do not know, and I do not know.
Can you take that question?
I'll take all 3.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Louis.
John, why did the mission take 2 hours? What was the process? I mean, was there a calculated process to get civilians out of this building? Was that a part of the delay? Because it sounds like 2 hours on the ground is quite a long time for one of these kind of missions. So
it's a great question, Louis. First of all, the plan was to have them there for 2 hours. From the get-go, the plan was for 2 hours on site. And it speaks to the level of care that U.S. Special Operations Forces used in this mission, which was designed to preserve innocent life. To go to the site as they did, first of all, it was securing and isolating the site. Then it was to get innocents and, quite frankly, to encourage Mr. Abdullah to leave the site. And that's why they used a bullhorn and made several call-outs, beseeching everybody in that building to leave. And that takes some time, too. You want to make sure you make a good faith effort to do that, and we did. They were engaged. There was an explosion on the 3rd floor and engagement, gunfire from the building, and then they went in. And obviously, you want to process the site as best you can, get as much information as you can. And of course, in this regard, because he chose to end his life the way he did, to be able to identify and then safely leave the site. So honestly, from soup to nuts, the original plan was to have them there for 2 hours, and they were there for just about exactly 2 hours.
I think the characterization has been by other officials that that he detonated this explosive very early on after the arrival of troops. I mean, do you have a notion of how quickly he did that, or was this a long, drawn-out process?
Yeah, I don't have the exact minute-by-minute tick-tock, but that characterization, as I understand it, is accurate. It wasn't long after they isolated and secured the site and began the call-outs that there was a large explosion on the 3rd floor, which turned out to have, of course, been Abdullah killing himself and the family members that were with him on the 3rd floor, and putting at significant risk everybody else in that building.
I have one more, please. The Kabul air drone strike and the repercussions that have happened. Since then, we saw the Secretary issue his guidance recently. Did that factor in at all into the notion of that we're going to go in with ground troops and a raid as opposed to a drone strike?
What factored into that decision, Louis, was our long-standing practice of trying to minimize civilian harm. Not what happened on the 29th of August or on any other day, but a long-standing desire to minimize civilian harm. And the president made that decision. And it was a significant decision because it involved putting our troops at much greater risk in order to do it this way. But that's in keeping with a long-standing desire by us to try to minimize civilian harm as much as possible. Oren?
Just a follow-up question on civilian casualties. You said there were 3 on the 3rd floor, the wife and 2 kids, but you also said it appears as if a child was also killed on the 2nd floor. Yeah. Wouldn't that be 4?
Well, I was referring when I was referring to the 3. I was talking about the context of him killing himself.
And then who killed the child on the 2nd floor?
Again, I'm not going to get into blow by blow on every single event here. We are still processing this, Oren. It's not even 24 hours old. We're giving you as much information as we can right now. Information will continue to flow in, and as we can share it with you, we will.
And one follow-up on a different
topic.
topic.
Let it not be forgotten, though, that we also, helped save 10 lives, including 4 kids on that 2nd floor. So 10 people, mostly children, were able to get out of that building safely because of the care that was put into that mission.
One follow-up question. Did any of those who took part in the planning for either the bin Laden raid or the Baghdadi raid take part in the operation or execution of this raid as well?
I don't know. Yeah.
About the children, those who are killed or those who are saved, who are they, do you think? Like, who are the civilians in the building? Again,
I want to be careful here, as we don't have perfect knowledge of every single individual that was killed in this raid. We know Haji Abdullah was killed. We know his lieutenant that was on the 2nd floor was killed. We know that when he blew himself up on the 3rd floor, 3 others went with him. And we know of at least 1 child that was killed on the 2nd floor. But I don't have much more information to give you than that.
And are there any civilians under U.S. custody right now? Where did the saved ones go after the operation?
There's nobody in U.S. custody as a result of this raid.
Just a follow-up on a helicopter. What was the mechanical issue with the helicopter?
I would describe the mechanical issue as a drivetrain issue that rendered it not usable for future flight in the operation.
What, did it get any fire or some damage?
It didn't catch fire. It was a drivetrain issue. It didn't crash. It landed safely at an alternative location. They looked at it to determine whether it could be fixed and continued to be used in the operation, and it was determined that was not possible. So General McKenzie ordered that it be detonated and destroyed on site. All right? I haven't gotten any...
That's a real quick follow-up.
Yeah, go ahead.
In addition to the people involved, was there other material like digital media that were recovered that could be useful for...
Without getting into details, Bob, I think you know that it's common practice when we conduct raids of this kind to try to collect information and material that might help us in the continued prosecution of these kinds of operations and operations against ISIS, and I think that's as far as I'll go.
Say yes or no?
I'll just tell you it's common practice for us to try to examine whether there's usable material that can help us in future operations, and I think I'll leave it at that. Carla Babb?
Hey, thanks, John, for doing this. I have 3 questions just to clear up some things. If those who were saved are not in U.S. custody, where are they? Are they in SDF's custody? Were they left at the scene? Can you clarify that? Clarification number 2, please. When you said the hostiles that were coming at the end, is it safe to assume that these hostile actors had weapons and they were engaged, as you were kind of referring to with Courtney, they were engaged with an airstrike? And then number 3, VOA spoken to the SDF, and they said that the SDF says that U.S. launched the operation from SDF territory. Can you confirm that? And can you confirm that they were helping with the intelligence and the tracking of the ISIS leader? Thanks.
There's nobody in custody, Carla. So there's nobody to tell you that they're in custody. And certainly no U.S. There's nobody in U.S. custody for sure. On the engagement towards the end of the operation, the other two that I talked about, there were clear indications that there was hostile intent. I'm not going to get into it more detail than that. Clear indications that there was hostile intent, and they were engaged. And their compadres left after that engagement. And then 3 on SDF, we appreciate the support that we got from the SDF. I'll leave it to the SDF to describe it in ways that they deem fit. I'm not going to talk about it in any more detail than that. Okay, Jeff Shogel.
Thank you. Can you say what type of special operations forces were involved in the raid, such as SEALs, Delta, or Rangers?
I'm not going to describe them in any greater specificity than I have. U.S. Special Operations Forces under the control of U.S. Central Command. Tony Capaccio.
Hi, John. Two quick questions. What happened to his body? Was it carried away like what the U.S. did with bin Laden's body, or was it too badly damaged to do anything with? And 2, an administration official told reporters today that this had been planned for a long, long time. The president had been presented in December with a tabletop model of the compound or the building. Why was the raid now versus maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago or even a month ago? Can you give any shed any light on that?
Yeah, his body was left at the site. As for the timing, it is correct. This was a mission long planned, months in the planning, as I mentioned to Jen. But look, you have to build enough context around the individual's pattern of life, and you have to factor in external factors that you don't get to control, like the weather. So lots of things go into making a decision about when you execute a raid of this complexity and this danger. And there were a lot of factors that had to line up to be just right. You have to, make sure that your intelligence is solid and that the individual that you're going after is in fact at the location you believe him to be, and that all the external factors, not just the weather, but the ability to operate at that particular time of day and have enough visibility, all those things factor in. So it was a multiple factors. It all came together such that this was the best window to execute this mission. And I would remind you that it's not like we were just sitting on our hands for those months. I mean, these, as you probably saw in the Secretary's statement, I mean, these Special Operations Forces conducted dozens of rehearsals to make sure that they could get this exactly right. Okay. Mike Brest.
Hi, Mr. Kirby. Thanks for taking my question. I'm hoping you could provide a little insight into where ISIS stands right now, the threat they pose between the raid at the prison 2 weeks ago and Abdullah's assassination. Where do things stand both in Syria as well as globally?
Well, I tell you what, they're leaderless today, and that's a significant blow. This is not something that we believe ISIS is going to be able to just get over real quickly and real easily. That said, they are not the force that they were in 2014, as we all remember that their growth and rapid acceleration across Iraq and Syria. This is ISIS is not the threat of the same significant nature that they were back then, but they still remain a viable threat. And we've talked about that many times, that this is a group that wants to reconstitute its strength, wants to continue to attack and kill and maim and terrorize. And Haji Abdullah was very much involved in trying to resuscitate the group and to grow their capabilities. They remain, as we've said many times, they remain dangerous. They remain a threat to our national security, to the lives of other innocents. And we're going to, as the Secretary said in a statement today, we're going to stay at it. Travis Tritton.
Hey, John, thanks. A couple quick questions. First, on the efforts to get civilians out of the building, you said that they had called out to them with a bullhorn. Can you say specifically how long they gave civilians to leave the building? And secondly, when we look at photos of the compound and we see the damage to the building, was that primarily from the suicide bomb, or were U.S. munitions used on that building? Thanks.
The damage you see in the picture with the third floor collapsed onto the second, and even more than that, and that was caused by Abdullah igniting an explosive device, which, as I said, killed himself and his family. And as for time, look, Travis, I don't have a minute by minute. There were numerous calls made to encourage everyone in the building to leave. Numerous calls were made. And at some point, not too far into the operation, Abdullah exploded this device, and that precipitated more activity by at least one shooter from the building that led to U.S. forces going in. And to your point about, how much time do we give people that, I would remind that that U.S. forces actually extricated 4 children from the second floor after they went into the building. So the efforts to save the lives of innocents wasn't just in the opening gambit here with the bullhorn. I mean, it was well into the operation. It was something that was ever present on their minds. Mike Glenn.
Yeah, John, thanks much. Tony answered one question, but do you believe that this raid might have prevented any future specific terrorist mission that they were going to carry out?
You were kind of breaking up, Mike. I think your question was, do we have information that his death has disrupted a specific attack? Is that what you asked?
Yes, that's it. Yes,
I don't have information that suggests that, Mike, but I would remind that this was the leader of ISIS, and he was a very hands-on leader. He was involved in helping direct a lot of operations. So we have no doubt that his death will have a blow on ISIS and their potential to conduct future operations. I do want to remind that they are still a threat, and we're not. Nobody's taken a victory lap here. We're going to stay at this. They still remain a threat. They still espouse this extreme ideology and this intent to kill, to maim, to terrorize, and so we're going to stay focused on it. Dan Lamoth.
Thanks for your time. Hoping maybe we can draw you out and flesh out some details on some of these tabletop exercises. It sounds like they went back at least as far as December, involving senior commanders and that sort of thing. Can you lay out a bit of what this looked like in terms of how far back it goes, who would involve, that kind of thing? Thank you.
Yeah, Dan, I'm not going to be able to go into more detail than I already have. Again, this was months in the planning, several months in the planning. It included actual physical rehearsals, as I said, dozens by the Special Operations Forces, as well as, you can imagine, some tabletop planning as well. But I don't have a tick-tock of exactly how all that process worked out. It was extensively planned, extensively resourced, and quite frankly, extensively informed over the course of several months. Jen?
John, if I could take you to Russia, Ukraine. There's a report that the U.S. has evidence that Russia has developed a plan approved at the highest levels in Moscow to create a pretext for invading Ukraine by falsely pinning the attack on Ukrainian forces that could involve alleged casualties in eastern Ukraine, but also inside Russia. It's being reported by the Washington Post. Is that report accurate? Has that intelligence been declassified, and what can you tell us?
What I can tell you is that, first of all, You know, we've discussed this idea of false flags by the Russians before. We've made no secret of that. And we do have information that it is that the Russians are likely to want to fabricate a pretext for an invasion, which again is right out of their playbook. One option is the Russian government, we think, is planning to stage a fake attack by Ukrainian military or intelligence forces against Russian sovereign territory or against Russian-speaking people to therefore justify their action. As part of this fake attack, we believe that Russia would produce a very graphic propaganda video, which would include corpses and actors that would be depicting mourners and images of destroyed locations as well as military equipment at the hands of Ukraine or the West, even to the point where some of this equipment would be made to look like it was Western-supplied Ukrainian to Ukraine equipment. This is just one example that we can talk about today. We're watching this across the board. We've seen these kinds of activities by the Russians in the past, and we believe it's important when we see it like this, and we can, to call it out.
This is being briefed on the Hill right now.
I'm part of the
Austin and Millie are on the Hill.
They're on the Hill in a classified briefing to talk about the whole spate of things we're concerned about with respect to Russia and Ukraine. I won't. It's a classified briefing, so I'm obviously not going to get into an agenda item with you here in terms of everything they're talking about. But they're both up on the Hill, communicating with members of Congress what we're seeing writ large and what we're doing about it to help our NATO allies.
How do you know that it has been approved at the highest level of the Kremlin, this particular case?
I would just say that our experience is that very little of this nature is not approved at the highest levels of the Russian government.
By that you mean Putin?
The highest levels of the Russian government. Kelly Meyer.
Hi, John. Thanks for taking my question. I have two, if I can. You mentioned the mechanical issue on the helicopter. Those involved okay, and any other issues we aren't aware of, or did everything run like clockwork? And the second, on the U.S. Army dismissing unvaccinated soldiers, are any of them the ones deploying or on high alert to deploy to Eastern European allies around Ukraine?
I refer you to the Army in terms of who they're discharging with respect to the vaccine mandate, but I suspect that there's privacy concerns there, Kelly. So I don't want to speak for the Army, but I don't know that they're going to be able to give you that level of specificity. It remains a lawful order. It remains a readiness issue. The vaccines work, and we want everybody to take them and to keep safe, to keep their units safe. As for the helicopter crew, my understanding is that they're all fine. As we said at the top, there were no U.S. casualties, and that would include the helicopter crew. And it wasn't a crash landing. They landed safely. Again, it was a drivetrain issue that rendered that helicopter unusable for the rest of the operation. So obviously it was destroyed, but the crew are safe and sound. Sylvie from AFP.
Hello, sorry. Can you tell us how many helicopters and how many U.S. troops were involved?
Yeah, Sylvia, I'm not going to answer that question, actually. Back when I opened up the press conference, I told you there's going to be some detail we're not going to be able to provide because we want to preserve our ability to continue to conduct these sorts of operations. So what I would tell you is that we had exactly the force levels and exactly the resources we needed to conduct this operation, and I'll leave it at that. Tara Kopp.
Thanks, John. Following up on Bob's question, can you confirm whether any sort of intelligence was taken from the compound, any computer drives or cell phones? And then secondly, to follow up on Louis' question, the decisions that were made in this raid, did they incorporate any lessons learned from the civilian casualty report done after the August 29th strike? Thank you.
I've kind of addressed that second question before when Louis asked it. I mean, we always try to avoid civilian harm. This operation was of a completely different character than the airstrike that happened on the 29th of August. Well, but in general, we always try to learn from previous missions, from previous operations. These are two completely different operations, and the desire to avoid civilian harm was baked in months ago into this particular plan. In fact, the decision itself to conduct a raid using special operations forces speaks volumes of the degree to which the president was trying to avoid civilian harm, and quite frankly, putting our forces at greater risk because of the decision to make a raid like this. And I'm sorry, but I should have written your other question down, and I didn't do it.
About the, can you confirm whether any sort of computer drives or cameras or anything else were taken from the compound that could provide actionable intelligence moving forward?
Yeah, look, as I told Bob, I'm not going to get into talking about intelligence matters one way or the other. It is common practice when we conduct raids like this that we try to collect material that can help us and inform us in terms of our ability to disrupt future attacks and to conduct future operations. And I think I'm just going to leave it at that. Nancy Youssef.
Thank you. I wonder if you could clarify a couple points. On the explosion that happened on the 3rd floor, does the U.S. believe that the ISIS leader was wearing a suicide vest, or that it was an explosive separate of that, and was it one explosive? Can you tell us if there was any deconfliction that happened with any other nation? And can you tell us who will lead the review of any possible civilian casualties by the U.S.? Thank you.
There's been no decision to do a review or investigation right now, Nancy. This operation is not even 24 hours old. As the Secretary said, we certainly are willing to take a look to see if there's any possibility that anything that we did might have caused harm to innocent life, but I have no investigation or review to speak to today. As for the explosion, all I can tell you is what we've already said. There was a large explosion early on in the operation on the 3rd floor, which killed Haji Abdullah and his family. We believe he detonated that explosion. We cannot say at this time exactly what this device was. So I'd leave it at that. And then you had your first question. I'm not good at, I got to write these down. What was your first question?
Just to be clear, I was just asking when you say that review, though, that you said the Secretary would be doing. I'm just trying to understand who would do that. And then the question was there any deconfliction with any other nations in the run up to this?
So look, we're not calling for a review right now, Nancy. Again, this operation literally just happened last night. What the Secretary said in his statement was we're going to take a look and see if there's any possibility that any action that we conducted might have led to the loss of innocent life. And if there is, then we'll make decisions follow on that. But I don't want to leave you with the impression that there's an investigation in the offing here. That's not where we are at this point. As for deconfliction, I would tell you that appropriate deconfliction at the appropriate time was conducted in order to make sure that this operation could proceed safely. And I think I'll leave that there. Appropriate deconfliction, as happens in that part of Syria, was conducted in this case. Let's see, Helene Cooper.
Hi, thanks, John. Does this commando raid in Syria send a message of any kind to Vladimir Putin?
This raid was not meant to send a message to any other nation. It was meant to remove Haji Abdullah from his leadership of ISIS. And to that degree, it was successful. And we are immensely proud of the forces that conducted this, that planned it, resourced it, executed it, rehearsed for it. It says a lot about our capability in counterterrorism, our focus, our continued focus on the ISIS threat, and our ability to plan and conduct an execution of this magnitude and with this complexity, with the utmost of professionalism and skill, and quite frankly, secrecy. I'll take a couple more. Yeah.
did U.S. forces collect any information or documents, whatever, materials from the building?
I've dealt with this question before a couple of times. It is routine that we try to collect useful material when raids of this kind are conducted. I'm not going to speak with any specificity about this one. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday, February 4th, 2022. We made it to the end of the week, guys. Thank you for starting your weekend with us. Let's move right along with some top stories this morning. We are following the winter storm that we've been covering all week, actually. A massive, slow-moving winter storm is creating a mess for millions across the country. Here's that story from Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty. She's bringing us more on the hazardous conditions.
Millions of Americans remain in the path of a winter storm that's now taking aim at the Northeast. It's expected to drop heavy snow in parts of Ohio, New York, and southern New England through Friday. The National Weather Service says more than a foot of snow is possible in some places. The system blasted the Midwest and South with a mix of precipitation. Sleet and freezing rain fell over parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and Tennessee today, weighing down trees and power lines. The conditions left more than 100,000 homes and businesses without power.
We are dealing with one of the most significant icing events that we've had in the state of Texas. There are some consequences that result from this being such a significant icing event.
Further north, snow remained the biggest issue. The Colorado Springs area was buried under 20 inches of snow, while more than a foot fell in parts of Illinois and Indiana.
And then every few hours, just come out again with a snowblower and shovel and just do a little bit more, just so I don't have to do it all at once.
The system will exit off the northeast coast Friday, but even as the precipitation ends, cold temperatures will remain throughout the weekend. Kentucky officials say this could cause roads to stay icy after the storm leaves.
It's very difficult to get ahead of this because as long as it's wet, there's not much we can do.
The weather also created a mess for airlines today with more than 4,000 flights canceled. In Buffalo, Mitty Hicks, Fox Weather.
As the diplomatic effort ramps up behind the scenes, we're learning more about the United States military response to the Ukraine crisis. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan has more from the Ukraine.
The Pentagon said today that Russian President Vladimir Putin has approved false flag operations, the creation of videos using actors that pose as Ukrainians, using U.S. weapons to kill Russians.
We believe that Russia would produce a very graphic propaganda video, which would include corpses and actors that would be depicting mourners and images of destroyed locations as well as military equipment at the hands of Ukraine.
Russia has repeatedly accused the U.S. of hysteria over the situation in Ukraine and reacted angrily to the U.S. decision to send 3,000 troops to allies in Eastern Europe, saying the move is a destructive step. This comes as NATO officials warn of the ongoing massive Russian buildup on Ukraine's northern border in Belarus, where it's expected to soon reach 30,000 troops.
Over the last days, we have seen a significant movement of Russian military forces into Belarus. This is the biggest Russian deployment there since the Cold War.
Turkish President Erdogan offered to host talks between Moscow and Kyiv.
Turkey is ready to do what it can to end the crisis between two friendly countries, which are also neighbors in Black Sea.
On the streets here, when you talk to people about a Russian invasion, many who are closely connected by generations of family find it hard to imagine.
Our countries are tightly connected. I don't know how they can attack a brother nation.
If the Russians do attack, this tram driver, a veteran, says he will fight.
I think our people have a positive attitude and everyone will fight for their country to defend it.
Despite the threat of war, those trams still run on time. A ride costs about 25 cents. In Kiev, Ukraine, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
You're going to receive a brief from your leadership. That's to instill confidence in the paratroopers and the soldiers within 18th Airborne Corps. It's also to reassure them of what their mission set is, to level the playing field so each soldier at the individual level understands what his or her mission is. Additionally, you'll see a chaplain who will deliver a prayer, a benediction for the benediction within the parameters of their faith and practice. And that also goes into building and instilling confidence. We want to make sure that every soldier that leaves this airfield that gets onto an aircraft understands what their mission is, knows that they're supported by the soldier to the left and to their right, and know that their leadership is here to take care of them to make sure that they get back safely.
Continuing to follow international relations, new reactions this morning out of Washington following the targeted killing of the top ISIS leader in Syria. U.S. Special Forces conducted a counterterrorism mission late Wednesday, engaging in a fierce gun battle that ultimately led to the terrorist leader exploding a bomb, killing himself and members of his own family. President Biden praised the bravery of those who carried out the operation. Here's the latest from Fox's Lauren Blanchard.
The leader of ISIS may be dead, but the terror group still poses a threat, according to national security advisors.
It is significantly degraded, but nobody here who works on these issues is taking a victory lap. Make no mistake, whoever ISIS names after Haji Abdullah, he's sure to meet the same fate.
The overnight raid in northwest Syria, ordered by President Biden, targeted ISIS leader Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurashi, also called Haji Abdullah.
And it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you.
U.S. Special Forces were on the ground for 2 hours. Al-Qurashi detonated a massive explosive device, killing himself and his family. Satellite images show the third floor blown off the building.
Can you imagine the moral deprivation it takes to consciously kill your own children
and wife.
The president chose a ground operation rather than an airstrike to protect innocent lives in the home. The Pentagon maintains any civilian deaths were not caused by U.S. troops.
The calculated efforts of our forces succeeded in protecting more than 10 women, children, and babies.
The raid has received broad bipartisan praise.
I commend the administration and our men and women in uniform for successfully carrying out this operation.
President Biden making a trip to New York City on Thursday to plead for an end to gun violence. This comes after two tragic events occurred 4 police died, especially in New York, when 2 officers were killed in Harlem in the late 20s. Biden will make stops across the city, meeting state and local leaders before he will call on Congress to pass a bill to fund programs that will stop gun violence. President will discuss a strategy focusing on reducing gun crime involving slowing the flow of firearms and gun violence, as well as supporting local law enforcement investigations.
In and out just like that.
Here's more on that crime surge.
The Department of Justice has directed every U.S. attorney in the nation to increase resources dedicated to violent crime and expanded a program to prosecute cases involving untraceable weapons. But even though President Biden never echoed calls from some Democrats to defund police, he's being blamed for not doing enough to stop it.
The answer is not to defund the police. It's to give you the tools, the training, the funding to be partners, to be protectors, and community needs you.
Last year, 16 major cities shattered records for homicide rates. Republican Senator John Barrasso says the problem starts at the top. Writing the New York Post, police officers across America knew they were under attack. Retirements went up by half. Resignations increased by nearly 1/5 in just 1 year. NYPD retirements nearly doubled. The results were predictable and catastrophic. Honoring 2 of New York's finest gunned down during a disturbance call.
The future is cut short by a man with a stolen Glock with 40 rounds.
The president painted the crime surge as more about guns than criminals.
First, we want to crack down on the flow of firearms used to commit violence. That includes taking on and shutting down rogue gun dealers. It's about doing background checks.
But Biden again did not address progressive district attorneys who've come under fire for what critics call soft on crime policies. Even New York City Mayor Eric Adams took a veiled shot at Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg.
It was needed, but we did not have those who were focusing on public safety in the room when we made those reforms.
With Biden quiet, pro-police groups are getting louder, planning a rally outside DA Bragg's office tomorrow. The White House has refused to weigh in on New York's bail reform law or the law that raised the age for minors to be charged criminally. Just last week in New York City, a 16-year-old charged with shooting a cop was released free on bond. The mayor blamed bail reform. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And here is President Biden's full announcement from his meeting with New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
Community needs you and know the community. You know, policing that treats everyone with respect and dignity. That's why I called on the Congress to pass a budget later this year that provides cities like New York and others with an additional $300 million for community policing. You know, where the police interact with the community, get to know the community, build trust in the community. And I've noticed in my experience when I wrote the first crime bill, I noticed that, you know, I don't hear many communities, no matter what their color, their background, saying, I don't want more protection in my community. I don't know. I haven't found one of those yet. And so I've asked the Congress to provide $200 million to invest in community violence intervention programs as well. They work. They work. Where community members with credibility work directly with people that are most likely to commit crimes or be victims of gun crimes. And they work. For example, in 2017, the program I'm going to see this afternoon, which sends people to the community, in the community to interrupt violence, to mediate conflicts, to de-escalate, succeed in preventing a single shooting from occurring in this largest public housing development last year. No shooting for a full year because they engage directly with the community. You know, I know this is a priority for Senator Schumer, what y'all are doing here. If I hear one more call from him that we need more money for housing and more money for cops, I don't know. I'm going to send them back to y'all. But all kidding aside, this is a $500 million of proven strategies, and we know will reduce crime. Congress needs to do its job to pass the budget. Every one of these folks here from Congress are all supportive. But, you know, it's time to fund communities, community police, and the people who are going to protect them. Look, as I said, we're not about defunding. We're about funding and providing the additional services you need beyond someone with a gun strapped to their shoulder, to their hip. We need more social workers. We need more mental health workers. We need more people who, when you're called on these scenes and someone's about to jump off a roof, is not just someone standing there with a weapon. It's someone who also knows how to talk to people, talk them down. We can't expect you to do every single solitary thing that needs to be done to keep a community safe. It's time to fund community policing to protect and serve the community. I'm also calling for increased funding for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the U.S. Marshal's offices. I'm confident that if we fund these programs, we'll see a reduction in violence. In the next year's budget, I'm also going to try to double down on this investment. I think I got a lot of partners here in New York going to help. Mayor Adams, you say that gun violence is a sea fed by many rivers. Well, I put forward a plan to dam up some of those streams. You can count on me to be a partner in that effort. And I have the U.S. Attorney, United States Attorney General here with me today. And we put together a comprehensive strategy to combat gun crime in cities like New York, Philadelphia, Atlanta, and many other cities, San Francisco. First, we want to crack down on the flow of firearms used to commit violence. That includes taking on and shutting down rogue gun dealers. It's about doing background checks, as well as outright selling, making sure that people who are not allowed to have a gun don't get the gun in the first place. And again, for any of the press listening, this doesn't violate anybody's Second Amendment right. There's no violation of a Second Amendment right. We talk like there's no amendment that's absolute. When the amendment was passed, it didn't say anybody can own a gun and any kind of gun and any kind of weapon. You couldn't buy a cannon when this amendment was passed. And so no reason why you should be able to buy certain assault weapons. But that's another issue. And look, one of the things that we focused on, the Attorney General and I, and we're getting to the point where I think we're going to be able to have a real impact on it, includes going after ghost guns. Ghost guns are the guns everyone in this room knows that can be purchased in parts, assembled at home, no serial number, and can't be traced. And they're as deadly as any other weapon out there. But the fact is, they are out there. And, you know, this spring, the Justice Department will issue a final rule to regulate these so-called ghost guns. But there's more we can do. Across the country, police departments report sharp increases in the number of ghost guns found at crime scenes. That's why today the department is launching an intensified national ghost gun enforcement initiative to determine and deter criminals from using those weapons to cover their tracks. If you commit a crime with a ghost gun, not only are state and local prosecutors going to come after you, but expect federal charges and federal prosecution as well. We've also created a strike force to crack down on illegal gun trafficking across state lines. As the mayor said, as he pointed out, guns that are used to kill people in New York City, they aren't made in New York City. They aren't sold in New York City. They are sold in other places. Today, the Attorney General directed all U.S. attorneys in the United States to prioritize combating gun trafficking across state lines and city boundaries. The Justice Department is sending additional prosecutorial resources to help shut down what's referred to, as you all know, the iron pipeline that funnels guns from shops in states like Georgia to crime scenes in Baltimore and Philadelphia and New York and so many other places. Governor, you worked with the mayor and the NYPD and 9 other states to create an interstate task force on illegal guns. That's the kind of leadership that's going to solve the problem. And I'm eager to hear more about that progress. And folks, second thing I want to point out is I want to help every major city follow New York's lead to put together partnerships like this one you put together and meet on a daily basis. Every day here in New York City, like this meeting today, federal, state, and local enforcement meet to share intelligence about arrests, shootings from the day before, and work to take those shooters off the street as quickly as possible. Just look around. This is what the partnership looks like, and this is what you put together. And it's an important partnership. We need more cities adopting the same model. That's why today the Attorney General is also directing U.S. attorneys to work with state and local law enforcement to strengthen partnerships like this one and to get repeat gun violence offenders off the street and behind bars. You know, I want more cities and states to use some of the $350 billion we sent to them on the American Rescue Plan to fight crime, to keep our communities safe, by hiring more police officers for community policing and paying police overtime, and purchasing gun-fighting technologies like the technology that hears, locates gunshots, so there can be immediate response because you know exactly where it came from. The third thing our plan calls for investing in critical services that reduce crime and violence. Community violence intervention programs like the one I'm going to see after this meeting, summer school, after-school programs for teens. As the saying goes, the teacher taught me, an idle mind is a devil's workshop. We got to have things for these kids to do, jobs for young adults, more school counselors and nurses, more mental health required in school, and mental health substance abuse treatment as well. Fourthly, when someone finishes their time in prison, all our experience tells us you just can't continue to give them $25 and a bus ticket. They'll end up under the same bridge you arrested them in the first place from. And so I don't want them ending up back in prison or being there because they've committed another crime. We need to be able to train for and get a job, find stable housing, re-enter society, and have a second chance at a better life. My Department of Labor is funding programs that help formerly incarcerated individuals, including young adults, receive the education and training they need and then connect them to quality jobs. I'll keep doing everything in my power to make sure the communities are safer, but Congress needs to do its part too. Pass universal background checks, ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, close loopholes that keep out of the hands of domestic abusers weapons, repeal the liability shield for gun manufacturers. Imagine had we had a liability, they're the only industry in America that is exempted from being able to be sued by the public. Only one. Imagine had that been the way with cigarette manufacturers. Where the heck would we be? We'd be in tough shape. Why gun manufacturers? Because of the power of their lobbying ability. It's got to end. They got to be held responsible for the things that they do that are irresponsible. And folks, you know, it's the only industry in America, as I said, that's exempt from being sued. And I find it to be outrageous. And folks, these laws, if we are able to pass them, are going to save lives. And more equally importantly, help you protect one another and protect yourself. Put law enforcement in a safer circumstance. We have an opportunity to come to get together and fulfill the first responsibility of government and our democracy, to keep each other safe. So I want to thank you all. There's much more to say, but I probably already said too much because a lot of people are going to speak. But let's get this done. Let's get this done. And God bless the men and women who put their lives in line every single day to keep our communities safe. Now I'm going to turn it over, with your permission, to the Attorney General Garland. General?
Thank you, President Biden. As the President said, the Justice Department is doubling down on the fight to protect our communities from violent crime and from the gun violence that often drives it. But we are not doing this work alone. As the President also said, what you see in this room represents the core of our efforts, our partnerships, which are essential to success in disrupting violent crime. Yesterday, when the President and I spoke with the mayor on the telephone, the mayor talked about the importance of the excellent cooperation he is seeing between the city, state, and federal law enforcement agencies who are represented here. At the Justice Department, we know that the best anti-violent crime strategies are tailored to the needs of and are developed by and in partnership with individual communities. That is why all of our Justice Department law enforcement agencies and all 94 of our United States Attorney's offices, including the 2 represented by the United States attorneys who are here today, are working with their partners in state and local law enforcement to develop and implement district-specific anti-violent crime policies. We also know that while many of the public safety challenges our cities face require this tailored approach, gun violence is a universal challenge and one that demands comprehensive action. That is why, as the President said, the Justice Department is taking action to crack down on ghost guns and to hold those who illegally sell firearms to criminals accountable. That is why we are strengthening our firearms trafficking strike forces to disrupt the pipeline that floods our community with illegal guns. And that is why we are sparing no resource in identifying and holding accountable the repeat offenders who are the major drivers of violent crime. As we work in partnership with state and local law enforcement, we are also working in partnership with the communities most affected by this violence. Shortly, President Biden and I will be meeting with leaders of a community violence intervention program here in New York. In 2021, the department provided over $37 million in grant funding directly to community violence intervention efforts, and we will expand that work in the year ahead. The Justice Department will use every tool at our disposal to protect our communities. We will hold perpetrators of violent crime and gun violence accountable. We will work alongside the communities most affected by that violence, and we will work together to build the public trust that is essential to public safety. Before I close, I want to note that in times of crises, both large and small, the American people look to law enforcement to help. And every day, officers, like those who are with us here, answer the call without hesitation, despite the difficulty and the danger. They show up and they put their lives on the line. That is what Detective Jason Rivera and Detective Wilbert Mora did. There are no words I can offer that could capture their bravery or the pain that has been inflicted on their loved ones. What I can say is that at the Department of Justice, we will seek to honor Detectives Rivera and Mora in the work we do to help keep our law enforcement officers safe as we work to keep our communities safe. I'll now turn the program over to Mayor Adams. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney General and Mr. President. It's really good seeing you. And how do we get here? When I was in Washington, D.C., we were in a meeting, and the President pulled me into the Oval Office. And after asking what could he do for the city and our desire to deal with violence, I had a brief nod, and I was about to walk out. And he grabbed me by my arm and turned me around and looked into my eyes. And he says, "Eric, what can we do?" And I told him the help we needed. And I asked him several things, but 2 of them was, 1, to come to New York and to speak with our city, state, and federal law enforcement personnel so we could have a 9/11 response to this violence. We came together as a country when international terrorists decided to change our way of life, and we responded. And the response was the same by this president. In August, this room came together, some of the finest men and women in law enforcement, and they meet every day to zero in on the violence that is attempting to take our way of life. And I thank you for your response, and Mr. President, I thank you for your response. And then I asked him to go on the ground, because it's about intervention and prevention. And prevention are the long-term things we need to do. I asked him to go on the ground with us to meet the crisis management teams, the everyday people who are doing the hard work in alignment with the police department. And today, we're going out to Queensbridge and meet that team, where a young man named Kay Bain is using his skills to bring down violence. And in his area, we saw 0 homicides for a period of time. But it was not only because of what he did, it was because of what D.A. Katz did to partner with him by bringing down those known violent offenders. That's the combination we need. And I'm biased, Mr. President, because I have some of the best congressional delegations here in New York. Joining us today, we have the Dean of the delegation that's here, Congressman Nadler. We have Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, Congresswoman Grace Mean, Congressman Tom Suozzi, and we have the top Attorney General anywhere in this country, an Attorney General, Letitia James, and as you indicated, we have 2 of the best U.S. attorneys in the Southern and Eastern District that's here with us. We were so proud to meet with them yesterday, but also a district attorney team. As we see here, Katz, Darcel Clark, McMahon out in Staten Island, and D.A. Braggs. A real concerted and combined effort to get this done. And then I think about Congressman Espaillat. In his district, where the 2 officers were slain, but also in his district was where an 11-month-old baby was shot while sitting by her mother. Also in his district was where a 19-year-old child working in Burger King was shot and killed. And he was on the ground for each one of those incidents, standing with me as we fought against this violence. The police commissioner and I are dedicated and committed to turning this around. I made the best choice anyone can make in picking a police commissioner. She's the right person at the right time to do the right job, and I'm proud to serve with her. We know how important this is. Yesterday, we gathered at St. Patrick's Cathedral in mourning. Today, here at One Police Plaza, where I walked across that stage as a captain, we're here in solidarity to deal with the issue of violence that has become pervasive in not only New York City, but in the cities across America. And I want to thank all of you for joining me as we pursue this fight to make sure the stain of violence does not destroy our communities. And U.S. Attorney General Garland, I appreciate your commitment and dedication in living up to the promise that was done with your team as we sat in the room with Ambassador Susan Wright and sitting there with the president and other mayors across the city as we deal with this issue. The president is here because he knows what the American people want: justice, safety, and prosperity, and they deserve every bit of it. And he wants to end the gun violence in our city and in our country, and a future built on equality and opportunity, because the lack of the two feeds the gun violence that we are seeing. Far too often when we advocate for this, Mr. President, people miss the part that we state. We want to end inequality. Let's stop being divisive and united to come together and deal with this fight. We are on the same page. There is a reason they call me the Biden of Brooklyn. That's what New Yorkers want too. That's what I campaigned on, and it's why you elected me as the mayor of the city of New York. And it's what the president came here today to hear from you and to deliver. Last week, my administration released our blueprint to end gun violence. There are many rivers, as you stated, that feed the sea of violence. We must dam every river. one river will cause another death prematurely in our city. And many reasons these rivers have continued to rise in our city and in our country, and we're going to stop them from doing so. But the President and these leaders that are here today, we are going to work together to end this violence in our city and in our country. When President Biden and I first met last summer, we hit it off right away. We had a clear mission, the average Joe, they call him, because we know we have to build a city and a country that's made up of everyday New Yorkers and Americans. He knows that public safety and justice are the bedrock of our economy, our democracy, and our society. And we know who we work for, the people. And that includes the dishwasher, people who wear coveralls, aprons, scrubs, and hard hats, the everyday people who just want to provide for their families and one day go from being a dishwasher, a mailroom attendant, and become a mayor of the city of New York. Everyday New Yorkers and everyday Americans. The people who want to raise their families in a city and in a country with good jobs, good schools, and safe streets. We both know our highest calling. Our most important mission is protecting the people of this city and of this country, making sure they have what they need to live their lives in safety, and helping them recover after 2 years of the devastation of COVID, crisis, and violence. There is no recovery without public safety. There is no recovery without justice. They go hand in hand. That is why we're working in lockstep to end the gun violence that has shaken our city, our nation, to protect our people and the officers who sworn to protect us, and to restore the American dream of safety, stability, and prosperity. That is why the President is here in New York City, in this city today. He understands how serious this moment is. We need, as I stated, a 9/11 type response to address the domestic terror that is pervasive in this city and country. And President Biden is here to deliver on his promise to come here. He committed to it, and he is here. And get New Yorkers the backup we need. Far too long we called for backup, and it was not here. It is time to have that backup. This morning, the White House announced that the federal government would direct more resources to fight local crime around the country, expand the information sharing model that you are going to witness here today, Mr. President, and call for more funding for Congress for violent interrupters, something that my congressional delegation understands so clearly. We could build back if we pass Build It Back. That is how we build America back. And scale up a nationwide response to this public health crisis that is gun violence. That's why we're here today, to bring together our federal, state, and city partners in common cause. We're going to stop gun trafficking from coming into our city, get illegal guns off the streets, and lock up those who carry them, and make sure that they don't leave prison or jails without the opportunities they need, so they don't have a revolving door of crime in our city and country. We're going to provide funding for cities and states to put more police officers in the places we need them, invest in community violence prevention and intervention programs, and change our laws to prevent crime and save lives, and do it in a way that we can disagree without being disagreeable, because we are in this fight together. We're going to break and destroy the iron pipeline that allows southern states in this country to produce weapons that end up on the streets and take the lives of our police officers, Mora and Rivera. And I want to, again, take my hat off to Officer Summit, who protected countless numbers of New Yorkers and responding police officers by taking the appropriate action to end the threat that we were facing. We're going to dam those rivers of violence and address the sources of those violence. It's about more than fighting crime. As Congressman Velasquez reminds us all the time, it's about rebuilding our society. It's not just locking people up. It's about picking them up and giving them the opportunity to do so. That is why the American people elected Joe Biden to lead them. That is why we're willing to follow that leadership. And that is why I'm proud to be here today among the men and women who wore that same uniform that I wore, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the president. And we want to get stuff done. That's the administration of the Biden's administration and the Adams administration, to get stuff done for the American people. And Mr. President, Eric Adams is reporting for duty and ready to serve.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn it over to our governor.
All right, that was an update from New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who met with President Biden less than 24 hours ago, the two speaking on gun violence prevention measures. The mayor saying that this calls for immediate action, especially following the murder of two NYPD police officers. Staying in New York City, we are getting some breaking news to our Live Now from Fox desk. Now, this is a developing story, so information is very limited, but right now our Fox 5 New York colleagues are reporting that the FDNY is responding to a fire and possible house explosion in Gravesend, Brooklyn. Firefighters received a call about a fire at 60th Bay 35th Street around 7:12 a.m. There were unconfirmed reports of an explosion, and it's still not clear if any other homes were affected or if there are any injuries. Again, this is a fluid situation, but our news partners has a crew headed to the scene of this 2-alarm house fire. We'll have more information. Please continue to check in with Live Now from Fox for updates. Let's continue on with our top stories this morning. Let's take a Live Now look at our XRAD weather radar. Take a look at this storm still affecting much of the Northeast. Let's go ahead and check in with our colleagues at Fox Weather. Joining us now from Memphis, Tennessee is Mr. Nunley. Good morning. Good to see you again.
Hi, good morning. And absolutely, Memphis is still in just as vulnerable of a state this morning as they were this time yesterday. The ice storm warning has come and gone, but the results are still all around us. I'm walking kind of slow here this morning on the Memphis waterfront because I'm walking on a solid sheet of ice. As I speak right now, we still have 100,000 people in Memphis, Shelby County alone without power, and we're still below freezing. We absolutely got below freezing last night. And so that is kind of the most immediate concern, is trying to restore power to people, but it's a difficult task. And let me show you why. Let me take you in the tree here and show you this coating of ice that is on everything. And look how thick that is on just these little branches on these trees. Every time we have the slightest breeze, these trees just kind of move as one big thing. And sometimes that big thing that they move down on is a utility line or a power pole, even houses and cars. So getting out today here in Memphis is going to be a challenge, and it's not recommended. And we had a challenge last night with a serious accident on one of the highways here in Memphis involving 21 cars. 16 cars with 21 people injured, a couple of those critical. That's because of this solid sheet of ice that is still coating all of the roadways here, all of the sidewalks. And so even though that storm warning is over, we absolutely still have the repercussions to deal with all of this today. Travel not advised here. And this is just a snapshot of Memphis and Shelby County alone. Keep in mind that the effects of this ice storm were felt all throughout West Tennessee. So there are lots of small towns in between that are dealing with these same scenarios, doing their best to get out and serve people, trying to get those utilities clipped back on. But in some cases, it's just not possible yet. Lots of trees have to be cleared out of the way. As we were sitting here reporting, we could hear these tree branches kind of give way and crash here all around us yesterday. And you hated to hear that sight because you knew shortly after there was going to be a power outage. And so lots of still big concerns here today, lots of danger for the people that live here. And this story is far from over. We're going to continue tracking it around the clock for you here on Fox Weather. Back to you.
Now, Will, before I let you go, you did mention that close to 100,000 people are without power. Do we know if anything is in place for the elderly or other vulnerable populations who may be living in this below freezing environment right now?
That's a great question. We do understand there are warming centers, so they do have some protocols here with emergency management to try to get people to those warming centers, but that poses its own challenge because, of course, the vehicles have to navigate in solid ice, and they're just not used to doing that a lot here. But we understand that some aspects of public transit here are still trying to run to serve that purpose, to get people to their critical jobs, but also make sure that the people that are without power have shelters. Even the hotel where we were staying last night quickly filled up with everybody trying to find a heated space last night. So those logistics are in motion, but can you get to everybody? It's a challenge right now, and absolutely still a lot of critical work happening here on the ground.
All right, Fox Weather's Will Nunley, thank you so much. All right, we are continuing to stay on top of the effects of this winter storm that is still affecting much of the country. But first, let's take a 2-minute commercial break, 8:19 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we'll have more nonstop news right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Here's more on winter weather conditions across the country.
Millions of Americans remain in the path of a winter storm that's now taking aim at the Northeast. It's expected to drop heavy snow in parts of Ohio, New York, and southern New England through Friday. The National Weather Service says more than a foot of snow is possible in some places. The system blasted the Midwest and South with a mix of precipitation. Sleet and freezing rain fell over parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and Tennessee today, weighing down trees and power lines. The conditions left more than 100,000 homes and businesses without power.
We are dealing with one of the most significant icing events that we've had in the state of Texas. There are some consequences that result from this being such a significant icing event.
Further north, snow remained the biggest issue. The Colorado Springs area was buried under 20 inches of snow, while more than a foot fell in parts of Illinois and Indiana.
And then every few hours just come out again with the snowblower and shovel and just do a little bit more just so I don't have to do it all at once.
The system will exit off the northeast coast Friday, but even as the precipitation ends, cold temperatures will remain throughout the weekend. Kentucky officials say this could cause roads to stay icy after the storm leaves.
It's very difficult to get ahead of this because as long as it's wet, there's not much we can do.
The weather also created a mess for airlines today with more than 4,000 flights canceled. In Buffalo, Mitty Hicks, Fox Weather.
And we will have more on winter weather conditions throughout our show, but let's shift our focus now to international relations. Our news partners over at Fox 13 Tampa bringing us this next story on the rising tensions when it comes to Ukraine and Russia.
The Pentagon said today that Russian President Vladimir Putin has approved false flag operations, the creation of videos using actors that pose as Ukrainians, using U.S. weapons to kill Russians.
We believe that Russia would produce a very graphic propaganda video, which would include corpses and actors that would be depicting mourners and images of destroyed locations as well as military equipment at the hands of Ukraine.
Russia has repeatedly accused the U.S. of hysteria over the situation in Ukraine and reacted angrily to the U.S. decision to send 3,000 troops to allies in Eastern Europe, saying the move is a destructive step. This comes as NATO officials warn of the ongoing massive Russian buildup on Ukraine's northern border in Belarus, where it's expected to soon reach 30,000 troops.
Over the last days, we have seen a significant movement of Russian military forces into Belarus. This is the biggest Russian deployment there since the Cold War.
Turkish President Erdogan offered to host talks between Moscow and Kyiv.
Turkey is ready to do what it can to end the crisis between two friendly countries, which are also neighbors in Black Sea.
On the streets here, when you talk to people about a Russian invasion, many who are closely connected by generations of family find it hard to imagine.
Our countries are tightly connected. I don't know how they can attack a brother nation.
If the Russians do attack, this tram driver, a veteran, says he will fight.
I think our people have a positive attitude and everyone will fight for their country to defend it.
Despite the threat of war, those trams still run on time. A ride costs about 25 cents. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We are continuing to monitor this breaking situation out of New York. The FDNY responding to a fire and possible house explosion. This taking place in Gravesend, Brooklyn. Firefighters, as you see here, responded to a call at 60th Bay and 35th Street. This happened around 7:12 a.m. There were unconfirmed reports of an explosion. Now, it's still not clear if any other homes were affected or if there are any injuries. We are in touch with our colleagues over at Fox 5 New York. They have a crew headed to the scene, and we will, of course, bring you all the most recent developments as we receive them, raw and unfiltered. For now, let's move right along with other top stories. Again, Fox 13 Tampa bringing us the latest on the ongoing situation between Russia and Ukraine.
Of a fake attack by Ukraine and is planning to use it as a false pretense for going to war. Our political editor Craig Patrick here to catch us up to this and the other developments. And this almost sounds like a little Hollywood far-fetched, but is it, Craig?
It's not far-fetched when you take into account what the narrative in Russia has been, because the Russian government and state-run media in Russia have continued to advance the narrative that what's going on here is that the United States has installed Nazi extremists to run Ukraine in order to threaten or attack Russia with the purposes of trying to make heroes out of the people who supported Hitler. That's their story, and to convince the people of Russia and Russia's allies that that is in fact true, though it's not believable in the United States and elsewhere. U.S. intelligence is warning that the Kremlin is in fact in the midst of putting together a video that depicts a fake attack by Ukraine on Russian interest so that Russia could justify an invasion of Ukraine.
The Russian government, we think, is planning to stage a fake attack. We believe that Russia would produce a very graphic propaganda video, which would include corpses and actors that would be depicting mourners and images of destroyed locations as well as military equipment at the hands of Ukraine or the West.
And the U.S. says that production of a bogus Ukrainian attack on Russia or its allies could be the false pretense for the Russian invasion. Russia continues to move more tanks, troops, missiles, and heavy artillery to its border with Ukraine, while also moving more troops into pro-Russia Belarus to the north and escalating military drills there. Ukraine's capital is within 100 miles of the border with Belarus. And NATO suspects that could be Russia's first point of attack.
Over the last days, we have seen a significant movement of Russian military forces into Belarus. This is the biggest Russian deployment there since the Cold War.
Russia is also amassing forces to the south in Crimea and just off the coast where it could be trying to provoke fire from Ukraine, again to justify invasion.
If Russian ships get too close to the Ukrainian coast, it will be an armed provocation. According to Ukrainian law, we can use weapons.
While the U.S. is not sending combat troops into Ukraine, it is deploying troops through Eastern Europe, which Russia claims is igniting tensions. And with that, we keep escalating up. Of course, the United States' response is that it is Russia that ignited tensions by building up more than 130,000 troops, along with heavy artillery and missiles and tanks and trucks along the border with Ukraine and to the south and to the north as well, effectively surrounding it. But it goes back to Russia's narrative. Keep in mind that within the nation of Russia and its allies, the story being advanced by the propaganda is that it is being threatened by Ukraine, which is where the development of a video, if true, that U.S. intelligence and the Pentagon are warning us about, could in fact come into play.
Wow. Okay, what about this report that there are actually members of the Florida National Guard in Ukraine? Is that true, and why would they be there?
Yes, based out of Pinellas Park, actually. It's a relatively small number, 150 members of the Florida National Guard. Their role at this point is training the Ukrainian military, helping prepare them for a potential invasion. They would not be part of any combat. The plan would be for them to withdraw should there be an invasion. But with that, think of the consequences of a sudden invasion. There could be the possibility of U.S. troops entering to make sure that there's an orderly and safe evacuation. One wrong step could lead to another wrong step, which is one of the reasons why the United States and the rest of our European allies are concerned about how this could continue.
We begin with the raid in Syria, where the leader of ISIS is dead following a U.S. counterterrorism mission. President Biden says it sends a message to terrorists all over the world. Let's bring in Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick now to show us how this raid in the early dawn hours played out, Craig, and what it means in the war on terror.
Well, it's a significant step forward, that's for sure. Keep in mind that we had ISIS on the run for the past couple of years, driving ISIS out of most of Iraq. But we also know that ISIS has been reforming and gaining strength, particularly in Afghanistan with ISIS-K. And with that, the United States has been tracking and closing in on the ISIS leader. And this morning, the mission just paid off. This 45-year-old killer from Iraq went by several names, including Haji Abdullah, as President Biden called him. He took over as the ISIS leader in 2019 and is known for leading a wave of mass murder, torture, and rape, including the genocide of the Yazidi religious minority in Iraq.
Mass slaughters that wiped out entire villages, thousands of women and young girls sold into slavery, rape used as a weapon of war.
The U.S. received a tip leading them to his neighborhood in northeastern Syria several months ago. By December, U.S. intelligence nailed down where he was living in what used to be the third floor of this three-story building. Instead of ordering an airstrike, President Biden ordered a special forces raid to try to minimize casualties.
We went out and saw planes above us. 10 minutes later, we heard screams. Surrender. The house is surrounded.
Some people fled. Haji Abdullah and his family did not.
As our troops approached to capture the terrorists, in a final act of desperate cowardness, he, with no regard to the lives of his own family or others in the building, he chose to blow himself up, not just with the vest, but to blow up that third floor, rather than face justice for the crimes he has committed, taking several members of his family with him, just as his predecessor did.
With ISIS gaining strength in Afghanistan and beyond, this raid is drawing praise from across the aisle.
First of all, I think the president made the right decision to make this call, and it's important to remember that these weren't robots that went in and did this. These were Americans, and their families are here in the United States, and we want to thank them for their service to our country. These are dangerous missions.
And the president said this should put other terrorists on notice.
This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide anywhere in the world.
Now, prior to the explosion ignited by the ISIS leader, the United States forces were able to get 10 civilians evacuated out of that building. We don't know the exact death toll. We do know from Civil defense in Syria, it's reporting 13 fatalities. The United States says that does not appear to line up with what they saw throughout the course of the raid, but nevertheless, according to a Pentagon statement, to the degree that there's loss of innocent lives, it noted that that would be caused by Abdullah, by the ISIS leader, and his lieutenants.
These raids, Craig, are always precise but always risky. We all remember the images coming out of the raid that took out Osama bin Laden. In this raid, and I believe we lost a helicopter in that raid too. In this raid, we lost a helicopter this morning. What happened there?
Well, it was not fired by the terrorists, though the helicopters did take fire. The reason we lost the helicopter is very similar to the reason why we lost helicopter several years ago in the raid to find and kill bin Laden, and that was it was having a mechanical issue, and with that mechanical issue, they didn't have time to diagnose and deal with it. So that particular helicopter landed away from the target site, and with that, they didn't want to leave it there, of course, for others to find, and so they destroyed it, just as we did several years ago in the bin Laden raid.
Yeah, 24 commandos, I believe, involved in this operation, still had enough air power there to get them all out of there in spite of losing that helicopter. Remarkable work by our brave American forces once again. Sure. Thank you, Craig. We begin with the raid in Syria, where the leader of ISIS is dead.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 13 Tampa for that report. Going to take a 2-minute commercial break here at Live Now from Fox, but first, we cannot fail to mention that February is, of course, Black History Month. And we are doing our part here at Live Now from Fox to honor today's struggle and tomorrow's hope for communities of color. Every Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will have a special dedicated to Black History Month, varying in topics each and every weekend. So make sure that you all are tuning in. And again, we'll have more nonstop news right after this. Welcome back. The number of blood donations are down, and blood donations in general are at a critical level nationwide. Fox 11 Los Angeles is speaking to an expert about the need for donations, and they're also catching up with 2 longtime donors from the Red Cross.
Experiencing its worst shortage in more than a decade. One LA hospital actually forced to temporarily close its trauma center last month because it simply ran out of blood supplies. The number of blood donors nationwide has dropped something like 10% since the beginning of the pandemic. High school and college students typically account for a quarter of blood donations, but of course many school drives have had to be canceled because of the pandemic. There are also fewer workplace drives as more people are working remotely from home, and COVID precautions restrict the size of public events. Well, let's talk about the need for donations with longtime blood donors to the Red Cross. Steve and Barbara Hoffbauer. By the way, you might know Steve as the mayor of Palmdale. Mr. Mayor, Barbara, what a delight to meet you both.
Morning. Good morning. Thanks for having us here, and thanks for letting us help make the pitch here for the Red Cross. That's really important.
It really is important. And Barbara, I know it's been important for you, both of you public servants in each of your own ways. What was it about donating that made you not just start doing it, but stick with it all these years?
You know, I don't know if it was in high school that I started or when I got my job with LA County, because they are a longtime supporter of the Red Cross. And I was able to donate through the drives that we had at our offices at all times. So I did that. I did take a short time off when I had some surgery on my knees. And then I came back and it's like, I'm good. It's something easy that I can do. And it's something that I feel a lot of people can do if they give it a shot. Some people don't. But, you know, it's simple. And right now with the Red Cross app, I actually love watching the journey that my blood.
It is kind of cool, isn't it?
Where it ends up.
And, you know, I was a paramedic at the fire department. And I did 32 years there and then 7 years on the ambulance service. I could see on a daily basis where that need was. And if they're down to what, a 1 day supply right now? Mm-hmm. A normal low level for them, I think, is 5 days.
Yeah.
This is so critically important for people. I wasn't able to donate because of some medical problems for quite a while. They finally cleared me when I was at a donation with my wife. And so you got that one picture there where it isn't as bad as it looked in that picture that you had. But you know what? It's not tough. It's not tough at all. These people are really good about the way they do it. And yeah, there's Barbara. I think she was hitting about 9 gallons in that picture. And I had accompanied her, and there I was. And next thing I know, I got got a needle in my arm.
And next thing you go. Well, we have to just shout out Barbara because you've recently reached the 70 unit mark. Heroic efforts on your part, Barbara. Steve, as a paramedic, you know well that there are so many reasons why people need blood, and it's urgent for them. Maybe remind people of that.
So it's not just the issue of you got crunched in a car wreck or something like that. There's a lot of other medical problems where people need blood and blood products, and they can't take care of these chronic illnesses and things like that unless they have a good supply of blood. You know, the city is supporting the blood donation month. We had a proclamation at our recent meeting, and again, I would see it on a daily basis, not just from the trauma type of incidents, but there's also on the whole medical side.
Absolutely.
So it's not hard.
No.
You're literally, it's the gift of life, and your body's going to take care of you, and it's going to be back in no time at all.
It is a renewable resource, isn't it? Isn't that the best thing? We just have to just laud the two of you. Thank you so much for your service to humanity by doing this for so many years as a couple, as a family, and let's be honest, as a mayor, too. You're setting a brilliant example. Mayor Steve Hoffbauer and Barbara Hoffbauer, thank you so much for all you do, and please consider giving of your blood as well. FoxLA.com/links. It'll link you to the Red Cross. Nice and easy, and the app makes it a breeze. You two take care, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
We want to do what we can to help curb that national blood shortage that we're seeing. All right, in other news, a woman in Central Florida was scammed out of thousands of dollars, and now she's warning others. Here's that story from Fox 13 Tampa.
It feels like there are new scams every day, and that is exactly what this latest one capitalizes on. Thieves are using that fear you've been scammed to scam you using the popular app Zelle. Sound complicated? Well, here's our consumer reporter, Sabani Banerjee, to explain. So how does this all work, Sabani?
Right, a scam about a scam. You get a call saying you've been scammed when really you're about to be. The victim is asked by the phony bank rep to provide the credentials for his or her Zelle account and prevent an unauthorized transfer. Once the victim does that, the money is taken out of their bank account. Here's an example.
I haven't been able to eat. I haven't been able to sleep. Are they nearby or are they overseas?
This victim does not want to be identified. You can tell she's still so worried about the people who scammed her. It started with this text message that purported to be from her bank, Wells Fargo. It said there was an attempted Zelle transaction of $3,500. Reply yes or no if this was you. She said no. Moments later, her phone rang. The man said he was with Wells Fargo and that someone was trying to take that money from her via Zelle. Luckily, they caught it in time, and there was a simple solution. Now, he didn't ask her to click a link or give a bank account number. He said, just go into your Zelle account, make sure the money's already been extracted, and have it sent back to you. He said to send the $3,500 via Zelle back to herself to reverse the transaction.
So did at any point she ask, how do I know you're from Wells Fargo? Show me some proof?
Yeah, and that's the clincher here. She says he was able to tell her the exact amount of a recent bank transfer.
Wow.
So this is what we talk about when we discuss, okay, how important is it to protect your info after, a big data breach? Scammers access bank accounts from info that they buy, that they find on the dark web that gets aggregated through those data breaches. Law enforcement says they see cases similar to this daily. There have been similar Zelle scams reported all across the country. And here's the salt of the wound. Okay, a Zelle transaction is authorized under the law. You authorized it, right? So Wells Fargo, other banks, they don't necessarily have to return the money legally. Wells Fargo has said that they're at least warning their customers about this scam because it's so common. So yeah, Zelle is fast, it's convenient, but that can also be its weakness. Venmo is primarily its rival, and they don't have direct access to your bank like Zelle does. Once you authorize a transaction with Zelle, money moves fast. It can be gone. So, I guess the takeaway here is you ever get a text warning about a scam, call your bank directly and verify it.
Yeah,
Always
take the
call
time.
back.
Take the time to do that. Good advice. All right, thanks, Sabani.
All right, staying in the Central Florida area, a massive winter storm is causing flight cancellations and delays at the Orlando International Airport. Joining us now live is Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Mato. Nestor, good morning. I see there's a few people behind you walking to catch their flights in the airport, but what are the latest numbers looking like?
Right, so even though the rest of the country is really getting hit by the snowy weather, it's causing a freeze here in Central Florida, a flight freeze, because several planes aren't taking off. And I'll show you the board right behind me. We see lots of red flashing up there. We know FlightAware tells us, at least here locally at Orlando International, 85 flights have already been canceled today, and it's only 8:40 in the morning. So as the day goes on, we do expect those numbers to get even worse. JetBlue, Frontier, and Orlando International's busiest carrier, which is Southwest, they're seeing the most cancellations here. And nationwide, FlightAware says that more than 2,600 flights have already been canceled today. And yesterday they reported nearly 5,000 scrapped flights. So as you can imagine, this is the weekend. Lots of people have plans and they might get canceled. And as more and more airports actually get affected by this winter weather, we can see more cancellations and delays. And of course, the ones who have already been hit, well, they're trying to play catch up. Yesterday we were out here early in the morning as well, and we reported that there was 107 cancellations here at Orlando International. But by the time the day ended, that number went up to 147 cancellations. So as you can imagine, we are expecting more cancellations to pop up, not only here, but across the country.
All right, Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Mato, thank you so much for joining. All right, guys, staying on this topic, one U.S. airline says that you got to drop some weight from your checked bags. Fox 13 Tampa team's checking out the new fees associated to checked baggage and how you could possibly get around them.
Flying Frontier Airlines better lose 10 pounds from your checked bag, that is. Consumer reporter Sabani Banerjee is here with those changes to those luggage fees. Ugh, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you know how we've been talking about shrinkflation overall when you pay the same price for a product, but there's just less of it? That concept is kind of being applied to your luggage now. Same price for a lower weight. Frontier, the Denver-based budget carrier, they're not raising their checked baggage fees. They're actually just lowering the weight limit for the bags to 40 pounds from 50. So that means overweight bag fees kick in at 41 pounds instead of 51 pounds. The overweight bag fees are in addition to the fee to check the bags. They'll be $50 for bags between 41 pounds and 50 pounds, and then $100 for bags weighing 51 pounds up to 100 pounds. These changes take effect March 1st for tickets purchased on or after January 18th. So if that's you, yeah, go check Frontier's website and make sure you know what to expect.
Okay. So do you really save money then on a budget airline?
I mean, you can. It depends where you're going, right? But this is just one of those reminders. You have to read the fine print and really crunch the numbers because, yeah, the ticket might cost less, but what's the overall? And how do we avoid paying those fees in the first place? Let's talk about some ideas here. You can open the right credit card. Soon after airlines started charging for checked bags, credit card issuers started revamping the benefits of airline co-branded cards to include a free checked bag for the cardholder, and in some cases, your travel companion too. Also, if you fly a lot, take the time to sign up for Airline Elite status. You can earn rewards for being a loyal flyer with unique perks, things like early boarding, preferential access to better seats, even free upgrades, airport lounge access, and of course, more generous checked bag allowances. Obviously, a way to guarantee you don't have to pay extra is book a ticket in first or business class, but that's going to cost you more. In the majority of those cases, though, you'll be allowed to check 1 or 2 bags for free when you book a ticket in a premium cabin. But guys, there's always Southwest, right? That's their whole thing. They always offer the 2 free checked bags. And an easy way to save money is, you know what? Don't check them. Pack light. Carry on if you can do it. Right, Linda?
Pack light.
Yeah.
How many times have I heard that? All right. Thanks, Bonnie. Flying Frontier.
8:49. Again, a huge thank you to not only Fox 13 Tampa, but all of our news partners across the country, helping us to stay on top of major news headlines. 8:50 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more news right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Slowly approaching the 9 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. Let's take a look back as President Biden speaks on the U.S. Special Operations Mission that conducted a helicopter raid in a hideout in Syria as a result of President Biden himself saying that the ISIS leader is now dead and the world is a safer place. Let's go ahead and listen into this full announcement.
Targeting Americans, our allies and our partners, and countless civilians in the Middle East, Africa, and in South Asia. Haji Abdullah oversaw the spread of ISIS-affiliated terrorist groups around the world after savaging communities and murdering innocents. He was responsible for the recent brutal attack on a prison in northeast Syria holding ISIS fighters, which was swiftly addressed by our brave partners in the Syrian Democratic Forces. He was the driving force behind the genocide of the Yazidi people in northwestern Iraq in 2014. We all remember the gut-wrenching stories, mass slaughters that wiped out entire villages, thousands of women and young girls sold into slavery, rape used as a weapon of war. And thanks to the bravery of our troops, this horrible terrorist leader is no more. Our forces carried out the operation with their signature preparation and precision, and I directed the Department of Defense to take every precaution possible to minimize civilian casualties. Knowing that this terrorist had chosen to surround himself with families, including children, we made a choice to pursue a special forces raid at a much greater risk than to our own people, rather than targeting him with an airstrike. We made this choice to minimize civilian casualties. Our team is still compiling the report, but we do know that as our troops approach to capture the terrorist, in a final act of desperate cowardness, he, with no regard to the lives of his own family or others in the building, he chose to blow himself up, not just to the vest, but to blow up that third floor, rather than face justice for the crimes he has committed, taking several members of his family with him, just as his predecessor did. I'm grateful for the immense courage and skill and determination of our U.S. forces, who skillfully executed this incredibly challenging mission. The members of our military are the solid steel backbone of this nation, ready to fly into danger at a moment's notice to keep our country and the American people safe, as well as our allies. And I'm also grateful to the families of our service members. You served right alongside these soldiers and sailors, Marines, Special Forces, the loved ones, giving them the strength and support they need to do what they do. To our service members and their families, we're forever grateful for what you do for us, and we owe you a debt. Thank you. We're also aided by the essential partnership of the Syrian Democratic Forces. I want to commend our dedicated intelligence community, the Department of Defense, and members of our national security team throughout the government, whose meticulous and tireless work over the course of many months ensured that this mission succeeded. This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide anywhere in the world. I'm determined to protect the American people from terrorist threats, and I'll take decisive action to protect this country. And we'll continue working with our close allies and partners, the Syrian Democratic Forces, the Iraqi security forces, including the Kurdish Peshmerga, and more than 80 members of the global coalition to keep pressure on ISIS to protect our homeland. We remain vigilant. We remain prepared. Last night's operation took a major terrorist leader off the battlefield, and it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you. Once again, today, we continue our unceasing effort to keep the American people safe and to strengthen the security of our allies and partners around the world. I want to thank you all, and may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. I'm heading off to New York right now. I'm late, and I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, aside from ISIS being eliminated, sir, how many U.S. troops were involved, sir? Mr. President.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking a look at our X-Rad weather radar, continuing to follow this winter snowstorm that is impacting many states, including Illinois. Let's go out to Chicago, where Fox Weather's Max Gordon is joining us now live. Good morning, Max.
Hey, good morning and welcome to a very chilly, snowy Chicago. Right now I'm standing in Grant Park next to the famous Buckingham Fountain that, well, it isn't running right now because temperatures right now in Chicago, they are in the teens, about 18 degrees right now. Behind me, Lake Michigan, all frozen up with ice. Now this all comes as Chicago and the Midwest in general is digging out after this massive snowstorm that walloped the area for the past 2 days. The Chicagoland area, in some areas, got about a foot of snow, but it's very interesting to look at sort of the gradient of different snowfall totals. Here in downtown Chicago, areas got about a foot of snowfall, but up north, only a few inches of snow. Down south, a whole lot more. Some places got 14 inches, even more than that in some areas. So what is normal for Chicago for this time of year as far as snowfall is concerned? I looked up some stats. So the Chicago normal, now the National Weather Service defines normal as the period between 1991 to 2020, the average, the snowfall for every single day. So the average snowfall for this day, February 4th, is 21.9 inches. Where are we sitting right now? Well, according to the National Weather Service, which takes their measurements at their offices here in Chicago, we're sitting at 21.4 inches. So just a little bit under normal right now. Now, the snowiest winter for Chicago, that was the winter of 1978 to 1979. Get this, they got 89.7 inches of snow in that year. The least snowy winter for Chicago, 1920 to 1921, with only 9.8 inches of snow. So we're already double that right now. Well, it looks like we've got a beautiful weekend in store for the Chicago area. If you like the cold, it's going to be very chilly, never getting above the freezing mark, but no more snow in the forecast. It's going to be a little bit cloudy, and tomorrow we're going to see a little bit of some peaks of sunshine. Back to you in the studio.
So Max, before I let you go, people in the Chicago area are used to this weather, right? I see a few motorists behind you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's plenty of motorists behind us. I mean, it's a Friday. People got to get to work.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, we've seen some people out and about. We've seen folks jogging, people taking their strolls through the park. It's gorgeous. Yeah, you know, as they always say, there's no such thing as bad weather or too cold of weather. There's just bad clothing, and people here like to bundle up and get outside.
Layer up. All right, Fox Weather's Max Gordon, thank you so much.
Hey, thank you.
All right, 9:05 a.m. here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be with you for the next hour or so before we pass things along to our Phoenix team, and they will continue to bring you nonstop news coverage well until tonight. So make sure that you stay tuned into our programming. I do want to bring you all this Live Now look, as we like to call it, from New York, New York. It looks as though we may be getting a few live images from the scene of that house explosion that we first reported to you all about 1 hour ago. Now, if you are just now joining us, we're looking live from Graves in Brooklyn. At least 2 houses have been destroyed in a house fire, and a possible explosion is firefighters here.
All right, you guys get up there.
Situation from our news colleagues over at Fox 13 Tampa.
U.S. intelligence now saying that Russia is producing a video of a fake attack by Ukraine and is planning to use it as a false pretense for going to war. Our political editor Craig Patrick here to catch us up to this and the other developments. And this almost sounds like a little Hollywood far-fetched, but is it, Craig?
It's not far-fetched when you take into account what the narrative in Russia has been, because the Russian government and state-run media in Russia have continued to advance the narrative that what's going on here is that the United States has installed Nazi extremists to run Ukraine in order to threaten or attack Russia with the purposes of trying to make heroes out of the people who supported Hitler. That's their story, and to convince the people of Russia and Russia's allies that that is in fact true, though it's not believable in the United States and elsewhere. U.S. intelligence is warning that the Kremlin is in fact in the midst of putting together a video that depicts a fake attack by Ukraine on Russian interest so that Russia could justify an invasion of Ukraine.
The Russian government, we think, is planning to stage a fake attack. We believe that Russia would produce a very graphic propaganda video, which would include corpses and actors that would be depicting mourners and images of destroyed locations, as well as military equipment at the hands of Ukraine or the West.
And the U.S. says that production of a bogus Ukrainian attack on Russia or its allies could be the false pretense for the Russian invasion. Russia continues to move more tanks, troops, missiles, and heavy artillery to its border with Ukraine, while also moving more troops into pro-Russia Belarus to the north and escalating military drills there. Ukraine's capital is within 100 miles of the border with Belarus, and NATO suspects that could be Russia's first point of attack.
Over the last days, we have seen a significant movement of Russian military forces into Belarus. This is the biggest Russian deployment there since the Cold War.
Russia is also amassing forces to the south in Crimea and just off the coast, where it could be trying to provoke fire from Ukraine, again to justify invasion.
If Russian ships get too close to the Ukrainian coast, it will be an armed provocation. According to Ukrainian law, we can use weapons.
While the U.S. is not sending combat troops into Ukraine, it is deploying troops through Eastern Europe, which Russia claims is igniting tensions. And with that, we keep escalating up. Of course, the United States response is that it is Russia that ignited tensions by building up more than 130,000 troops, along with heavy artillery and missiles and tanks and trucks along the border with Ukraine and to the south and to the north as well, effectively surrounding it. But it goes back to Russia's narrative. Keep in mind that within the nation of Russia and its allies, the story being advanced by the propaganda is that it is being threatened by Ukraine, which is where the development of a video, if true, that U.S. intelligence and the Pentagon are warning us about, could in fact come into play.
Wow. Okay, what about this report that there are actually members of the Florida National Guard in Ukraine? Is that true, and why would they be there?
Yes, based out of Pinellas Park, actually. It's a relatively small number, 150 members of the Florida National Guard. Their role at this point is training the Ukrainian military, helping prepare them for a potential invasion. They would not be part of any combat. The plan would be for them to withdraw should there be an invasion. But with that, think of the consequences of a sudden invasion. There could be the possibility of U.S. troops entering to make sure that there's an orderly and safe evacuation. One wrong step could lead to another wrong step, which is one of the reasons why the United States and the rest of our European allies are concerned about how this could continue to blow up.
No kidding. I mean, just, you know, they could get caught up in something just like that. That's pretty scary to think about. Yeah. Thank you, Craig.
We begin with the raid in Syria, where the leader of ISIS is dead following a U.S. counterterrorism mission. President Biden says it sends a message to terrorists all over the world. Let's bring in Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick now to show us how this raid in the early dawn hours played out, Craig, and what it means in the war on terror.
Well, it's a significant step forward, that's for sure. Keep in mind that we had ISIS on the run for the past couple of years, driving ISIS out of most of Iraq. But we also know that ISIS has been reforming and gaining strength, particularly in Afghanistan with ISIS-K. And with that, the United States has been tracking and closing in on the ISIS leader. And this morning, the mission just paid off. This 45-year-old killer from Iraq went by several names, including Haji Abdullah, as President Biden called him. He took over as the ISIS leader in 2019 and is known for leading a wave of mass murder, torture, and rape, including the genocide of the Yazidi religious minority in Iraq.
Mass slaughters that wiped out entire villages, thousands of women and young girls sold into slavery, rape used as a weapon of war.
The U.S. received a tip leading them to his neighborhood in northeastern Syria several months ago. By December, U.S. intelligence nailed down where he was living in what used to be the third floor of this three-story building. Instead of ordering an airstrike, President Biden ordered a special forces raid to try to minimize casualties.
We went out and saw planes above us. 10 minutes later, we heard screams. Surrender. The house is surrounded.
Some people fled. Haji Abdullah and his family did not.
As our troops approached to capture the terrorist, in a final act of desperate cowardness, he, with no regard to the lives of his own family or others in the building, he chose to blow himself up, not just to the vest, but to blow up that third floor, rather than face justice for the crimes he has committed, taking several members of his family with him, just as his predecessor did.
With ISIS gaining strength in Afghanistan and beyond, this raid is drawing praise from across the aisle.
First of all, I think the president made the right decision to make this call, and it's important to remember that these weren't robots that went in and did this. These were Americans, and their families are here in the United States, and we want to thank them for their service to our country. These are dangerous missions.
And the president said this should put other terrorists on notice.
This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide anywhere in the world.
Now, prior to the explosion ignited by the ISIS leader, the United States forces were able to get 10 civilians evacuated out of that building. We don't know the exact death toll. We do know from Civil Defense in Syria, it's reporting 13 fatalities. The United States says that does not appear to line up with what they saw throughout the course of the raid, but nevertheless, according to a Pentagon statement, to the degree that there's loss of innocent lives, it noted that that would be caused by Abdullah, by the ISIS leader, and his lieutenants.
These raids, Craig, are always precise but always risky. We all remember the images coming out of the raid that took out Osama bin Laden. In this raid, and yes, I believe we lost a helicopter in that raid too. In this raid, we lost a helicopter this morning. What happened there?
Well, it was not fire by the terrorists, though the helicopters did take fire. The reason we lost the helicopter is very similar to the reason why we lost helicopter several years ago in the raid to find and kill bin Laden, and that was it was having a mechanical issue, and with that mechanical issue, they didn't have time to diagnose and deal with it. So that particular helicopter landed away from the target site, and with that, they didn't want to leave it there, of course, for others to find, and so they destroyed it, just as we did several years ago in the bin Laden raid.
Yeah, 24 commandos, I believe, involved in this operation, still had enough.
All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. So let's head out live to Minneapolis, Minnesota. There, Bill Keller is joining us for an update on a story that we've been following. The Minneapolis mayor has released officially body camera video after police shot and killed Amir Locke. Now, this story is ushering in a lot of national attention. So let's get a recap from Fox 9's Bill Keller. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning. Yeah, in fact, Minneapolis police releasing that body camera footage late yesterday. They did it in the name of transparency. It seems to be now raising more questions than it hoped to answer. In fact, it really contradicts some of the MPD's initial details of that deadly incident. We'll let you take a look at it. It's not very long, but we didn't need to warn you that the video is graphic.
All right, Bill, so it looks like this video is showing the SWAT team opening up the door and then identifying themselves and then encountering what we appear to see as 22-year-old Amir Locke, who was under that blanket, correct?
Correct. Yeah, within seconds, of course, Minneapolis police recognize that he is holding a gun in his hand. He is shot and killed. The video does show that he has a weapon there. They were executing a search warrant that was related to a murder investigation for neighboring St. Paul, but Locke, by the way, not named in that search warrant. And so right now it's still unclear if he was actually a suspect in this case. There were also questions about whether police announced their presence before crossing the threshold into that apartment. You see police, the video begins where they unlock the door. They announce that this is police, that this is a search warrant. Yesterday, the day before, they told us that they had knocked on the door repeatedly, announced themselves on the outside. This is believed to be a no-knock warrant, which the city was trying to get away from. But then during the news conference yesterday, the co-chair of the mayor's working group on public safety, she interrupted. She is a local activist who has been working very closely with the city. She says she wants no part of this if this is the way things are going to continue to be with the city. In fact, she is now accusing the police department of a cover-up. And shortly after that interruption, then the mayor and the acting police chief, well, they cut the press conference short, so we did not get a lot of questions answered. They walked out after only answering maybe a handful of reporter questions. And then, of course, now you've got attorney Ben Crump, who is representing the Locke family. They're actually going to have a press conference later this morning. I suspect you'll probably be tuning into that. That's 11 o'clock Eastern. They're going to be in town and with a protest caravan also expected sometime this afternoon.
All right, Bill, thank you so much for this update.
You bet.
And it looks like we also have some sound from police following that press conference that Bill was just explaining. Let's go ahead and listen in.
They loudly and repeatedly announced police search warrant before they crossed the threshold into the apartment.
The interim Minneapolis police chief has said it was 9 seconds. SWAT team members using a key fob to enter Unit 701 inside the Bolero Flats apartment tower in downtown Minneapolis before 7 a.m. on Wednesday. 9 seconds. Officer Mark Hanneman opened fire. Amir Locke, we're told armed with this loaded handgun, dead. Questions a day later continuing to swirl around what has been described as a high-risk, no-knock warrant executed in connection to an open St. Paul homicide investigation. And whether or not Locke was in fact the man law enforcement was looking for.
It's very frustrating and upsetting to see the Minneapolis Police Department continue with business as usual. Are any of us surprised? No. No, we're not surprised that the culture within the Minneapolis Police Department has not changed.
Activists gathered outside the apartment complex hours later claimed Locke had a concealed carry permit and demanded the immediate release of body camera footage. MPD has said that the 22-year-old Locke had the firearm, quote, pointed in the direction of officers.
We have to make a split-second decision at a rapidly evolving dynamic situation.
Drew Moldenauer has 15 years of law enforcement experience and is now running his own security and training company.
Usually SWAT teams are the ones that serve on the no-knock warrants. Usually that is to preserve evidence, or if there's some kind of information that weapons were involved, some kind of high level of risk involved in that, that's usually when there is a no-knock warrant.
As for Amir Locke, not a lot known about the 22-year-old. State records show he had a recent address down in Dallas, Texas. His family has not spoken out publicly at this point, though we do know they will be represented civilly by attorneys Ben Crump and Jeff Storms, of course, the same legal team that represented the family of George Floyd. Reporting in downtown Minneapolis, Paul Bloom, Fox.
Moving on with other top stories this morning. The Pentagon says Russia has been plotting a false attack that would depict the Ukraine government as assaulting Russian territory. Let's go ahead and listen into the full announcement from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, who says that the Defense Department has information verifying the formation of a fake attack, saying that, quote, the highest level of Kremlin has approved this operation.
Day-to-day operations of ISIS, and certainly keenly interested in restoring the lethality and the higher op tempo that ISIS had once enjoyed. So his death, we believe, dealt a significant blow to ISIS. You've already heard from the president this morning, and I think you've probably seen a statement that Secretary Austin put out joining the president in commending the professionalism and the skill, the readiness exhibited by our forces in this operation, particularly with the extensive regard towards safeguarding innocent life that we knew was located there at the target's location. And while the cowardly actions of Haji Abdullah and a small number of his followers resulted in the tragic death of at least 3 innocent civilians, the calculated efforts of our forces succeeded in protecting more than 10 women, children, and babies. These efforts included a deliberate decision by the president to execute a raid on the location as opposed to an airstrike, despite the additional risk that decision put on our forces. And as I think you've probably seen, in addition to all that, as they got to the site, they called out to everyone in the building, giving them an opportunity to leave peacefully, quietly, and for Abdullah to surrender himself. Of course, he chose a different route. While there were no U.S. casualties, one of our helicopters did suffer a mechanical failure early on in the infiltration phase of the operation. The helicopter was able to depart the target location and land at another location further away, off-site. But ultimately, it was determined that further use of the helicopter was not practical and, in fact, could be dangerous. And so General McKenzie made the decision that the helicopter should be abandoned and detonated so it could be destroyed in place. So moving forward, I'm sure you've got lots of questions. I'll do the best I can to answer them. I want to remind that this is an operation that is not yet 24 hours old. So while we will provide as much context as we can to you, I suspect, as you all have covered these kinds of things before, that we will continue to learn more information as time goes on. We are still reviewing the results of this operation. We are still going through the after-action process that we always do. We'll do the best we can to provide you as much context. I also would add, and I'm saying this as a bit of a disclaimer here before we begin taking questions, that there are still operational security matters that we're just not going to be able to speak to. We obviously take these kinds of missions very seriously. We obviously want to be able to continue to conduct these kinds of operations because ISIS remains a threat. So there's going to be some information that you will want to know that we are simply not going to be able to provide so that we can preserve our flexibility to conduct these sorts of operations going forward. With that, Bob.
Hey, John, thank you. A couple questions on the civilians. If I heard you, did I hear you correctly that you said you verified 3 civilians were killed? And also, could you elaborate on, perhaps explain a little further what Secretary Austin meant in his written statement about looking into the possibility that U.S. actions may have resulted in harm to civilians. What exactly is he referring to there?
So we know that that when Abdullah detonated an explosive device, which obviously killed him, we know that there were 3 people on that 3rd floor with him that were also killed. His wife and 2 children. So that's what I'm talking about when I talk about the 3. We also know, as I said, that we were able to safely evacuate 10 individuals, 6 from the 1st floor, an adult male, an adult female, and 4 children, and then 4 children from the 2nd floor, which our forces were able to safely get out of the building. On that 2nd floor, where one of Abdullah's lieutenants engaged our forces, actually one of his lieutenants and the lieutenant's wife firing back at our forces. They were killed, and it appears as if a child was also killed on that 2nd floor. And as for your second question, I mean, we're always mindful of the potential for civilian harm or harm to innocent life. And while the strong indications are here is that the lives taken in this operation, the lives of innocents taken in this operation, were caused by Abdullah and his decision to blow himself up and everybody else with him on that 3rd floor, as well as the resistance of his lieutenant on the 2nd floor. We're willing to take a look, to just examine and make sure that there wasn't any action that we might have taken that could have also caused harm to innocents.
You mean indirectly, or do you mean directly?
In any way. I think we're just going to take a look and see. But right now, the strong indications are that to the degree there's loss of innocent life, it's loss caused by Mr. Abdullah and his lieutenant.
You're quite confident on the 3, that's only 3 people that were...
That's what we have right now, Bob. I'm going to give you what I can right now, and I think you know that information can change over time. That's what we have right now. Yeah, Pierre.
Additional information on the team that executed the operation?
I'm sorry?
Any additional information about the team that executed the operation?
No, I don't have any more information about the team that executed the operation.
Any more details about what kind of support or cooperation that the SDF provided to the operation?
The SDF were helpful in enabling our ability to conduct this operation, but I'm not going to go into more detail about what that assistance looked like. I will remind Pierre that this was a U.S. operation conducted by U.S. forces only. Jen.
John, will anyone get a reward for justice reward for this tip, and how long have you had this intelligence? Also, you referred to the 3 innocent civilians, but would the wife of Haji Abdullah be considered an innocent civilian?
You know, I think I'm just going to leave it the way I characterized it, Jen. And again, we're going to continue to review and look at this. I think I'm just going to leave it the way I described it. And as for the reward, I don't have any updates on that. Yet there was a $10 million reward on his head, but I don't have any updates on whether that award can or will be claimed. And then on the intelligence, I would just tell you that this operation was literally months in the planning. And of course, a strong basis for being able to conduct an operation like this is valuable intelligence that comes from multiple streams. And again, without getting into more detail than that, there was, as obviously because of the success of the operation, I mean, the intelligence was a mosaic that allowed us the level of awareness and fidelity of information to be able to conduct this in the way we did.
Was he responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing?
I don't have a direct connection to speak to in terms of that. However, he was the leader of ISIS. and it was an ISIS-K attack. But what we do know is he was a hands-on kind of leader. We know that that he certainly had knowledge of and was at least maintaining a level of situational awareness during the Hasaka prison break last week. We know that he was directly involved in the massacre and the rape of innocent Yazidis back in 2014. This is a man that we should all be happy is no longer walking on the face of the earth. Cord.
I got a bunch. Did you get DNA of him and have positive DNA? Is that how you were able to identify? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Can you, if you got a bunch, let's take
okay.
one at a time.
Great.
All right. We were able to identify his body through fingerprints and DNA analysis.
On site?
On site.
Okay. Can you
Well,
explain?
the fingerprints were on site. It took a little bit longer to get the DNA analysis, so it was a combination.
Can you give us a little more detail about this firefight that occurred sort of towards the end of the 2-hour time frame that they were on the ground there? Some locals or something? What was that? And a couple people were killed?
Yeah, towards the end of the operation, there was a small group of individuals approaching the compound. They were appropriately deemed as hostile, and they were engaged. They were engaged, and we know that in that engagement, 2 of them were killed, and that resulted in the end of that hostile activity. The remaining individuals left the site.
Were they engaged on the ground or by the air?
I don't know exactly. I know that at least some engagement came from the air, but I can't be sure that there wasn't some engagement from the ground.
Can you say, do you know who the lieutenant was? You mentioned he and his wife were killed. I mean, was this someone relatively senior?
It was a senior lieutenant of Abdullah. I don't have the name. You could say it was a deputy.
And then, was this mission a kill or capture mission? Was there ever an effort to try to take him alive?
Without getting into the specifics of the orders, this was a raid against Abdullah, and again, he decided to kill himself and others before coming into direct contact with the assault force. He did not fight back. The objective was to finish his leadership of ISIS, and that was achieved.
And then finally, the question I'm sure all of us are wondering, was there a dog involved? What was its name? And do you have a photo?
I do not know. I do not know, and I do not know.
Can you take that question?
I'll take all 3.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Louis.
John, why did the mission take 2 hours? What was the process? I mean, was there a calculated process to get civilians out of this building? Was that a part of the delay? Because it sounds like 2 hours on the ground is quite a long time for one of these kind of missions. So
it's a great question, Louis. First of all, the plan was to have them there for 2 hours. From the get-go, the plan was for 2 hours on site. And it speaks to the level of care that U.S. Special Operations Forces used in this mission, which was designed to preserve innocent life. To go to the site as they did, first of all, it was securing and isolating the site. Then it was to get innocents and, quite frankly, to encourage Mr. Abdullah to leave the site. And that's why they used a bullhorn and made several call-outs, beseeching everybody in that building to leave. And that takes some time, too. You want to make sure you make a good faith effort to do that, and we did. They were engaged. There was an explosion on the 3rd floor and engagement, gunfire from the building, and then they went in. And obviously, you want to process the site as best you can, get as much information as you can. And of course, in this regard, because he chose to end his life the way he did, to be able to identify and then safely leave the site. So honestly, from soup to nuts, the original plan was to have them there for 2 hours, and they were there for just about exactly 2 hours.
I think the characterization has been by other officials that that he detonated this explosive very early on after the arrival of troops. I mean, do you have a notion of how quickly he did that, or was this a long, drawn-out process?
Yeah, I don't have the exact minute-by-minute tick-tock, but that characterization, as I understand it, is accurate. It wasn't long after they isolated and secured the site and began the call-outs that there was a large explosion on the third floor, which turned out to have, of course, been Abdullah killing himself and the family members that were with him on the third floor, and putting at significant risk everybody else in that building.
Can I have one more, please? The Kabul air drone strike and the repercussions that have happened since then. We saw the Secretary issue his guidance recently. Did that factor in at all into the notion of that we're going to go in with ground troops in a raid as opposed to a drone strike?
What factored into that decision, Louis, was our long-standing practice of trying to minimize civilian harm. Not what happened on the 29th of August or on any other day, but a long-standing desire to minimize civilian harm. And the president made that decision. And it was a significant decision because it involved putting our troops at much greater risk in order to do it this way. But that's in keeping with a long-standing desire by us to try to minimize civilian harm as much as possible. Oren.
Just a follow-up question on civilian casualties. You said there were 3 on the third floor, the wife and 2 kids, but you also said it appears as if a child was also killed on the second floor.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be 4?
Well, I was referring when I was referring to the 3. I was talking about the context of him killing himself.
And then who killed the child on the second floor?
Again, I'm not going to get into blow by blow on every single event here. We are still processing this, Oren. It's not even 24 hours old. We're giving you as much information as we can right now. Information will continue to flow in, and as we can share it with you, we will.
And one follow-up on a different
topic.
topic.
Let it not be forgotten, though, that we also, helped save 10 lives, including 4 kids on that second floor. So 10 people, mostly children, were able to get out of that building safely because of the care that was put into that mission.
One follow-up question. Did any of those who took part in the planning for either the bin Laden raid or the Baghdadi raid take part in the operation or execution of this raid as well?
I don't know. Yeah.
About the children, those who are killed or those who are saved, who are they, do you think? Like, who are the civilians in the building?
Again, I want to be careful here, as we don't have perfect knowledge of every single individual that was killed in this raid. We know Haji Abdullah was killed. We know his lieutenant that was on the second floor was killed. We know that when he blew himself up on the third floor, 3 others went with him. And we know of at least 1 child that was killed on the second floor. But I don't have much more information to give you than that.
And are there any civilians under U.S. custody right now? Where did the saved ones go after the operation?
There's nobody in U.S. custody as a result of this raid.
Just a follow-up on a helicopter. What was the mechanical issue with the helicopter?
I would describe the mechanical issue as a drivetrain issue that rendered it not usable for future flight in the operation.
What, did it get any fire or some damage?
It didn't catch fire. It was a drivetrain issue. It didn't crash. It landed safely at an alternative location. They looked at it to determine whether it could be fixed and continued to be used in the operation, and it was determined that was not possible. So General McKenzie ordered that it be detonated and destroyed on site. All right? I haven't gotten any...
That's a real quick follow-up.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, in addition to the people involved, was there other material like digital media that were recovered that could be useful for...
Without getting into details, Bob, I think you know that it's common practice when we conduct raids of this kind to try to collect information and material that might help us in the continued prosecution of these kinds of operations and operations against ISIS, and I think that's as far as I'll go.
Say yes or no.
I'll just tell you, it's common practice for us to try to examine whether there's usable material that can help us in future operations, and I think I'll leave it at that. Carla Babb.
Hey, thanks, John, for doing this. I have 3 questions just to clear up some things. If those who were saved are not in U.S. custody, where are they? Are they in SDF's custody? Were they left at the scene? Can you clarify that? Clarification number 2, please. When you said the hostiles that were coming at the end, is it safe to assume that these hostile actors had weapons and they were engaged, as you were kind of referring to with Courtney, they were engaged with an airstrike? And then number 3, VOA spoken to the SDF, and they said that the SDF says that U.S. launched the operation from SDF territory. Can you confirm that? And can you confirm that they were helping with the intelligence and the tracking of the ISIS leader? Thanks.
There's nobody in custody, Carla. So there's nobody to tell you that they're in custody. And certainly no U.S. There's nobody in U.S. custody for sure. On the engagement towards the end of the operation, the other 2 that I talked about, there were clear indications that there was hostile intent. I'm not going to get into it more detail than that. Clear indications that there was hostile intent and they were engaged. And their compadres left after that engagement. And then 3 on SDF, we appreciate the support that we got from the SDF. I'll leave it to the SDF to describe it in ways that they deem fit. I'm not going to talk about it in any more detail than that. Okay, Jeff Shogel.
Thank you. Can you say what type of special operations forces were involved in the raid, such as SEALs, Delta, or Rangers?
I'm not going to describe them in any greater specificity than I have. U.S. Special Operations Forces under the control of U.S. Central Command. Tony Capaccio.
Hi, John. Two quick questions. What happened to his body? Was it carried away like what the U.S. did with bin Laden's body, or was it too badly damaged to do anything with? And 2, an administration official told reporters today that this had been planned for a long, long time. The president had been presented in December with a tabletop model of the compound or the building. Why was the raid now versus maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago or even a month ago? Can you give any shed any light on that?
Yeah, his body was left at the site. As for the timing, it is correct. This was a mission long planned, months in the planning, as I mentioned to Jen. But look, you have to build enough context around the individual's pattern of life, and you have to factor in external factors that you don't get to control, like the weather. So lots of things go into making a decision about when you execute a raid of this complexity and this danger. And there were a lot of factors that had to line up to be just right. You have to, make sure that your intelligence is solid and that the individual that you're going after is in fact at the location you believe him to be, and that all the external factors, not just the weather, but the ability to operate at that particular time of day and have enough visibility, all those things factor in. So it was a multiple factors. It all came together such that this was the best window to execute this mission. And I would remind you that it's not like we were just sitting on our hands for those months. I mean, these, as you probably saw in the Secretary's statement, I mean, these Special Operations Forces conducted dozens of rehearsals to make sure that they could get this exactly right. Okay. Mike Brest.
Hi, Mr. Kirby. Thanks for taking my question. I'm hoping you could provide a little insight into where ISIS stands right now, the threat they pose, between the raid at the prison 2 weeks ago and Abdullah's assassination. Where do things stand both in Syria as well as globally?
Well, I tell you what, they're leaderless today, and that's a significant blow. This is not something that we believe ISIS is going to be able to just get over real quickly and real easily. That said, they are not the force that they were in 2014, as we all remember that their growth and rapid acceleration across Iraq and Syria. This is ISIS is not the threat of the same significant nature that they were back then, but they still remain a viable threat, and we've talked about that many times. That this is a group that wants to reconstitute its strength, wants to continue to attack and kill and maim and terrorize, and Haji Abdullah was very much involved in trying to resuscitate the group and to grow their capabilities. They remain, as we've said many times, they remain dangerous. They remain a threat to our national security, to the lives of other innocents. And we're going to, as the Secretary said in his statement today, we're going to stay at it. Travis Tritton.
Hey, John, thanks. A couple quick questions. First, on the efforts to get civilians out of the building, you said that they had called out to them with a bullhorn. Can you say specifically how long they gave civilians to leave the building? And secondly, when we look at photos of the compound and we see the damage to the building, was that primarily from the suicide bomb, or were U.S. munitions used on that building? Thanks.
The damage you see in the picture with the third floor collapsed onto the second, and even more than that, and that was caused by Abdullah igniting an explosive device, which, as I said, killed himself and his family. And as for time, look, Travis, I don't have a minute by minute. There were numerous calls made to encourage everyone in the building to leave. Numerous calls were made. And at some point, not too far into the operation, Abdullah exploded this device, and that precipitated more activity by at least one shooter from the building. That led to U.S. forces going in. And to your point about, how much time do we give people that, I would remind that that U.S. forces actually extricated 4 children from the second floor after they went into the building. So the efforts to save the lives of innocents wasn't just in the opening gambit here with the bullhorn. I mean, it was well into the operation. It was something that was ever present on their minds. Mike Glenn.
Yeah, John, thanks much. Tony answered one question, but do you believe that this raid might have prevented any future specific terrorist mission that they were going to carry out?
You were kind of breaking up, Mike. I think your question was, do we have information that his death has disrupted a specific attack? Is that what you asked?
Yes, that's it. Yes,
I don't have information that suggests that, Mike, but I would remind that this was the leader of ISIS, and he was a very hands-on leader. He was involved in helping direct a lot of operations. So we have no doubt that his death will have a blow on ISIS and their potential to conduct future operations. I do want to remind that they are still a threat, and we're not. Nobody's taken a victory lap here. We're going to stay at this. They still remain a threat. They still espouse this extreme ideology and this intent to kill, to maim, to terrorize, and so we're going to stay focused on it. Dan Lamoth.
Thanks for your time. Hoping maybe we can draw you out and flesh out some details on some of these tabletop exercises. It sounds like they went back at least as far as December, involving senior commanders and that sort of thing. Can you lay out a bit of what this looked like in terms of how far back it goes, who would involve, that kind of thing? Thank you.
Yeah, Dan, I'm not going to be able to go into more detail than I already have. Again, this was months in the planning, several months in the planning. It included actual physical rehearsals, as I said, dozens by the Special Operations Forces, as well as, you can imagine, some tabletop planning as well. But I don't have a tick-tock of exactly how all that process worked out. It was extensively planned, extensively resourced, and quite frankly, extensively informed over the course of several months. Jen?
John, if I could take you to Russia, Ukraine. There's a report that the U.S. has evidence that Russia has developed a plan approved at the highest levels in Moscow to create a pretext for invading Ukraine by falsely pinning the attack on Ukrainian forces. That could involve alleged casualties in eastern Ukraine, but also inside Russia. It's being reported by the Washington Post. Is that report accurate? Has that intelligence been declassified, and what can you tell us?
What I can tell you is, first of all, we've discussed this idea of false flags by the Russians before. We've made no secret of that. And we do have information that it is that the Russians are likely to want to fabricate a pretext for an invasion, which again is right out of their playbook. One option is the Russian government, we think, is planning to stage a fake attack by Ukrainian military or intelligence forces against Russian sovereign territory or against Russian-speaking people to therefore justify their action. As part of this fake attack, we believe that Russia would produce a very graphic propaganda video, which would include corpses and actors that would be depicting mourners and images of destroyed locations, as well as military equipment at the hands of Ukraine or the West, even to the point where some of this equipment would be made to look like it was Western-supplied Ukrainian to Ukraine equipment. This is just one example that we can talk about today. We're watching this across the board. We've seen these kinds of activities by the Russians in the past, and we believe it's important when we see it like this, and we can, to call it out.
This is being briefed on the Hill right now? Part of the Austin and Millie are on the Hill.
They're on the Hill in a classified briefing to talk about the whole spate of things we're concerned about with respect to Russia and Ukraine. It's a classified briefing, so I'm obviously not going to get into an agenda item with you here in terms of everything they're talking about. But they're both up on the Hill communicating with members of Congress what we're seeing writ large and what we're doing about it to help our NATO allies.
How do you know that it has been approved at the highest level of the Kremlin, this particular case?
I would just say that our experience is that very little of this nature is not approved at the highest levels of the Russian government.
And by that you mean Putin?
The highest levels of the Russian government. Kelly Meyer.
Hi, John. Thanks for taking my question. I have two, if I can. You mentioned the mechanical issue on the helicopter. Those involved okay, and any other issues we aren't aware of, or did everything run like clockwork? And the second, on the U.S. Army dismissing unvaccinated soldiers, are any of them the ones deploying or on high alert to deploy to Eastern European allies around Ukraine?
I refer you to the Army in terms of who they're discharging with respect to the vaccine mandate, but I suspect that there's privacy concerns there, Kelly. So I don't want to speak for the Army, but I don't know that they're going to be able to give you that level of specificity. It remains a lawful order. It remains a readiness issue. The vaccines work, and we want everybody to take them and to keep safe, to keep their units safe. As for the helicopter crew, my understanding is that they're all fine. As we said at the top, there were no U.S. casualties, and that would include the helicopter crew. And it wasn't a crash landing. They landed safely. Again, it was a drivetrain issue that rendered that helicopter unusable for the rest of the operation. So obviously it was destroyed, but the crew are safe and sound. Sylvie from AFP.
All right, that was the latest from Pentagon. Press Secretary John Kirby. Let's go out live to Brooklyn, New York, a story that we've been covering since the early hours this morning. FDNY members currently responding to a 2-alarm house fire, a possible explosion. This taking place at 67 Bay 35th Street in Brooklyn. The scene has cleared quite a bit since we first broke this news to you a little bit earlier. There were more than 100 fire members on the scene. We are reporting that there are no injuries at this time. However, in any moment, we will receive a live update from officials.
Hey! When he pulls up, just yank up that channel 7 pipe. Doug, you're feeding back live? Yeah, brother. I don't know, Andy asked. That's why I'm doing all my work on my YouTube. Whenever I upload a film, I turn around and put it on my YouTube. This way, I get the opportunity to showcase what I do. This is how I do it. This is how it looks. I don't really agree, but I'm getting better and better.
Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are just a few moments away from having New York City Mayor Eric Adams walk up here along with some of the fire department officials to give us an update after there was a possible explosion and a fire in a home in Brooklyn earlier here this morning. So I just heard from some of their press personnel who were walking up near these media folks with their microphones who were set up. They said Mayor Eric Adams is on scene here. As soon as he's prepared, he's going to walk up and start this briefing, give us an update. So we do have, at this time, at least 2 houses that have been destroyed in a fire, and there was possibly even an explosion. Again, this is in Brooklyn, New York. Firefighters had received the call about a fire at both 67 and 69 Bay 35th Street at about 7:12 a.m. local time. Now, there were also unconfirmed reports of an explosion. So video from the scene had shown a massive emergency response, which we are still getting a look at here today. A lot of firefighters still out on scene. Earlier this morning, they were pouring water onto those homes. They did have at one time more than 100 firefighters who had responded to the incident, and debris could be seen on the ground throughout the residential neighborhood. Now, we have been out to scenes like this before where it was possibly an explosion first that caused the fire, or a fire that caused the explosion. But we have heard and seen, like I mentioned, time and time again, when you see that debris really scattered about, that could be a good sign that there was possibly an explosion. Looks like a lot of media personnel swarming around, at least a few people. That's going to be, again, the mayor. You can see him there wearing his FDNY hat. Let's go ahead, listen into this update live right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
He's going to get knocked out.
All right, so it looks like we did have the mayor walk by, but again, they did have one of their media representatives for the mayor let all of our other personnel out here know who are waiting for this update that as soon as he steps out, they are going to take him right away. So thank you again to everyone who is watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Mayor Eric Adams walked by briefly there on screen as soon as he's updated on this situation. Of course, he will then be stepping up to those microphones, giving us an update. Again, this house fire was actually 2 homes that firefighters were called out to around 7:12 this morning. There was also unconfirmed reports of an explosion. So we have had a lot of our people here down on the ground waiting nearby as we are waiting to get that confirmed, exactly what had happened. Was it an explosion that caused the fire? Was it a fire that caused the explosion? How much damage is between these 2 homes? Now, one resident did speak with our Fox 5 New York team. She had said she smelled gas throughout the night and that neighbors had called the gas company repeatedly. There was no confirmation, though, of a gas explosion. Another resident said he had heard what sounded like a car explosion. So it's not clear exactly, again, how many houses, if there's more that have been affected, also if there's been any injuries. So far, when our teams have been out there on scene, fire officials had said there was no reported injuries. But here is Mayor Eric Adams. Let's listen into this briefing, again, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Get E3 over here.
Thank you. As we all can see by now, this has been a busy month. It seemed to be nonstop, but you know, when you have the right professionals in place, you're able to navigate these challenging times. Here was an explosion. There was a smell of gas. As you see, there are 3 buildings that are involved. It appears as though the origin of this explosion took place in an unoccupied building. The building next door was occupied. As it stands now, the preliminary investigation reveals that we don't appear to have anyone that was inside the building that was totally destroyed. OEM is here on the scene. Commissioner Farrell should give you updates on those that were displaced in the neighboring buildings, the structures that were there. In addition to that, FDNY is going to give you an update on the preliminary investigation on the origin of the explosion. So I'm joined here also with the councilman in this area, Ari Kagan. Ari, thank you for coming out to immediately respond to the needs of the people on this block. But this is still early, but from what we see now, we had an unoccupied building that was involved in this explosion. 3 buildings, as I stated, were involved. And let's get a full overview first from the Deputy Commissioner, FDNY, Commissioner Kavanaugh, and then we'll hear from Commissioner of FDNY Chief Hodgins to give us the understanding, and finally we'll hear from OEM to talk about those who were impacted.
I have a question.
Hold on, ma'am. Listen. Let me report on what happened here, and I'm going to speak to your questions later. Okay?
How to prevent in the future? We reported before to fire.
Go ahead.
Hi, Commissioner Kavanaugh, First Deputy Commissioner, Fire Department. A call came in at 7:11 this morning to FDNY Dispatch, a report of a major explosion in a house. We immediately dispatched units, 1060, a major emergency, and we arrived on scene in 3.5 minutes. As you can see behind us, and as the mayor mentioned, the building that exploded was vacant at the time or unoccupied. In the other 2 buildings, the residents were able to self-evacuate and are safely outside and being taken care of by OEM.
Chief?
Good morning, John Hodgins, Chief of Department, FDNY. As stated, we had an explosion in an unoccupied building. Our units arrived in 3.5 minutes. At this time, there was nobody reported missing. All 3 buildings will need to be taken down due to structural damage. We are going to, just as a precaution, sift through the rubble of the buildings. There's no reported people missing, but just to be sure, as we pull out the debris, our units will be on the scene to look through the rubble. First 2 units did report an odor of gas, and it is under investigation. The fire marshals and police department will be doing a full investigation to determine the exact cause of this emergency.
Hello. As was reported, the building was vacant. The 2 buildings next door, there are 2 families. Everyone's accounted for. There's an MTA bus nearby. The families are on the bus with the Red Cross to get whatever assistance, housing, clothes, food, whatever assistance they need. We're bringing in the heavy equipment with the operational agencies to do the demolition, and also the school on the corner. We're working with them so all the children, when school is let out, can be let out orderly. But we're here for the residents. Whatever they need through the Red Cross and through other city agencies, we can assist them. Yeah, the gas and electricity is being turned off to the block so it can safely be excavated. We'll work through the day. We think that it most likely will be for those 3 buildings, so the people in the other buildings will be able to stay here. But if there are special issues with any of the buildings and the residents that need to be impacted or assessed, we'll be here and we'll be helping all of the residents. So 6 people is that are the ones that are being assisted by the Red Cross. The other people, there are no vacant orders for any of the other buildings on this block at this time.
Mayor,
yes.
For the mayor and for the chief, for the mayor, infrastructure in the city. We've got another natural gas explosion here, and it's been happening a lot. What can you say about that? And for the chief, just the stability of the buildings on either side.
No, it's not. It hasn't been happening a lot. This is the second one that I responded to since taking office. But we want to make sure that people are knowledgeable about if they smell gas. We're going to include and increase the amount of response that people smell gas. That's so important. That's the first sign that there's a potential problem, and National Grid responds right away when there's a smell of gas.
Chief,
Yes, as the mayor stated, we want to, make it very. As the mayor stated, we want to make it very clear. If there is an odor of gas, you should call 911. The fire department will immediately respond to investigate. As far as the stability of these buildings, all three will need to be demolished due to the structural damage.
What can you tell us about the smell of gas that neighbors have been complaining about for several weeks and months? I guess National Grid may not investigate to find anything, but have you been told about the complaints of natural gas in the neighborhood?
We have no reported, factual report of gas prior to this incident.
So neighbors said they called National Grid. I don't know if you've heard.
We have no record of that, of them calling National Grid. I know they did not call the fire department.
That's an important message. If you smell gas, should you call National Grid or should you call the fire department?
You should call the fire department. You should call 911. If you smell natural gas, you should call 911.
So, Mayor, just to follow up on what Miles said, there have actually been 3 houses that have exploded. I think one was right before you took office. Cypress Hills. Probably Cypress Hills, the Bronx, and down here. These have all been recent ones. So this is clearly concerning to people who see this happening with more frequency. What would be your message?
Well, first of all, it's crucial that we make sure that any report of smell of gas, 911, and that information has to get out to the public. Every report of smell of gas is investigated. No report is ignored. No report is put in and we just discount it. We take the smell of gas seriously, and that is something that if there was a failure to report, we're going to determine that. But if there were calls made to 911, the proper agencies are dispatched to determine if the gas is a serious matter. And I say to New Yorkers to follow that. This is a system that is successful and that's working. I've had the smell of gas on my block, and I called and immediately National Grid was dispatched or FDNY was dispatched. That's the message to New Yorkers. You smell gas, it's a unique smell, immediately call 911 so we can get the teams out there to investigate.
Is it time to move the city away from natural gas to electric?
That's a great question. That's outside my food plan. I think that the proper individuals who will determine that, the city council and others, to sit down and think about that. We're a strong believer that we should move to get off of fossil fuel. I believe that wholeheartedly, that we should look at other methods of heat, hot water, and running our city. And that's part of my environmental plan. But right now we're dealing with this emergency.
Thank you all. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Mayor.
All right, so once again, we were able to bring that live press conference to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the moment, hearing all of these officials speaking to what had happened earlier this morning when 3 homes were damaged. Again, there was an explosion that came from one unoccupied building. 2 other homes were also affected by this fire and explosion. There was a total of about 6 people between those 3 buildings that needed to evacuate, and thankfully they were able to do so here today. You heard the mention, if you smell gas, you need to call 911. I know our Fox 5 New York team was reporting that some of the neighbors had said that they were smelling it the evening before and had called the company. So that will probably be part of this investigation. Who is responsible for not going out and checking those calls about the smells? So of course, this is still an ongoing developing story, but thankfully at this time right now, again, there's no reports of injuries. And as you heard the police and fire officials say, they do believe that that unoccupied home did not have anyone inside of it, but they are going to continue to keep their eye on it and go through that rubble just to be sure. So thanks again for everyone being here with us on Live Now from Fox as we continue to keep you up to date on all of these top stories coming to us from across the country. Speaking of across the country, let's go ahead, take a live look at the radar here A lot of cold temperatures to be reporting here this morning, but you can see that blue line, that's that band of that winter storm making its way even further onto the East Coast here now that we're getting into the weekend. So for the second time within a week, a lot of those folks dealing with yet another major winter storm. Let's go ahead, take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll be giving you an update on that right here on Live Now from Fox. Tell Chris we have someone calling in 10 minutes. Okay, what is it about Meta's stocks dropping?
Okay, so,
do you think?
Meta had their earnings this week because the earnings weren't good.
Yeah.
So the stock dropped 25%. I gotta see what it's at right now. We could just talk about what does Meta have to do to turn around their earnings for next quarter. So it's down 22% last month.
Chris, I'm gonna forward you. There's an 8:30 hit that I think Orlando had set up. You can help me route it in. I'm not sure. I haven't read through the entire email. Hold on. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, a live look at the radar. Again, a lot of that winter storm now has pushed its way all the way east. So still a huge stretch of area that's going to be affected here today. Still more flight cancellations. This has definitely been some wild weather events that we've seen here in these last few weeks. Let's go ahead and get an update on the very latest, what we've been seeing across the country with this storm, what it's been leaving in its path with Marianne Rafferty.
A severe winter storm system continues causing havoc for millions of Americans across more than a dozen states. And it's proving deadly, with a tornado touching down in Alabama Thursday, killing at least 1 and injuring 8. The Northeast, on the other hand, is bracing for intense ice Friday. Officials in Massachusetts say rain setting in before the deep freeze is making preventative safety measures impossible.
Storm's going to start out as rain, so you can't really pre-treat because it'll get washed off.
And across the Midwest, folks in Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, and Michigan are still struggling with snow removal from earlier this week, as some prepare for more potential flurries and extreme cold, like in northern Minnesota, where temperatures dropped to negative 15 degrees Thursday. Meanwhile, cold is also gripping Colorado, prompting officials from the Denver Animal Shelter to respond to reports of pets left outside.
Nice to kind of be the voice for the animal when they're suffering.
Snow and ice complicating commutes across the Southwest as well, with highways in Oklahoma becoming hazardous and a number of accidents taking place across Texas.
We have to be very cautious on those roads, especially the elevated highways and the bridges.
But it's not just the roads. Crews at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport are keeping busy clearing planes and runways. Still, more than 5,000 flights never took off nationwide Thursday because of the storm. Aviation company FlightAware is also reporting thousands of additional flight cancellations for Friday because of weather issues. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
And here is a look at our chopper up in the air earlier here today, giving us a view of some of the backups because of weather conditions. You can see only one of those lanes cleared from the snow, but there were several crashes. This is on the I-10 near Kerrville in Texas. Traffic has been backed up for miles. There was icy roads that had caused this major backup on the highway. You can see multiple cars just lined up one after the other. Now, these accidents did happen late Thursday night into also early Friday morning. And again, the sheriff's office said there was two initial crashes that both involving 18-wheelers that had caused this. Unfortunately, the wreckers that can handle towing these big rigs have been unavailable to the area. So officials say that they had also an 18-wheeler jackknifed across I-10 blocking the interstate. So this has definitely been some wild weather that we've been seeing here across our country, especially as we've had a number of incidents on our major roadways that have caused traffic to back up over these last few winter storms. So as we continue to look at all of these weather items that have been affected, we know that New York City has been affected by all of that. We saw yesterday with President Biden out there, they had gotten some rain and now still going to be seeing some of those conditions here today. So let's go ahead and listen into the update with New York Governor Kathy Hochul as they talk about cleanup after this storm, especially as they want to still continue to keep all of their residents prepared ahead of time as well, since they are still not seeing the end of it quite yet. So much more to come in that briefing right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everyone. It is February, therefore we're talking about winter weather. Something that I have a little bit of experience with, having been born and raised in Buffalo, New York, where we've dealt with everything from a 7-foot snowfall in the course of 2 days, taller than I am, as well as many ice events. So I feel confident that we can handle this. Also, I'm joined by some incredible partners of mine who've really been tested in the few short months that we've been in office. And I want to thank my dream team, Catherine Garcia, the Director of State Operations, Jackie Bray, the Commissioner, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, Marie-Therese Dominguez, the Commissioner of DOT, as well as we're joined by Pat Ryan, the Commissioner of Ulster, not the Commissioner, the County Executive of Ulster County, and Steve Noble, the Mayor of Kingston, as well as Assembly Member Cahill and Senator Hinchy, who had to dig themselves out to get over here today. But I want to thank them for being amazing partners here as we continue through this challenge. And it is a challenge, what we're experiencing right now. We are looking at ice accumulation. We tracked this event from the very beginning, and we saw that this would be a major snow event, and the snow has been concentrated in areas like Buffalo, where we literally had to send in extra snow plows at the request of the mayor to help them dig out, which is important. You can see the snow accumulations, but what is really treacherous? Yes, while this storm is throwing everything at us, we have snow, we have freezing rain, we have sleet, we have icy roads, and so we're looking at this combination here in the Hudson Valley in Ulster County. Our biggest concern right now is ice on the roads. The challenge is that, yes, we have a magnificent crew of individuals who know how to salt the roads in advance to stop the ice from forming, but when the first weather event is rain, it washes the salt off the roads, and that creates a challenge. But they were literally deployed the second they could. They're out there, and we're going to continue being concerned about some commutes. It's Too bad it's not a Saturday like we experienced with our last major snow event. Downstate was concentrated on a weekend, which made it a lot easier for people to get to where they had to go, but we actually encouraged them to stay home. No one had to necessarily get to jobs as many as others they would on a normal weekday. Here we are dealing with commutes, and so our best advice is just to stay off the roads. They're absolutely hazardous, and in anticipation of this, we have literally the DOT crews out there. You'll hear from our Commissioner of DOT. Thruway Authority has been all over. Matt Driscoll is handling operations elsewhere in the state, as well as thousands of utility workers. These are the people. When the power starts going out, and we have over 48,000 power outages, mostly in the Hudson Valley. I believe we're about 36 or 39,000 right in Ulster County. That is a lot of people, given that the population is 175,000. It's a lot of families who are without power as we speak. We have already had over 550 utility teams on the ground, but now we have other individuals coming. You're going to hear about that as well. Most schools are closed. That is the right thing to do. Certainly you can use remote learning. We know how to do that as well. But we are going to continue to monitor local forecasts and preparing for the worst. That's how we handle these storms. You prepare for the worst, you hope for the best. And right now we do believe that the concentration of the weather activity will abate by this evening, which is, but until then, it is going to be literally a day full of freezing rain coming down. We've not had major traffic incidences at this time, but that is always subject to one car sliding off and others following, or multi-car accidents, which we've seen happen all too frequently during these winter storm events. So the best place to be, at home. Protect yourselves, and hopefully everybody is prepared at home with flashlights, those chargers for your cell phones that do not have to be plugged in, that you've already been prepared in anticipation, plenty of food and water. Same thing with outfitting your vehicles. You do not know if you're making that one run to the store that you're not going to end up in a ditch because of the icy roads, and you want to make sure that you are protected. Get the sand or cat litter in the back of the car. You can help put that under the tires. It works every time to pull yourself out. But also just having the blankets, food, water in your vehicle during the winter time, that is the best thing, as well as that all multi-purpose scraper. How many times have I had to scrape inches of ice off the windows? It's not fun, but it's part of living in New York State in the wintertime. So with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Bray to give us a further update on what is going on here. Commissioner Bray?
Thank you, Governor. As the governor said, we're in the middle of a statewide winter weather event. I just want to do a minute on snow totals in the west and central New York. We saw over a foot up to 18 inches fall already in the Finger Lakes, central New York, and parts of the Mohawk Valley, really centered on the Syracuse area. We've seen 8 to 12 inches fall in the North Country and other parts of western New York on the southern tier. We've got 4 to 6 inches that fell around the capital region. But as the governor said, the main hazard in this storm is ice. We've had well over 1/4 inch of ice accumulation in the Hudson Valley and the capital region. We expect another 1/4 inch over the course of the day today. So we're going to max out with this storm around 1/2 inch of ice. That's a lot of ice. As the governor said, that has meant significant power outages here in Ulster County. I'm a resident of Ulster County. I know my home is without power. We are very focused on getting power back, and particularly getting power back here in Ulster. We've got over 5,700 people out across the state managing power and restoring power. We've got over 500 here in the Hudson Valley, and we're bringing in more. We've activated mutual aid so that as we're able to clear other power issues, folks will be coming here to the Hudson Valley to continue restoration. In addition, we have dozens of cut and toss crews that will be deploying, that have deployed, that will continue to deploy, and that will focus their work here in the Hudson Valley and here in Ulster to try to move some of those trees. I do want to just say all of our stockpiles are open. We've been coordinating with our county governments for the last several days. We are embedded with the Ulster County team, and we appreciate the partnership of County Executive Ryan. The storm will end today. We expect your roads to be clear tomorrow, and then we expect relatively mild weather for the next few days. So if you sit tight today, we should be able to get you back and running soon. With that, I'm going to introduce Commissioner Dominguez, who's got an update on our roads.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor.
All right, guys, as we've been listening in New York, continuing to keep everyone up to date on how they are staying ahead of what's still to come here. We are still tracking that weather for everyone with us here on Live Now from Fox. Can always go back into some of those press briefings as they happen throughout the day. But of course, we want to continue to keep you updated on all the top stories coming to us from across the country. We do have Facebook's parent, Meta, who has had a recent drop in the market over the past week. Let's go ahead and bring in Fox's Kelly O'Grady, who's joining us here on Live Now from Fox to share a little bit more about why this all happened here. And thank you, Kelly, for being here to help kind of describe everything that's been going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I mean, this was the biggest one-day drop ever for a stock, for their stock, and it was actually the biggest value drop in history at about $250 billion. Now, the company forecasted weaker than expected revenue growth next quarter at their earnings call this week, about $1 to $3 billion. So that's one of the reasons why you're seeing this big drop. They also had the first decline ever in active users. That's a big deal, right? It's telling investors less people want to use the product. They get spooked about what that means for the future of Facebook, of Instagram, of their push into the metaverse right now. They also let investors know that they're leaning more heavily into products that generate less revenue in the short term, but that executives believe have large growth potential. So they mentioned Reels, and they also mentioned the metaverse. They're investing like crazy in that. They think that's the next big thing. Obviously, right? They changed their name from Facebook to Meta. And so, I mean, when you invest in something, you're going to take a hit. The segment made $877 million in revenue in the fourth quarter, but it had an operating loss of $3.3 billion. So that's spooking investors a little bit, that you're going to see short-term losses. And then the other big thing is you've got some regulatory challenges that they're dealing with. Okay, so yesterday, lawmakers were calling for the company to be broken up. You had unlikely allies, AOC, Matt Gaetz saying, yep, Facebook needs to be broken up. It needs to divest Instagram and WhatsApp. And actually, an FTC suit has been given the go-ahead that aims to do just that. Divest Instagram, divest WhatsApp. It's going to be a lengthy litigation process, but it's the first time we're seeing antitrust laws applied in earnest to a tech company. So it could be significant for Meta and other big tech. So there's a lot of things muddying the water, but basically what you're seeing with the stock is investors are getting spooked. And, you know, it was the biggest drop in history, but you also have seen a lot of stocks move back up very quickly after that. So we'll have to watch and see a little bit with what happens with Meta.
Yeah, of course, a lot of people saw the drop, but then Amazon coming back. So what does Meta have to do to continue to turn around here for this next quarter?
So I think a couple of things. I mean, we have been saying, oh, you know, Facebook, they're not innovating enough, right? You know, TikTok has their you know, scrolling function, and then all of a sudden Instagram had Reels. They have been criticized as not being innovative, but yet we're seeing them push into the metaverse. So to be honest, I think what you're seeing is a lot of investors who are more short-term thinking are pulling out. But if you're thinking about Facebook, you like where the trajectory of the company is going, you believe in the metaverse, you believe that we're all going to, you know, work, live in this virtual world, which sounds a little bit scary to me, but I guess it would have been good with the pandemic, right? And then you want to stay in, you believe in Facebook, you believe in Meta. I do think that the company has some optics problems right now, and so they're going to have to message with all of these regulatory challenges. I mean, the lawmakers are taking advantage of this time when Meta's down, that the FTC is coming at it. So I think it's going to be really about messaging, and it's going to be really about coming out with a strategy for the metaverse so that investors feel comfortable. It's not just that they're pouring money into this really unclear, undefined space. They have a very clear trajectory, and it just might take a couple years to get there.
And, you know, taking a live look at the markets here today, of course, we're always seeing a swing of things with, you know, our recent inflation, as well as now we're seeing, you know, other big companies have some bad drops. But it is always an ever-changing thing. And what do you think would turn things around here today?
Well, we had a really strong job report this morning. I was actually surprised to see that the Dow is down. I think we added near 500,000. So that was a really good news for the economy. You're going to see a couple of things, though, impact, whether we come back quickly from this with the Dow. I mean, the NASDAQ's up. The S&P 500 is pretty neutral. Oil stocks, I'm looking at Exxon, Shell, they're all up, but that's because oil is over $90 a barrel right now. So that's no surprise there, right? It's helping those stocks, but it's also making people nervous about those different headwinds like you mentioned, inflation, gas prices. I'm out in Los Angeles. Believe me, I filled up this morning. It was pretty sad. You're also looking at the tech stock, which is driving a little bit of this uncertainty. It's a mixed bag right now. You had really strong performances from Apple and Alphabet earlier this week. Of course, Meta dragged everyone down yesterday, but Amazon is really strong. You mentioned that, which was interesting. Meta had the largest drop in history. Amazon had the biggest upswing in history at over, I think, 200 billion the last time I checked, and that was because of their strong earnings report yesterday. So I think you're just seeing a lot of trepidation from investors right now. We're seeing a lot of headwinds, but we're also hearing a lot of, okay, when is the bubble going to burst? When are we going to see a downturn? So I think that's really when there's more clarity, when we see inflation go down, when we see the Fed make changes with rates, you'll start to see things stabilize a little bit more. The last thing that I want to say, though, is I'm always checking Bitcoin. I'm a bit of a crypto craze. And actually, that is seeing a spike this morning. So we could see that start to come out of its crash a little bit.
I know a lot of folks here, too, Bitcoin fans. So definitely another thing to keep your eye on, especially as we're seeing a lot of different movement with our markets. We do appreciate you giving us a breakdown of everything we need to know about. Again, Fox's Kelly O'Grady joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much, Kelly, for being here today.
Thanks for having me on.
And don't forget, we're going to continue to show you those different stock market numbers throughout the day, especially as we're going to be wrapping up yet another week here for you on Live Now from Fox. And one thing she mentioned was the jobs reports. And I love mentioning that because it has been something that a lot of people were a little bit surprised about. It looks like the economy was able to weather the wave of sick outs caused by the Omicron variant of COVID last month. The Labor Department says 467,000 new jobs were created in January. Economists were predicting only 150,000. So the unemployment rate rose to 4%, though that may reflect more people entering the workforce. And the labor force participation rate did rise to 62.2%. Americans were making more money. Average hourly earnings over the year ending in January rose by 5.67%. And Amazon also mentioned here today. Amazon actually going to be raising prices for the first time. Its Prime membership price is going to be risen first time in 3 years. The company announced the hike for its Prime members in the U.S. due to rising costs. Now, monthly membership's going to go up from $12.99 to $14.99, while annual subscriptions will increase $20. So the change will be effective for new members coming up here on February 18th. While existing members will see the increase on the date of their next renewal after March 25th. Always keeping you up to date is what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox. With that being said, we do have another event that's going to be coming up here very shortly, a live look in the White House here. President Biden set to make some remarks here soon. We do also have our U.S. Secretary of Treasury, she's going to be also speaking a little bit later here on a video conference. So a lot more events to be bringing to you right here on Live Now from Fox after we go out to this 2-minute break. Welcome back. Out here live in the White House, we are waiting for President Biden. He is going to be making some remarks on the January job growth. Again, it has soared past those expectations. It looks like we did have 467,000 new jobs created in January, while they were only predicting about 150,000. So again, just waiting for the president to step out, have two different shots here inside of the White House as we are waiting for President Biden. Again, yesterday he was out traveling, here today back in D.C. Going to be tackling the last few items before the weekend, including these remarks on where we are. Again, unemployment rate did rise to 4%, though that is also going to be reflecting how many more people may have entered the workforce. And then you did have the labor force participation rate rose to 62.2%. So a lot of more comments going to be made here by President Biden once he does step out. He was supposed to be out here already speaking, so as soon as that does happen, of course, we'll take it in full. Until that time, though, let's go ahead and still bring you some more of these events we've been having happen here this morning. We did have earlier here this morning, Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She held a press conference with some of her committee chairs of a jurisdiction. They're holding a press event of the passage of the America Competes Act of 2022. Let's go ahead and listen in to what exactly that is right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Some more time. Sneaks. Good morning, everyone. And it is a very good morning. Not only because of the wonderful legislation, the masterful legislation that is on the floor as we speak here and that we will vote on in another hour or so, but we also celebrate 467,000 jobs created last month. We salute President Biden for his great leadership. We salute the private sector for its job creation and working together. And an adjustment from the month before, which makes it over 700,000 new jobs. So we're very excited about that because this bill that we're talking about today is a jobs bill for manufacturing in America, making it in America. And I also just want to say that coincidentally, the Olympics opened this morning in Beijing. We wish our athletes well. We salute the president for the diplomatic boycott that has been joined by other countries and the approach that I support. As I wish the athletes well, I do not encourage them to speak out against the Chinese government there because I fear for their safety if they do. I'll remove all doubt about why I said they shouldn't speak out, because I fear for their safety. So I hope they're safe athletically, politically, and every other way. Now that we're expecting a few more leaders, but here we are, under leadership of our chair of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, Eddie Bernice Johnson, and the respect she commands in the scientific community and the academic community, and her great intellect on this subject, that has all taken us to this day. The American Competes Act will ensure that America is preeminent in manufacturing, innovation, and economic strength, and can outcompete any nation. We are blessed by the leadership of 11 other committees working very hard to put forth policies, initiatives that were innovative, entrepreneurial, and we will be, as we go into conference, become law. I want to salute Chairman Peter DeFazio, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Frank Pallone, Chair of Energy and Commerce, Richie Neal, Chairman of Ways and Means, Maxine Waters, Financial Services, Bobby Scott, Education and Labor, Benny Thompson, Homeland Security, Gregory Meeks, Foreign Affairs, and also Jerry Nadler from Judiciary, Carolyn Maloney from Oversight, and Raul Grijalva from Natural Resources. Because of the hearings, the meetings, and the negotiations that they had within their committees, hundreds of members of Congress have been involved in putting this legislation together, overwhelmingly bipartisan in its development. regardless of how the Republicans choose politically to vote today, substantively, policy-wise, and our chairs will speak to that. Competes meets the economic and national security imperative of bolstering American manufacturing and workers. First, with the CHIPS, an investment of $52 billion to support U.S. manufacture of chips and semiconductors, which are the lifeblood of modern technology. I asked this question, do you know how many chips are in a car? 1,000 chips in a car. In an electric car, 2,000 chips. So just think of what this is going to mean to the automotive industry when we have domestic, made-in-America chips readily available and not be at the mercy of other countries. The chips are increasingly made abroad, leaving us vulnerable to supply chain issues and higher costs. It's really important to know that this investment will lower cost. Secondly, the supply chain and manufacturing. We have $45 billion support the manufacture and acquisition of critical goods that are essential for our national economy, our national security, and that includes components and products for public health and biological preparedness. It includes information and communications technology. It includes energy and transportation sectors, industrial base, and agriculture and food product supply chains. So this affects just about everything, lowering cost. Third, science and research, again, with the reputation of our distinguished chair, Eddie Bernice Johnson, and research and academic community with bipartisan bills, we will be advancing U.S. scientific research and innovation excellence to ensure that we lead the technologies of the future. This is so important because years ago, there was no question we were number one. And then people followed our lead, investments in education and research and development. And then they had lower labor costs, so jobs exited. You may remember, well, maybe not many of you because you're younger, but a number of years ago when I was relatively new in Congress, we had the gathering storm. That call to action from the scientific community that there was a gathering storm of competition overseas and that we needed to do better and do more, and we are. Fourth, leading on the world stage, we're positioning U.S. interests and values to win in the world arena, including holding the People's Republic of China accountable for genocide and using slave labor. This is not just a values issue in terms of human rights. This is a competition issue, making our workers in our country compete with slave labor in China. Again, as the Olympics begin today, I reiterate my concern about and I fear for the physical safety of those who may speak out. I do want, as I said yesterday at the Congressional Executive Commission on China hearing on this situation, I applaud President Biden as I did already. I just want to also add that in our country, we are blessed with a magnificent, and I can speak firsthand about this representing San Francisco in the Congress, the Asian Pacific American community is a vital part of our community. We are talking about American preeminence as we contrast with China. We don't want anyone transferring any of that, as some have done, including the former president, onto Asian Americans in our country. We're proud of Competes. We're proud of our members. We look forward to expeditiously going to conference and hope to hear from the Senate soon. And now I'm pleased to yield to our very distinguished chair of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, Eddie Bernice Johnson.
Good morning. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here with Speaker Pelosi and all of the committee chairs who have played an extraordinarily important role in bringing the America Competes Act to the floor. I'm excited that we are voting in the House today to finish this transformative piece of legislation. It has been an honor to join in leading the effort to ensure that the United States is able to compete globally. As chair of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, we spent long hours for way over a year doing the research. And with this legislation, we are making critically needed investments to strengthen our national innovation capabilities. We are building clean energy solutions, addressing climate change and crisis, reinforcing our national security, enhancing our semiconductor research and manufacturing capabilities, and so much more. We're also taking historic and much-needed action to build a strong and diverse STEM workforce, something that I've had as a priority since I've been in Congress. Provisions in this bill were built with rigorous input from the scientific community, industry, academia, and other stakeholders of what we needed to know to address our challenges for the 21st century. I'd like to thank everyone who worked hard, most especially our extraordinary staff, and all of the chairs here and their staffs. And I'd especially like to thank the ranking member of the Science Committee, Mr. Frank Lucas, for his partnership on this strong bipartisan provisions that are included in this America Competes. We passed a bulk of bills from the committee with bipartisan support, and most passed the House with overwhelming votes. And so we know that we have done the homework openly and fairly. The bill we are voting on today is critical to the future competitiveness and well-being of our nation. I look forward to its swift passage in the House, and hopefully we'll get a cooperation with the Senate, working with the Senate, and get it to the President in a short amount of time. I cannot emphasize more how important this is for the prosperity for our future in this nation. I thank you, and I now will present to you my distinguished colleague, Chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
Good job, Eddie.
Thank you.
And as we switch speakers, we are going to be sending you out to a 2-minute break, returning here and continuing to wait for President Biden to make remarks on this January's jobs report. More to come again right here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are waiting for President Biden to make some remarks here on the jobs report after there was a surprisingly huge surge in new jobs that were created in January. 467,000 jobs being added, according to the Labor Department. Now, economists were predicting only 150,000 jobs. So that is a huge spike, despite having a lot of sick outs caused by Omicron variant of COVID just last month. So the unemployment rate did rise to 4%, though that may be reflecting more people entering the workforce. The labor force participation rate rose to 62.2%. So Americans were making more money. Also, average hourly earnings over year end in January rose by 5.67%. So all of these items going to be discussed with President Biden once he does step out and makes some of those remarks. We're still waiting here inside of the White House for his briefing to begin. So until that time, going to continue to give you some more of these press events that have been happening here across our country. We were listening in with Speaker Nancy Pelosi, as well as other folks who were on the same committee that helped pass the Competes Act. Now, a lot of folks wondering exactly what that is. It's all aimed at helping American innovation and economic strength, trying to continue to put money into technology and innovation that's essential for America to become self-sufficient when it comes to manufacturing those critical goods. So let's go ahead, continue to listen into that until President Biden steps out here. And again, everything will be once he does step out, we'll be in that in full here for you.
Does to make sure that this legislation moves and gets over to the Senate so we can go to conference. And Eddie Bernice, of course, so much of what we do in terms of our global preeminence and our competition relates to moving forward on science, research, and development in her committee. I just wanted to talk briefly about the energy and commerce role, if I can. I mean, obviously, as the speaker said, the idea here is to continue to lead the global economy, and doing that by investing in our workers, our manufacturing, and critical goods, making critical goods manufactured here in the United States. And we know for too long in the last few years we have reliance on goods coming from other countries. And over the last 40 years, America's manufacturing sector has lost market share to economic competitors like China. And that decline, along with the COVID crisis, has led to supply chain disruptions, which everybody's very much aware of. So what the America Competes Act tries to do is to try to eliminate these shortages. And it does that, one of the ways it does that is this $45 million pot of money that gives grants and loans to support supply chain resilience. So if you want to bring back a manufacturing plant from another country to the U.S., we'll help you. And now I'll have a new office in the Department of Commerce to basically deal with that. And specifically with regard to energy and commerce, we try to bolster semiconductor manufacturing, we expand the production of components needed for solar panels, and we improve our medical product supply chain. And we do that by having a specific program to foster, with regard to the production of drugs, what we call continuous manufacturing technology. That's something that we've started in a major way at Rutgers in my congressional district. And we also strengthen and replenish and modernize the strategic national stockpile for both the federal government as well as states. And then finally, we try to do more to modernize our semiconductor capacity. So I wanted to say, with the passage of this legislation shortly, we're going to ensure that America can outcompete, I should say, the rest of the world, and end our reliance on other nations for the manufacturing of critical goods. That's basically the heart of this. And with that, I'd like to introduce now the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, who we partner with on so many things with energy and commerce, Richie Neal.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks, Frank, and to the team that's assembled here today. Word of congratulations. Thanks to Eddie for the special efforts that were made. Thank the Speaker for something else that oftentimes is underreported in Washington, and that is, once again, she stood up for the prerogatives of the House, which is an essential part of allowing committee chairpersons to do their work in the regular order. This is a very pivotal moment. As earlier described, one of the challenges that America has is that we still have the edge in terms of innovation and creativity in the world. The difficulty is that because you can do production just about anywhere now, they replicate our innovation with lower wages. So keeping our competitive posture is essential. The Competes Act that you're witnessing today has done precisely that. It will bolster the economy, it will reinforce technological leadership, and we can't be content with complacency. Still, nothing comes close to what our universities and colleges provide. The trade provisions in the Ways and Means Committee perspective, they largely are very important because of the fact that we supercharge America's opportunities through GSP. Once again, we strengthen anti-dumping competition, countervailing duties laws to protect America from unfair Chinese competition. We also understand that in terms of sovereign capitalism, they can move faster, but they still need innovation and creativity, which overwhelmingly belongs to us. I still want to acknowledge as well Earl Blumenauer. He did a great job as the Trade Subcommittee Chairman on this. The General System of Preferences and Miscellaneous Tariff Bill legislation that's included is essential. And I want to say this because this is perhaps the most important thing that the Ways and Means Committee contributed. Trade adjustment assistance, because of the dislocations that from time to time create hollowed out parts of the American economy for people through no practices of their own are punished. And it's because of the unfair trade practices that frequently take place. That was a great jobs report this morning. Give it a moment just to tickle the early week analysis on that. It was supposed to be very bad. Once again, the stories all became, rather than waiting for the evidence, this was going to be bad. 466,000 jobs, 6 million jobs since Joe Biden became president. The other part of this legislation, I was with Catherine Tai yesterday, it empowers the U.S. Trade Representative to take strategic steps to improve supply chain resiliency. This legislation is going to pass today. Really well done, and as always, my friend, Chairwoman Waters, offered her dimension to this legislation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so very much for being here with us this morning. This is extraordinarily important legislation. And I want to thank the Speaker for her leadership. This is the kind of leadership that makes America great. Of course, we have experienced supply chain problems with this pandemic, and we've learned an awful lot about slave labor that creates the ability for some countries, particularly China, to produce goods very cheaply. And so understanding all of this, we are now in the leadership, again, of innovation. And we are competitive, and we're going to grow with our competitiveness. So with that, I want you to know that the America Competes Act is a transformational piece of legislation that will empower American workers and businesses. It will also strengthen our nation's financial system and allow us to better compete with the rest of the world, especially with the People's Republic of China. It's more important than ever that we take action to maintain our competitiveness and counter anti-competitive actions taken by the PRC. The good news is that the American Competitive Act will put us in a position to do just that. Under my leadership as chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee, our members secured provisions that protect our national security and global financial stability. This bill ends World Bank and Asian Development Bank funding into China unless such assistance contributes to a global public good and serves the U.S. national interests. Another provision secures the PRC's participation in multilateral sovereign debt treatment initiatives. It adds long overdue transparency to the shadow or exempt securities markets and has other provisions to combat ransomware, examine the financing of wildlife trafficking, and study illicit finance links with Afghanistan. Finally, the bill strengthens the Defense Production Act authorities to protect the supply chains of medical products. So I'm grateful for the hard work of the members of my committee, including Representatives Hines, Sherman, Dean, Lynch, Torres, Ocasio-Cortez, and Vargas, along with other committee members in the House and Speaker Pelosi, who are working tirelessly to get this bill passed. America Competes helps America and its workers to stay competitive for generations to come. I look forward to engaging with my colleagues in the Senate to quickly finish the upcoming conference so that we can send this bill to the President for his signature. Let me just take a moment to say to Eddie Bernice, thank you so very much for your leadership. She has taken time, even though she's announced that she is retiring, but she has taken this opportunity prior to leaving us to lead us in a way that will be recorded in history for years to come. Thank you so very much. Oh, I better announce. The next chairman that we have is the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Chairman Meeks.
Thank you, and let me take the opportunity also to thank the Speaker. She's a woman that always has a vision for tomorrow, how to make sure that what we do today has an effect to our children and grandchildren tomorrow. That's extremely important. So I want to thank Chairwoman Pelosi and thank, of course, Chairwoman Johnson. You know, when you talk about technology, we all know science and technology, if we're going to have a better future, we've got to master that. And her whole career has been focused on science and technology. Now, we know that China has leveraged its growth to chip away at the prevailing economic, political, and security order in the world. It has bullied other nations into yielding to its demands, and it has consistently broken international law and refused to play by the rules. Where there's a vacuum of leadership, China will seek to fill that vacuum. And that is why the United States must win the competition with China, offering leadership that embodies our values of democracy and human rights, and positioning ourselves to win the economic and technological competition with China. As chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, we've worked to build into the America Competes Act provisions that would considerably bolster U.S. bilateral diplomacy and increase our diplomatic footprint where it's still lacking. The Competes Act does this by expanding our diplomacy at regional organizations and through groupings like the Quad, ensuring that we are at the table and setting the rules of the road, and not the People's Republic of China. It also incorporates strong provisions on human rights, including sanctions related to China's genocide in Xinjiang, refugee protections for the Uyghurs, and the Hong Kong Freedom and Choice Act. Furthermore, it bolsters our alliances and partnerships with our other ace in the hole in the competition with China. By recentering diplomacy in our foreign policy, America Competes will restore America's global credibility and our leadership. We cannot be complacent about America's economic strength and global position. Today, by passing the American Competes Act, Congress will show the American people and the world, with clarity of purpose and the courage of our convictions, that we do not take our global leadership for granted, that we will not miss the opportunity to strengthen American industry and create jobs of the future for our workers, and that America will continue to maintain and defend the international rules-based system that has contributed to peace and prosperity for millions. So we are grateful for the Competes Act today, and I now would like to bring up the chairman of the Transportation Committee, Chairman DeFazio.
Thanks. Good morning, and again, thanks to the Speaker for moving the Competes Act through the House. You know, vast swaths of America have been deindustrialized or otherwise lost their jobs to unfair foreign competition. Millions of Americans despair of the hope of a good job, a good future for themselves, their families, middle-class lifestyle, the American dream. Well, with this bill, we give them hope. We let them know that the Democrats care. And it ends now with this president reindustrializing America, bringing back critical manufacturing to this country with the incentives in this bill, and with this bill in the House of Representatives. And hopefully we will prevail over the bill from the Senate, which actually, in my opinion, would make things worse. So, there is a provision in this bill, which is a pilot version of a program which was in Build Back Better, put forward by Representative Kilmer, called the Recompete Act. Like me, he represents areas largely outside of major urban areas where jobs have just dried up, disappeared, gone overseas, even from states like ours. And the idea is to give these communities a new opportunity, to give them the assistance they need, to bring in the worker training, to bring in the targeted development, to bring in the infrastructure that they need in those communities to attract new industries, new businesses, and those who are returning to the United States of America and being rebuilt in the United States of America. This is an incredibly important addition to this bill, but the whole bill itself is historic. It would really turn the page on America's trade failures of the past and give us new hope for all Americans. And with that, I yield to Chairman Bobby Skopp of the Education and Labor Committee.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio, for your kind introduction, and I want to add my thanks to the Speaker for her leadership and Chairman Johnson for her leadership in this legislation. I want to thank all of the committee chairs for their work on the America Competes Act. In today's global economy, America's workers and employers are not just competing for jobs in nearby cities or even a neighboring state. Every local economy across the nation is engaged in competition for workers and businesses around the world. And we have a responsibility to make sure America stays a step ahead by providing proper education for future workers and strengthening our nation's workforce. The American Competes Act will equip students and workers with the skills they need to succeed in high-tech industries while strengthening our economy's competitiveness in years ahead. These investments will help expand access to computer science education and post-secondary STEM pathways, particularly for those who have historically been left behind. In my home state of Virginia, access to STEM education will help support world-class research facilities like the Jefferson Lab and local colleges and universities, creating opportunities for students, researchers, and scientists to conduct research that benefits all of us. And to that end, I'm pleased that the American Competes Act also invests in the continued work of the Department of Energy's Office of Science and National Labs. The legislation also builds on the broad bipartisan support for apprenticeships. Last year, over 24 House Republicans joined Democrats in voting to pass a reauthorization of the National Apprenticeship Act, which will create nearly 1 million new registered apprenticeship opportunities. The American Competes Act also includes a provision of this legislation along with key protections to ensure the jobs we create will pay a decent wage. Helping workers gain in-demand jobs is vital to the prosperity of working families, businesses, and the nation. Today, the House is taking a critical step in the right direction, and we're eager to work with our Senate colleagues to put a bipartisan bill on the President's desk that will ensure a brighter future for workers in the 21st century global economy. Again, I want to thank all of my colleagues for their work, and I now want to yield to the chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, the gentleman from Mississippi, Benny Thompson.
Thank you very much. Let me say I associate myself with everything you've heard from all my colleagues this morning. Clearly, the Competes Act is something that's vitally needed. We have to get our competitiveness back where it used to be. We've outsourced too many of those opportunities overseas. This legislation does it clearly from the Homeland Security perspective. The equipment that is now made overseas and sent back here for Americans, we need to make sure that that equipment, if possible, should be made here in America. The incentives created by this act will make that occur. So I'm excited about it. I support the effort. Believe it or not, in this environment, it's absolutely a bipartisan effort. So we don't get that many times, so people get it. I look forward to the passage of it. I support the Speaker and her leadership in this effort. And so with that, I yield back to the Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all of our chairs who presented today, as well as three of the members who couldn't be here. Chairman Nadler of the Judiciary Committee, Congresswoman Maloney, Chairwoman of the Oversight Committee, and Chair Grijalva of Natural Resources, all who also contributed to the excellence and success of this legislation. I feel like repeating everything you've heard, but that would be presumptuous of me. But whether it's the education of our children, the competitiveness of our workers, the resources that we need, our chairs have put out there very thoughtful proposals on how to keep America number one. Let me just close by saying this. Because of what they have done and the work they've done in their committees, largely and overwhelmingly bipartisan, regardless of the vote, it is about making America independent, self-sufficient. Self-sufficient when it comes to chips, so that we can be manufacturing more efficiently in our country, lowering cost. Self-sufficient when it comes to the supply chain, so that we're not depending on other countries at the mercy or vulnerable to other, and sometimes countries of concern, lowering cost. So we're raising our excellence, lowering our cost, enabling our people to participate more fully in the success and prosperity of our nation. And it would not be possible without the great intellectual resource that Eddie Bernice is, the leadership of all of our chairs, the work of so many on both sides of the aisle to make that possible. We're now going to go to the floor and shortly vote to make America independent, self-sufficient, and again, successful. With that, I thank you all for being with us and yield back. Thank you.
Why did it take so long to be here 8 months after the Senate passed the bill?
And do want to say thank you to all of our viewers who have been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. This act that is being passed that we have heard many of our representatives speaking about, again, going to just try to continue to make America more competitive when it comes to manufacturing here in the United States. We are still waiting for President Biden to step out. This live picture is showing us is that we still have our podium ready to go. This, again, is going to be some remarks from the president on the January jobs report. So this was a surprise to many. Economists were predicting only 150,000 additional jobs to be created in January. We surpassed that by a lot. 467,000 jobs were created, according to the Labor Department. So still on standby for President Biden. We're going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. Then we'll bring you even more events that are still happening here this morning on this Friday when we return. We'll see you right back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You are seeing a snow-covered ground, and no, we are not over on the East Coast where we still have those storms passing through, but this is down in Texas. Quite a different story from what they're used to. Of course, they do get snow events from time to time, but those cold temperatures have not only reached the Lone Star State, but also you can see it brought snow along with it. Earlier here today, we were showing you some video of the I-10 in Texas. It had a major backup as well. Here's just some of that video again as we saw multiple semi-trucks waiting in line. Drivers were stranded for hours, and this is because of a couple accidents that had happened. You're seeing just why it happened. Those roads covered in ice and, of course, that compacted snow just down on top of it as well. Only about one lane cleared, but you have to imagine as these cars continue to drive here on this road, it's also dripping exhaust. So that's just going to add more moisture onto those roads. And then with the cold temperature, it's going to refreeze down there. So a few accidents were the cause of this major backup. Again, this is on the I-10 in Texas. And here back out to our live pictures, you're seeing that we still have a lot of our patrolmen and women out trying to remind people they do need to slow down to keep themselves safe if they do have to go out on the roads here today. So as we continue to wait for President Biden, because yes, we still don't see him here stepping up to the podium, we're expecting him to make remarks on the jobs report. Of course, as we mentioned, it was a big number of jobs that were added just in January, 467,000. So as we do wait for President to step out here, we're going to keep an eye on that shot, but also going to keep an eye on another press conference that happened earlier here today. So as I mentioned, it's not just our southern states who felt a big impact from those storms that had made their way through, but also here across the East Coast, they're getting hit with yet another bunch of snow. They had it overnight. They have it happening here again into the later afternoon into the weekend here. So what we'll do is listen back into our press conference update with Governor Kathy Hochul as well as other New York officials, as they've been talking about their cleanup and recovery and staying prepared for what is still here to come. So going to be keeping a live eye on our Texas chopper as they're showing us road conditions, as well as waiting for the president and listening into that update out of New York.
Had gotten it right this year.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Where I come from, 6 weeks more winter is an early spring.
Exactly.
So we're fine with that.
We're okay with it, okay. But in all seriousness, actually, Governor Hochul has really had a laser-like focus this winter on snow and ice preparedness, as well as response in areas all across New York State, and certainly this storm is impacting a good portion of the state. I've personally been with the governor a few times now. It seems like if it's Friday, there's a storm event. But in all seriousness, this storm is really impacting us all across the state, certainly with the power outages here in Ulster County alone. But we've been working, New York State DOT has been working with our partners at the Thruway Authority, Homeland Security, all the other government agencies, and we are out there hitting the roads and hitting them hard. Last week, we sent about 100 people out from across the state down to Long Island to help to respond to the storm down there, help dig everybody out. And they did a great job. Everybody worked together, got it all done. And this week, we're having folks from Long Island come upstate to return the favor. We sent about 27 operators in total with supervisors and equipment, and they are deployed in the capital region, in central New York, and the southern tier, really helping out our DOT teams across the state. This is certainly a large statewide event, but we've, as the governor said, we've been planning for it, and we're ready. Here in the Hudson Valley, DOT has a good number of assets in place that are being deployed, 447 supervisors and operators, 294 large, medium duty plow trucks, 56 large loaders, 4 tow plows, and 1 very, very large snow blower. At the end of the day, DOT is staffed 24/7 for operations throughout this entire event.
We've got fleet mechanics who are working around the clock to make sure our equipment stays up and operating, and we don't lose any of our equipment during this time. I say this often, but really, New York State DOT really does have an elite snow fighting team, and we're at it constantly. Our forces have been out, as I said, working around the clock, not just here in the Hudson Valley, but across the state, and we're going to stay on it until all the roads are clear. We're hoping that's sometime later this evening, early into the morning. We will stay at it, though, because given the fact that the temperatures are changing, we need to make sure that we're covered for any additional freeze and making sure that the roads are clear of ice. So a couple safety notes. We've been working in coordination with the state police, as I said, and the Thruway Authority. DOT has implemented a 45-mile-an-hour advisory speed limit for the right lane only restriction for commercial trucks on all or portions of the following corridors. This started last night about 8 o'clock. So right lane restrictions for trucks on I-84 from the Connecticut to Pennsylvania state lines, Route 17 east of Binghamton, I-88, and I-81 south of Syracuse. Additionally, just because we've got such significant utility impacts, DOT has deployed about 56 generators from our stockpile and want to make sure that any traffic signals that are experiencing any power outages, that we've got capability to have backup on all of them. A quick note to motorists. If a traffic signal is out, it's not cause for a free-for-all. It's an automatic stop. Come to the intersection and please treat it as a four-way stop, okay? And be cognizant that the person to your right and so on around the circle gets priority. As Commissioner Bray said, we've also got tree crews out ready on standby, and we've got tow services positioned strategically all around the state to make sure that any truck, any tractor trailer, any accident gets removed safely and quickly. DOT, we prepare for storms like this all year round. Our plow operators, again, working around the clock to make sure our roads are safe for all motorists. And as the governor said, the best thing to do, please stay home. Let us do our job. Let us clear the roadways to make them safe for you. If you have to be out, please drive slowly and recognize that plow trucks only go about 35 miles an hour. And in front of them is a hazardous condition, snow, ice. You're not going to beat a plow. No way, no how. So please, please, if you see a plow, slow down. Don't crowd the plow. All right, give our plow operators space to do their job. Governor, thank you always for your leadership. We appreciate it. And everybody stay safe.
I think we have a new slogan, not just don't crowd the plow. What was that again? You're not going to beat a plow, no way, no how? I think there's a children's book in this.
And Director of State Operations, Catherine Garcia.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Commissioners. As I like to say in the state of New York, if it's August, then we're thinking about snow. Because it does take the entire team, both from Department of Transportation and the Thruway Authority, as well as all of our local partners, to make sure that every bridge, every road stays safe, primarily to make sure that we can get emergency vehicles through, because we want you to be staying home and staying safe today. And if you think about ice, it's like a half an inch doesn't sound like that much. A half an inch of ice would be a half a foot of snow. And so that is the amount of liquid volume we are dealing with. But we know that we have plenty of assets out on the roads, and we will continuously be salting and plowing during this entire event. We know that when people lose power, they also lose heat. So please do not use your stove or leave a space heater unattended. That might be something that could combust. The county executive is going to talk a little bit more about where there are warming centers. But know that the utility crews are on their way, and we are working in coordination with them to make sure that we are dealing with the big tree branches that might be down across the roads. And again, if you see a wire down, do not touch it. it is very likely to still be live. And while it is absolutely lovely to see the ice on all of the tree branches, it is incredibly dangerous to our power system and obviously to the roads. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the governor. Actually, I'm going to ask the county executive, Pat Ryan, to step up and say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Governor, for being here. As always, you're leading from the front, and we appreciate the responsiveness and your leadership. I want to make sure I have updated numbers here. So as you heard, we've had and are having significant ice accumulation. We expect up to ½ inch. The main impact has been near unprecedented numbers of tree limbs, trees, and power lines down, which is severely disrupting movement for everyone and causing massive power outages. The roads in many places, especially secondary roads, remain very dangerous and slippery, but thanks to our great teams from the state to the county to the city and the towns, major roads are pretty smooth right now, and we think will continue to improve. Our main focus collectively from the state on down is making sure, right now we have 39,156 homes. That's nearly half of our households in the county without power on a very cold and wet day. And because of that volume of power outages, it will take some time to get full restoration. So a big part of our effort is, of course, we have our warming shelter open in Midtown Kingston currently, but we'll be announcing in the next few hours significant additional options throughout the county, both in the Kingston area as well as the southern part of the county, warm places for shelter so that everyone in the county can make sure tonight, if you're still without power, that you'll have a warm and safe place to be, and we'll be communicating that throughout the day with help from the governor's team and all of our towns. In particular, the city of Kingston, and we'll hear from Mayor Noble in a second, has been hit especially hard on all these dimensions. So all of us are surging resources to support you, Mayor, and we'll continue to do that. So yes, we do want people to stay home, but be mindful that there will be a significant number of homes who will have enduring power outages, and if you're one of those homes, stay tuned for more information and we'll be supporting you. I've been in direct contact with the Central Hudson team. I want to thank them. They're surging crews here now, as you heard, with more coming from around the region, and we appreciate that. And again, Governor Hochul, want to thank you for bringing your Buffalo winter storm experience here to Ulster County. We need all the help we can get, and your collective team. And I'll be followed by Mayor Steve Noble.
Thank you very much, County Executive. Yes, the City of Kingston has been hit very hard today as we wake up. We have over 50% of our residents here in the City of Kingston without power. Again, our utility crews are working as quickly as possible, but with the sheer number of tree limbs and wires down, it is going to take time to get to all of you. We have issued a state of emergency in the City of Kingston to be able to make sure that all of our departments have the resources they need to be able to help with these cleanup efforts. But we do ask that all unnecessary travel be extremely limited at this time. We have opened Kingston City Hall for an emergency warming and electric facility for folks who may need to be hooked up to electric for their device or any type of special needs, as well as warming needs. However, the roads here in Kingston are extremely difficult. I live only 1 mile from City Hall, and it took me 20 minutes to get there with just the sheer number of roads and detours that I had to take. And so I would encourage you, if you do not have to go outside, please do not. Locally here in this area of Ulster County, and just as the county executive said, we will be opening additional larger shelters as necessary as we move on throughout the day. I do want to just take a moment to thank all of our first responders who have been out there working in these dangerous conditions to be able to clear the path for our utility crews to get into place to be able to do their work. But again, if folks have more information, they can check out our website. And again, I'm going to turn it now back over to the governor to close today's event.
Thank you. Thank you. So you've just seen evidence of what teamwork looks like. Fighting a storm is a major event. It is a serious matter, and we're not out of the danger zone yet. And that is the seriousness with which we're approaching this, to let everyone know we have the resources on the ground, but the weather is wildly unpredictable. And we cannot foresee which limbs are going to come down when. And if you're in a vehicle and you're driving down a tree-lined street, you are at risk of having a tree limb coated with ice falling on your vehicle and creating a very treacherous situation for you. So please be cognizant of that. As much as it does look pretty once the ice is on the trees, they will snap and fall. I remember one event I was participating in, we lost 13,000 trees, and they were all over houses, damaging roofs, damaging driveways and people's vehicles. And so please take that very seriously. I will say that as we're managing this event, while the snow and the freezing rain are falling, there's something else that is falling, and those are our COVID infection rates. So this is the good news. We continue to see a decline. Our 7-day average is down. The number of cases at 7,700, down from, for context, they were at 90,000 just less than a month ago. To have been down that dramatically is just incredible. Mid-Hudson area, 795 cases. Ulster County down to 92. So that is the graph we've been wanting to see. We're very excited about these numbers and are going to make sure that those stay in that range. That is going to give people a lot more comfort as we go forward. So very positive news about those numbers going down. Our statewide infection rate, I've been waiting to say this, is at 4.4%. That is the statewide average, nearly a 19% drop from our peak just exactly a month ago. And our single highest one day was 23%. Again, we're down to 4 from 23%. Mid-Hudson is about 4.6. So this is a very good trend for us. And hospitalization, something you all know I've been monitoring closely, our hospital capacity, and we're concerned about, we still have National Guard deployed in some of our hospitals and our nursing homes to supplement the staffing situation, which is literally a crisis. So many people were sick themselves or left their careers after being under tremendous stress for the last 2 years. And so we've had a shortage of workers, something I address in my budget, but also knowing that the number of people needing hospitalization is going down. Again, always the lagging indicator. Infections go down, people sick enough to go to a hospital goes down, and hopefully we'll start seeing the number of people pass away reduced to zero before long. It's still 110 New Yorkers we lost just yesterday, so let's not forget them. Another milestone, you know I'm watching the vaccination rates, and adults have done great. They really have over 95%, and the reason we don't have an exact number is we don't have always the number of someone who may have over the winter been in Florida, got their shot, their vaccination at a local provider, a local drugstore. So we don't have exact numbers, so we know it's higher than 95%, which is fabulous news. And I've always been concerned about our younger people as different age groups have been eligible. 12 to 17 have been eligible since June. So been a while, but we finally hit 80% of them have gotten their first dose. Parents, teenagers, get signed up for that second dose and then get the booster, because then you'll have that full suit of armor that you need around you to protect you. So our focus is really to have your younger siblings do what you did, teenagers, and let's get them vaccinated. 5 to 11, we're making some progress. Our first dose approaching 40%. But that's been eligible for a while, and we're also waiting news very soon to hear whether or not our children, our youngest children, ages 2 to 5, will be eligible for this. And I spoke to Dr. Fauci just a couple days ago about the progress we're making on that front. So we're getting there, but I would love to see that trend line of younger children more vaccinated as we start making decisions about schools, and that's something we get asked a lot about. When are masks coming off in schools? We'll be making some announcements, and then these numbers progressing. But I'm
All right, guys, we've been listening in New York and not only talking about storm recovery, also speaking on some COVID numbers, vaccination progress. Did want to just at least let our viewers know we are still waiting and anticipating a briefing from President Biden on those jobs numbers. But last we heard, the White House had emailed saying that this would be about 5 to 10 minutes away. That was about 10 minutes ago, so we'll still be on standby. Do have a fun picture here in Texas. They just zoomed out, but we do have some kids here playing on some of those snowy hills, as we have been seeing that winter weather continue to make its way across the country. East Coast now getting the most of it. And so we have been seeing all of those states that previously had that big major storm start to try to clean up afterwards. We did have a major backup and delay. Drivers stuck for hours down in Texas on the I-10 because of some accidents. You can see here too, roads still really thick with ice and that compacted snow. So drivers who are going to be going out today going to have to make sure that they are extra careful. So you can see this driver looked like they were trying to drive a little bit on the side of the road just to get some more traction as they're driving around here on this property. But we'll continue to keep you covered not only on, of course, winter weather warnings, as we do have, again, a lot of folks who are still going to be seeing even more snow, rain, ice, all of that mixture happening along the East Coast. But we'll also still be on standby for President Biden. At this time, not going to send us off into that 2-minute break because I don't want our folks to miss anything just in case he does step out here within a few moments. So let's go ahead, continue to listen in as New York is giving us that update on both not only what we've been seeing for the snow recovery, but also their COVID latest as well. So again, going to be taking us out to that triple box as we continue to give you more updates from across the country.
More, which we're striving for, but we're just not there yet. But let's know that there's a very safe way to get there, and that is getting more kids vaccinated. Also, we have been so aggressive, more aggressive than any state in the nation in terms of amassing, acquiring millions and millions of test kits, knowing that people at home can find out if they're positive. They're positive. Even if they don't feel symptoms, they're still contagious, they stay home. That's how we've been stopping the spread. That's one of the reasons we're driving down those Omicron numbers, because New Yorkers have been so smart about this, and I want to thank all of them. And if you just compare literally from March of 2020 when this started to November 2021, we had about 17 million test kits out there, PCR and rapid tests. That's a great number, but literally in a month, we amassed enough, we got them out. 23 million have been distributed, all part of our winter surge plan. Again, we started amassing upwards of 85 million, which we're still receiving every single week. We're getting another supply. These are really important for our nursing homes, for have them in schools. My main goals have been keeping schools open, and when someone tests positive, we now have the capacity, we've been doing this since December, to send the children home with test kits so mom and dad don't have to worry about it. They can test their children before they send them back. This will be really important as we start heading into the winter break coming up over the next few weeks, depending on the school district. So we're going to be making sure all the children are going home with test kits so they don't come back if they test positive. So this has been an incredible effort. I want to thank all the state workers and the members of our team who've made this happen. It's been my highest priority to make sure we use all the resources at our disposal, managing hospital capacity, test kits, vaccinations, mask wearing, everything we possibly could do. And that is one of the reasons why we are starting to see really the snow clouds parting when it comes to this winter surge of the Omicron pandemic. So we're going to keep using all the tools. Getting kids vaccinated, wearing cloths, wearing masks, and again, just tell if you're not feeling great, stay home. The weather's bad anyhow. You're not missing anything, so we're recommending that. And also, it's time to start talking about our post-pandemic phase, our post-surge phase, because we did really see a major spike starting December 2nd when our first Omicron case hit the state of New York, and it went up very quickly. Dramatically. You saw this in real time as we talked about it almost daily. So right now we're in an information gathering stage. I've always said I'll make decisions on any of our requirements that we've had in place based on the data, not by pressure, not by whims, not by just waking up one day and saying it's time. It is all based on data. So that process has been ongoing, but literally, as I mentioned, I spoke with Dr. Fauci. We're talking to hospital leaders. I have calls with many leaders this afternoon to find out how they're feeling about the situation, the business community that's been affected, educators, as well as local government leaders. Bring them all to the table as we start saying, yes, it appears the worst of the winter surge is over. We predicted that.
All right, guys, President Biden is stepping out here to talk about those January numbers when it comes to job growth. Let's listen in live.
I want to speak to you this morning about extraordinary resilience and grit of the American people and American capitalism. Our country is taking everything that COVID has to throw at us, and we've come back stronger. I'm pleased to report this morning, but many of you already know, that America's job machine is going stronger than ever, fueling a strong recovery and opportunity for hardworking women and men all across this great country. America is back to work. Today we learned that in January our economy created 467,000 jobs. But that's not all. We learned that job growth in November and December over last year was revised up by more than 700,000 jobs. On top of that, 400,000 jobs on top of the 400,000 that were previously reported. This morning's report caps off my first year as president. And over that period, our economy created 6.6 million jobs. 6.6 million jobs. You can't remember another year when so many people went to work in this country. There's a reason. It never happened. Take a look at the chart. You can look at the last, all the way back to President Reagan. Look how many jobs we've created in an average per month. This is, it's never happened before. And look, history's been made here. But it comes alongside the largest drop in unemployment rate in a single year on record. The largest reduction in childhood poverty ever recorded in a single year. And the strongest economic growth this country has seen in nearly 40 years. Historic economic progress. And I'm proud of the role the administration played in this economic plan has played in the recovery. You know, the rescue plan that Democrats passed to get the economy going again, the bipartisan infrastructure law that's starting to get underway, rebuilding bridges, roads, highways, ports, airports, internet. There's so much more that we're doing as well. And my decision at the outset of our administration to buy American. It's always been the law, it was very seldom ever followed. Now it's a reality, not an empty promise. I made clear that when the federal government spends taxpayer dollars, we buy American products. American products made in America, including all the component parts of that product, with very few exceptions. With the support of the American private sector, our business leaders and entrepreneurs, our workers, our union leaders, they've all come together like never before in my days in Washington. I know it hasn't been easy. I know that January was a very hard month for many Americans. I know that after almost 2 years, the physical and emotional weight of the pandemic has been incredibly difficult to bear for so many people. But here's the good news. We have the tools to save lives and to keep businesses open and keep schools open, keep workers on the job, and sustain this historic economic comeback. Vaccination and boosters have proven incredibly effective. This past month, we started mailing out tens of millions of at-home tests to deliver to your home for free so you can determine whether or not you have COVID. And that's in addition to the 20,000 sites across America where you can get a test in person for free to determine whether or not you have COVID. And we have more treatments today to keep people out of the hospital, including life-saving antiviral pills, which we purchased millions of. And now we're seeing the difference over what our efforts have made. Look at what's happened. Just in the past 3 weeks, today's extraordinary job report data was collected. The COVID crisis has been cut in half, down in half in just 3 weeks. Still too many cases. Still we have to be on the alert. But to be clear, this is a dramatic decline. Now I want to be clear. Even with the extraordinary news, even with the historic economic progress we've made across the past year, we still have a lot of work to do. Making sure every American has a job is a great start, but it's not the finish. For many Americans, wages are up this year. In January, wage increases were strong across the board, and that's good. We have to continue to keep wages growing, and we need even more high-paying jobs. Jobs you can raise a family on and have some breathing room. 2 weeks ago, the CEO of Intel, Pat Gelsinger, came to the White House to announce a brand new $20 billion semiconductor factory. They called it a campus outside of Columbus, Ohio. It's going to create 7,000 jobs just constructing the facility and 3,000 permanent jobs running the facility with an average salary of $135,000. These semiconductors or microchips power virtually everything in our everyday lives, from our cell phones to automobiles, the refrigerators, the internet, the electric grid. Without semiconductors, these things do not function in a modern economy. So the spin-off of this is going to create thousands of additional jobs as well, helping us build more American products in manufacturing automobiles, appliances, and so much more. It's going to create jobs, and it's going to help ease inflation. One of the reasons why automobiles cost so much money these days, and they're responsible for 1/3 of all the inflation that's calculated in the market, is because they lack the semiconductors to build the vehicles. Intel's announcement helps fix that problem. Last week, I called a meeting of CEOs from General Motors, Ford, Microsoft, and other major corporations in America. Mary Barra of General Motors, the chairman of the board, the CEO, I should say, announced a $7 billion investment in a Michigan manufacturing plant to manufacture electric vehicles. It's going to create 4,000 new quality jobs at prevailing wage. That's on top of the announcement last year made by Ford CEO Jim Farley, who was with us, to invest $11 billion to make electric vehicles, creating 11,000 new good-paying jobs. Look, last Friday I went to Pittsburgh, where the Union Pacific Railroad announced the largest purchase of American battery electric locomotives in history, built in Erie, Pennsylvania. Built by American manufacturing workers in western Pennsylvania, creating even more good-paying jobs. And again, the spin-off from that, these locomotives aren't just going to be purchased in America. Countries around the world, because it's going to be the best product, are going to purchase them. American-made electric vehicles made in Erie, Pennsylvania. Good-paying jobs. Look, we all know we're in competition with the world. These announcements are the drumbeat of a job resurgence, unlike anything we've seen in our history. And it didn't happen by chance. As a result of the economic plan I put into action on day one, when I said it's going to be Buy America. I'm delighted to keep it going and expand what we've done, because we have a great opportunity ahead of us to further progress, make progress beyond what we've already made. Look, the House of Representatives just passed a few minutes ago, just before I walked over here, to provide $90 billion, over $90 billion for research and development, manufacturing, and all those elements of the supply chain needed to produce end products right here in America. So we can keep delivering more announcements like the one we've had in these past few weeks. Another way we're boosting our economy is by promoting competition. Look, hamburger is, up fourfold almost, many places. Well, guess what? Meat processors, or shipping, railroads, other industries are dominated by a few giant companies that control the market they operate in. And over the years, this domination of the market by a smaller number of companies, smaller and smaller, it's about 4 in the meatpacking area, has reduced competition, squeezed out small businesses and farmers, and in many cases increased prices, and almost all of them increased prices for consumers. Look, I'm a capitalist, but capitalism without competition is not capitalism, it's exploitation. So I'm going to continue to do everything in my power to work with the Congress to make our capitalist system work better, to provide more competition and lower prices for American consumers. And they're still going to do well. But that isn't going to be enough. We still need to ease the burden on working families by making everyday things more affordable and accessible. Look, average people are getting clobbered by the cost of everything today. Gas prices at the pump are up. We're working to bring them down, but they're up. Food prices are up. We're working to bring them down as well. Look, I grew up in a family where if the price for a gallon of gas at the pump went up significantly, it was felt by the family. I get it, I understand. But these things are necessities, but there's more than one way to help a family when it comes to their standard of living. We're going to work to bring down the prices that are way up, but guess what? Guess what? We're going to keep strengthening the supply chain to bring down the cost of all these goods. But in the meantime, there's a lot we can do to give families a little extra breathing room. For example, child care. Families can spend $14,000 a year per child, and in some cases in this country, some cases less than $14,000 a year, for child care. Our plan cuts in half what most families are paying, helping their budgets, keeping millions of parents and especially women allowed to go back to work because they can get child care. Or the cost of prescription drugs, like insulin. Insulin costs about $10 to make. But for families who need the insulin, they're paying up to $650 a month on average in some places, and as high as $1,000 a month. Think about all those Americans out there with type 1 diabetes who need this insulin to stay alive and stay healthy. Or the 200,000 American children with type 1 diabetes. Think about being one of the parents without the insurance or the money to pay for that insulin. How do you look your child in the eye who needs an insulin? They have no idea how they're going to figure out how to pay for it. Think about what it does to them. Their self-esteem, their dignity, their ability to look their child in the eye. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 on our plan. $35 a month. The companies are still going to make a healthy profit. We can do that tomorrow with the stroke of a pen. But we have a generation of so-called, for example, sandwich generation. That is, you have a young child and an elderly parent, and these both need help. And look, we can help them take care of mom and dad and make it work. There's a program that allows us to, on Medicare, that someone can come and install a handrail in the shower so mom doesn't fall, to make sure they have what they need to live with safety and dignity in their home, pick up the prescriptions, make an occasional meals. We can do all that. So when mom and dad put their head on a pillow at night, they can have peace of mind that their elderly parents are doing well and their children are okay. We're still going to work on gas prices. We're still going to work on the food prices. But in the meantime, we can deliver that peace of mind to the American people and give them a little breathing room. And by the way, the proposals that I have out there, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year would pay a single additional penny in taxes. Not a single penny. And a lot of companies I've spoken to are willing to pay a little more in their corporate taxes and their personal taxes to see that happen. You've heard me say it 100 times. You got 55 companies of the Fortune 500 companies that paid zero tax the last couple of years. And they made over $400 billion. Look, we can do this without increasing the deficit. Actually, we've reduced the deficit over $300 billion. And 17 Nobel laureates in economics came to me several months ago to say that this plan would not only not raise inflation, it would ease long-term inflationary pressures. Look, the bottom line is this. The United States is once again in a position to not only compete with the rest of the world, but out-compete the rest of the world once again. We can keep coming together and invest in the backbone of America, the working class and the middle class folks. There's no limit to what we can achieve. So let's keep the wages rising and let's start lowering cost. Our businesses are the best in the world. Our workers are the best in the world. Give them half a chance. They'll outcompete anyone, anywhere in the world. We can have a quality of life for working people that they deserve at the same time. And by the way, the middle class, when it does well, when the working class does well, everybody does well. Everything is better for the wealthy, the super wealthy, and the slightly wealthy. Nobody gets hurt. So let's face these challenges head on. Let's keep building a better America. I want to thank you, and God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Your response to Putin and Xi, sir.
Genocide against Uyghurs.
All right, President Biden wrapping things up there again, speaking to this great report for our January jobs. And it's not going to be the last time we see President Biden here today. He is expected to continue. He is going to be traveling here with the vice president. They're going to be speaking about labor agreements and also delivering remarks. That's happening in Maryland. But just want to reiterate some of those things that happened. The economy able to continue and even strive despite weather and those call outs for being sick because of the Omicron variant. Again, economists were only predicting 150,000 added jobs. We surpassed that with 467,000 created in January. Unemployment did raise to 4%, but that could be also because of people entering the workforce. So again, some very good news to be sharing here today. President saying that they hope that this historic climb can be sustained, especially when it comes to our economy. So live look there at the Dow and continuing to see us down in the red, more than 118 points for the stock exchange at this time. But again, this is just the middle of the day. Still have to wait for that closing bell here that would also close out the week. So what we'll do is continue to give you more on that jobs reports, especially as, again, we had a huge increase for this January. A lot of people have been speaking about what numbers they were going to expect, surpassing that more than by enough here. So we will be continuing that conversation right here on Live Now from Fox after we go out to a 2-minute break. Stick around. More to come right here. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We'll continue talking about those jobs reports later throughout the day, but I do want to at least give everyone a look here at what we are seeing for weather here across the country. Cold temperatures have pushed their way through across a majority of our states. And then, of course, that big winter storm system that we saw popping up in the middle of the week across Texas and up into the plains as well has now made its way all the way east. So our folks on the East Coast still going to be dealing with a mixture of heavy snow coming down, even some ice being formed. We heard that was a big problem for residents out in New York City. We gave you that briefing earlier from Governor Kathy Hochul
as well as it's going to be a problem with the road conditions. So a lot of people in the path of this storm as it had stretched more than 2,000 miles, and people today still cleaning up. Here's that live look again down in Texas. They have snow covering a majority of their ground. So if we were to pop this up and didn't say which state it was, I probably would not have guessed to Texas, but they're cleaning up here after the storm as well. And today really had a dip in temperatures. Also to note, Minnesota had a huge dip in temperatures. They yesterday were down more than 15 degrees. I know my in-laws on the North Dakota-Minnesota border yesterday had showed me a picture of their temperatures, which were down in the minus 25-degree area. So that was also with the wind chill. So just some bitter cold temperatures. We've been seeing them stretch across our state. So as we still have a lot of cleanup to go underway here today, we'll keep everyone up to date on those latest weather events, especially as we know that they are going to only continue to happen here into the weekend for all of those who are still on the East Coast. So thank you again to everyone who is here with us on Live Now from Fox. I do want to continue things along, giving you more stories that have been taking place here across the country. In Minnesota, we are getting a lot of heat against the mayor of Minneapolis as well as the police chief after there was a SWAT incident where they had went into the residency, and unfortunately someone did lose their life, and it wasn't even the person who the warrant was for. So we do have Amir Locke, whose life was lost that day. We do have right now Attorney Ben Crump speaking about this event. It's on a Zoom call, and just a little warning ahead of time for our viewers. Right now you're going to see the screen with the Zoom call not in full, and then it does go in full here in just a few minutes after it starts. But at least we'll be getting that update on some of the legal action that could possibly be taken, not only against the city of Minneapolis, but against the police department specifically after this incident took place.
And we will get to you then. Attorney Crump, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. And again, we apologize for the delay. Obviously, the snowstorm in Minnesota is interrupting a lot of traffic, and we know we have almost 100 media outlets with us today, so we're going to try our best to talk about the salient points and hopefully hit most of the things you're going to ask. But as Kelly said at the end, we will try to answer as many of your questions as possible. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, and I have the really distinct honor of fighting for the family of Amir Locke with the co-counsels who I've worked with successfully on other tragedies in and out of Minnesota, that being the family of George Floyd and the family of Dante Wright. I've had attorney Jeff Storms, who's based there in Minnesota, working with us on those matters, and he is working to help us get justice for the family of Amir Locke. And then you all know attorney Tony Ramanucci, and he's based out of Chicago, Illinois. We've worked on several matters around the country trying to get civil rights for those who have been marginalized in just some unbelievable ways. And the parents of Amir Locke is joining us for this first press conference. His father, Andre Locke, and his mother, Miss Karen Wells, who are absolutely devastated at seeing that 53-second video that you all have witnessed. I will start off, and then Attorney Storms, and then Attorney Ramanucci will present, and finally you'll hear from his father and then his mother. I'm shocked, to say the least, because I know that Minnesota was one of the cities that pledged after Breonna Taylor was unjustly and unnecessarily and unconstitutionally killed in Louisville, Kentucky, that they were going to stop doing no-knock warrants, that they were going to abolish them. But yet, we have this happen to Amir Locke. if we learned anything from Breonna Taylor, it is that no-knock warrants have deadly consequences for innocent, law-abiding Black citizens. That's what we know. That's what the statistics bear out. And we know that the Minneapolis Police Department, just like in George Floyd, released a police report that was erroneous. We can only conclude, was trying to assassinate the character of Amir Locke to try to justify their unjustifiable act of executing this no-knock warrant. And what did they do in that police report? As Attorney Storms and activists and us have discussed late into the night last night, they said that Amir was the subject of the search warrant when they know that were not the case. So why would they put that out there? We can only conclude, Attorney Ramanucci, it's the old playbook from even way back with Trayvon Martin, where after you assassinate our children, then you try to assassinate their character. And Trayvon, come this next month, will be 10 years. And so 10 years, they've been killing Black people unjustly. And after they assassinate us, they try to assassinate our character to try to justify these unjustifiable acts. But you're going to hear from Andre and Karen who Amir was. He was a young man who had dreams. He was a good kid. He had no criminal history. He was a law-abiding citizen. He had a permit, a license to have a gun. And I must say, and I have to say this because when people do good things, we have to acknowledge it. For years now, as Kelly, my media advisor, knows, I would say whether it was Corey Jones or so many other Black law-abiding citizens who had a license to carry, where are the gun rights advocates? Where is the NRA when they shoot and kill us and we were just trying to defend our homes and ourselves and our families? Well, I understand, and certainly Attorney Storms can share this with you after the press conference, that the Minnesota Guns Rights Association put out a statement on Amir Locke's behalf, saying that he did what any other law-abiding, permitted gun owner would do. Strange people bust in his house, awaken him from his sleep, and he reached for his weapon, which he has a Second Amendment right to defend himself. Because African Americans, like any other American citizen, has a right to the Second Amendment. And apparently, they saw a Black man reach for his gun, not knowing anything about Amir. And they shot. I mean, they didn't even give him a chance. And so we are just, we're just flabbergasted at the fact that Amir was killed in this way. It's unbelievable to his parents, to his family, to those who knew this young man, a good, young Black man who had his whole life ahead of him. His parents would share with you about his dreams and aspirations and how they killed all those dreams and Amir with the execution of a no-knock warrant by the Minneapolis Police Department, even though they said that they were not going to have no-knock warrants in Minneapolis after Breonna Taylor was killed. And so we will continue to update you and give you information as we receive it, but we know that we are not going to let them sweep Amir's death under the rug as they attempted to do initially. His family, led by his mother and father, are going to fight to say that Amir Locke life matters, that Black lives matter. And obviously in Minneapolis, we have to say it louder now, because since George Floyd, there have been far too many unjust killings in that greater Minneapolis area, when we really were optimistic and believed that George Floyd would be the tipping point where we saw many of these unjust killings of Black people not occur with such frequency. Jeff Storms is, I call him Minneapolis civil rights attorney. He is.
All right, guys, we've been listening into this press conference. Do at least want to show everyone who Amir Locke was. He was a 22-year-old man who, again, just before 7 a.m. on Wednesday, was inside of this apartment building that Minneapolis SWAT entered with a no-knock warrant. The team did shoot and kill Amir. He was not named in the search warrant police were serving. This happened in downtown Minneapolis, and the officer later identified whose records show he has been in law enforcement since 2015. Now, obviously, again, we've been listening in as we had Attorney Crump and others, along with the family, all speaking out after this incident. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing to listen into more press briefings, including this one, when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to keep you up to date on all of the top stories coming to us from across the country. This morning, we heard from President Biden. He was touting those job report numbers from January above what was expected. So what we want to do is, of course, continue that conversation with Fox Business's Edward Lawrence, who's joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And thank you so much for being here with us. And let's just go ahead and talk about this. Was way above what economists were expecting when it comes to January's numbers.
Yeah, very interesting. Economists were expecting 153,000 jobs added back to the economy. What happened was we had 467,000 jobs added back. It's interesting that there's a revision that happens, and this might be why the numbers are a little bit skewed, if that's the word you want to use for it, is that what happens is the benchmark that they rate all of the numbers on from the rest of the year is March. In March of 2021, the Bureau of Labor Statistics went back and revised that benchmark. And in revising that benchmark, it changed all of the numbers going forward. So it actually created in June and July a lot more job losses than it originally happened. We're talking about 807,000 jobs more lost during those months. But it then revised November and December up 709,000 jobs. Huge swings in these revisions. And it also gave us this big number that we're seeing here. Still, if you look at the trend over the last 3 months, November, December, January, the trend is going down. They're just a lot bigger numbers that we're talking about, Christy.
And so when President Biden, is speaking to adding 6.6 million jobs created in this past year, we have to take those items into account too, right?
Right, exactly. And that's exactly what he's talking about, adding back to this economy. But we're still 2 million jobs shy or south of where we were in February of 2020. So there's still a long way to go. The unemployment rate did tick up to 4% here. So there's a lot of work yet to be done with this economy, getting back to where the gold standard was of February of 2020 under the last administration. But again, the president touting as the economy's reopening, you expected a number of those jobs going back. Now, the point for the administration here going forward is to try and keep that momentum going. And so far, that momentum's been waning a little bit. But as I said, again, we're talking about bigger numbers. 467,000 jobs is a much bigger number. One more point. It does actually give fuel to the Federal Reserve to increase interest rates, possibly even more than analysts had thought. They've been going by 25 basis points, just going up and down slowly, a quarter of a point. This could lead more credence to the argument there might be a 50 basis point jump, because you're talking about a hotter economy now with larger job numbers being added back.
And I wanted to touch on, too, Edward, you'd mentioned the unemployment rate. It did rise to 4%. But do we see that number rising because more people are entering the workforce?
Yeah, more people entered the labor force, and the labor force participation rate did tick up a little bit this month. And you're exactly right. That's what happened. More people are coming into the labor force here moving forward. So the economy continuing to roll on. It is interesting. Some industries, retail, for example, actually made up all of the jobs that were lost, and they created 61,000 jobs this month. But that puts it to 61,000 jobs more than they had in February of 2020. So some individual sectors are more, but as I said, overall, we're still 2 million jobs fewer than where we were in February of 2020.
I'm glad that you were able to explain that to our viewers, because like you said, you see these big giant numbers of how many jobs were added, but it all depends on also those changing numbers, the way that they're measuring them. So we do appreciate your time. Again, Fox Businesses, Edward Lawrence joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much, Edward, for being here with us today.
Thanks, Christy. Thanks for having me.
And don't forget, President Biden's remarks were something we brought to you live earlier here today. You can always go rewatch them on some of our social media platforms. That's a great way to stay up to date on all of the top stories, as well as we continue to give you some more of these live events. What I want to do is now jump into the White House press briefing. We do have Jen Psaki who is speaking. So not only is she going to be mentioning and asked questions about these jobs numbers, but obviously the ongoing conflict between Ukraine and Russia. We do also have right here another new event happening between police and a civilian, with another life that's been lost in Minneapolis. We were just listening into that press conference with Attorney Ben Crump. So I want to go to this White House press briefing live so that we can get caught up on all of these different topics as reporters are now asking questions.
But the size and the scope of economic measures on the table that we're talking about as it relates to Russian aggression or the potential of invasion are unprecedented, would pose massive consequences for the Kremlin, and the inputs to, and I think it's important for people to understand that the inputs to the major foundational technologies of the world still come from the West. And so there is an enormous amount of power we have as we work to continue to strengthen our diplomatic efforts with our partners around the world.
And just one more quick one, and obviously I'm not going to try and repeat what Matt did yesterday with Ned, as I know you've experienced at times in a past life. But
I do. I had many engagements with Matt Lee in my time.
The idea, though, and you've done this a couple times, in the British have to some degree as well, getting out in front. I think almost giving insight into intelligence that perhaps past administrations, including past Democratic administrations, would not have done.
Yeah.
Can you explain kind of the thinking in that strategically and why you guys have decided to get out in front on these types of things in this moment in time?
Sure. So over the past several months, we, but also a number of our allies, have developed a significant amount of credible intelligence about Russian efforts to use a false pretext to justify an invasion of Ukraine. And this evidence mirrors both public reporting and Russian accounts in past conflicts. And I would note a number of your outlets obviously have reporters on the ground, right, who are seeing for themselves what is happening. What is also true is that we've seen Russians' actions over the past few years. If you look just back at past precedent, it doesn't mean it's guaranteed to repeat, but it is important for people to understand contextually what they're capable of and what tactics they've used in the past. And sometimes you do see repetition of that. So a few years ago, for example, Russia's defense ministry falsely accused the United States of running a clandestine biological weapons lab in the country of Georgia, enabling Russia's efforts to destabilize the Georgian government. Russia also used to fabricate stories in Syria about how attacks on international aid convoys were undertaken by rebels or terrorists instead of the Assad regime to enable Russia's continued support for the Assad government. If you look back at 2016, the Russian media manufactured a false claim of sexual assault against a Russian immigrant named Lisa by German refugees in order to stoke hysteria against Syrian immigrants throughout Europe. And there's more. Russian state television aired a false report that claimed the Ukrainian army had crucified a 3-year-old Ukrainian boy. That is even more recently. So our objective is to deny Russia the opportunity to use these lies to justify an invasion of Ukraine. And to convey clearly, these are actions we're seeing that are straight out of their playbook. We've seen them run false flag operations in the past and use confusion to launch military action many times in history. Of course, we would prefer to make as much underlying information available as we can. And in fact, what we conveyed yesterday and was conveyed by my colleagues at the Defense Department and State Department was the result of declassifying information. There are limitations because of compromising intelligence sources and methods. But what we're trying to do is take steps to deny Russia the opportunity to use lies, to use past tactics to justify an invasion of Ukraine, essentially to avoid war.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. If Putin decides to make a move into Ukraine, how long does the U.S. believe that the Ukrainians could hold off a full Russian takeover?
Jackie, it's a great question. I would really point you to the Department of Defense to make any assessment if they can. And obviously some assessments they may not be in a position to make publicly.
That they would not want to share publicly or that they don't know?
Again, I'm just conveying that there are some assessments, and obviously as the Department of Defense does a range of contingency planning. I'll let them speak for themselves on what they could lay out publicly for you.
And then we've known about the reality of this threat since October. Putin began amassing troops on the border in April. So why have we waited so long to send the kind of aid that we're sending now? Why haven't we sent, for instance, anti-aircraft weaponry? Because if Russia does an airstrike, wouldn't they be able to obliterate what we've sent to them so far?
Well, remember the president met with President Zelensky back in, I think it was September, but you can correct me if that's wrong. It was sometime early in the fall, and committed to a large aid package. That is something that we've been implementing and delivering since that point in time. So actually it's been continuous security assistance that we've been providing to the Ukrainians, an enormous package that we've been providing over the course of the last year. In terms of weapon systems, I had again pointed to the Department of Defense.
The feeling within the administration is that we have responded in a timely manner to Ukraine's concerns.
I think what's important for people to understand is that this has been continuous. It wasn't that we had never provided aid, whether it's humanitarian or security assistance, and all of a sudden we did recently. That has been a continuous process. We've provided hundreds of billions of dollars in aid, security assistance over the course of not just the last year, but long before that, and including a commitment the president made and was announced around President Zelensky's visit.
And then moving on to energy, I mean, gas prices are at a 7-year high here in the U.S. Right after OPEC again snubbed requests to increase production. And then there's this energy crisis in Western Europe brewing. Is there any point where the president would consider opening up domestic production in order to mitigate some of this, the inflation, and assist our allies in Western Europe?
Well, there's a couple of important questions you raised there. Let me start by saying that as it relates to Europe and the shortage, and that is, or potential, I should say, it doesn't exist currently, or everybody's experiencing high gas prices, but I think you're asking as it relates to a potential invasion. That is something we've been very mindful of and in touch with our European partners and also suppliers about what can be done and how we can ensure or take steps to increase capacity out there to meet those needs should they raise. Some of them is natural gas, some of them is gas, as you know. So that is something we've been quite mindful of. I'd also note that the president has taken a number of steps in recent months to address the gas prices, including tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, of course conveying clearly to OPEC member countries and suppliers that it's important to meet the demand on the market, and we'll continue to look at options that can be done to lower gas prices for the American people. In terms of whether or not there could be more oil drilling, I'd point you to the oil companies on what available places they have and if they're maximizing that. My understanding is they're not.
Is there any consideration for increasing, for instance, LNG export licenses?
I don't have anything to preview for you in terms of additional steps. I can just reiterate to you that the president raises and talks about the importance of taking every step we can to lower gas prices for the American people.
And then real quick on the Johns Hopkins study on the lockdowns. There was this meta-analysis that came out of several studies, lockdown during the first wave of COVID in spring of 2020. It found that it only reduced COVID mortality by 0.2% in the US and Europe. And suggested they have little to no public health benefit, but severe consequences for the economy. And it suggests that lockdowns shouldn't be a part of a future pandemic response. Is that the shared view of the administration looking in the rearview mirror?
Well, I would first, of course, point you to our health and medical experts for specifics on this specific scientific study. I would note that the president has been clear we're not pushing lockdowns. We've not been pro-lockdown. That has not been his agenda. Most of the lockdowns actually happened under the previous president. What our objective has been is to conveying that we have the tools we need to keep our country open, thanks to the president's leadership and focus on fighting the virus. And that's reflected in the fact that 98% of schools are open. Over 210 million Americans are fully vaccinated. We have the tools to avoid lockdowns, and we're not moving back, and that's our intention at this point.
So you guys do believe then that the lockdowns were more harmful than helpful?
Again, I would point you to our scientific experts on the specifics of a study, but the president's agenda, the president's approach has not been lockdowns. It has been using the tools we have to prevent that.
Good. On the Supreme Court nomination, Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office is saying today he's going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks. I know you've obviously wished him well. Hopefully it's shorter than that, but sometimes these recoveries don't always go as planned. So is the White House thinking at all about timing, given the senator's potential absence? Is that affecting at all how the president is now thinking about this nomination versus how he would have been thinking about it a week ago?
No.
Okay. So everything is still on track for a pick by the end of February?
Yep.
All right. And I know you've been asked before whether the president is considering Republican votes and whether he can get new Republicans on board. Is the response still the president's looking for the best candidate and not thinking about which votes that candidate can get?
Yeah, but I would say it's important to note that the president's commitment above all else is to nominate a qualified black woman, to serve on the Supreme Court with impeccable credentials. And he thinks anyone he chooses should have the kind of credentials and be so qualified that they should be considered by Democrats and Republicans.
And then just a couple things on COVID. We've hit the 900,000 death mark, or we're quickly going to approach it, depending on your tally. But is the president going to do anything to mark this for the grim milestone of 900,000 deaths?
We will have more on this soon, but I don't have anything to preview today.
Okay. Do you have any updates on the testing efforts, the shipping out of the free COVID tests? How many have there been shipped out now? Do you have an update on that? Are they still being shipped out every 7 to 12 days from the order?
So I don't have an update on numbers. It's changing constantly. I know we confirmed, I think it was last Friday, so I'm sure it's changed since then, that we had about 60 million orders, and we had sent out tens of millions of tests, and you've certainly seen on social media people receiving their tests, which is always good news. But I don't have an update on that. This program, of course, is just beginning to ramp up. We'd said at the beginning we wouldn't start sending tests until the end of January. We obviously did it ahead of time, but what we're really relying on right now is as soon as testing manufacturers deliver tests to the U.S. government, we will get them out to the American people, and the Postal Service is doing their job, packing and shipping efficiently, and I expect we'll have more updates in due time, short time, I hope.
And just a real quick one on Russia. The Senate has left town without passing a sanctions bill. How important does the White House think it is to get the Senate to pass a Russian sanctions bill?
Well, we're in close touch with them, but it's not essential for us to implement sanctions, right? It's not required. And so we have prepared a devastating package of sanctions, economic sanctions, that would have an enormous impact on the Russian economy. It doesn't require congressional action, but we are, of course, working closely with them.
Jen, we together.
Oh, okay. Sorry for it being so short today. I'll be around for a little bit if people have questions. Come on by. Thanks, everyone.
All right, so a shorter White House briefing than usual, as again, we do have President Biden going to be traveling with the Vice President. They're going to Maryland a little later this afternoon. We are going to be expecting some remarks as he signs an executive order on project labor agreements. And so that will be coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, Live Now from Fox will continue to keep you covered on the president's movements here for you. As we do continue giving you more events, we're going to first step away for a 2-minute break, but then when we come back, we do have an update after there was an arrest made for the man who was attacked outside of the SoFi Stadium, a 49ers fan now in a coma. We will be giving you that briefing and update as police just stepped out to the microphone after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. An unfortunate story. There was a man who was found bleeding on the ground in the parking lot at the SoFi Stadium on Sunday afternoon. Daniel Luna was a 49ers fan who had traveled by himself to Los Angeles County for the NFC championship game. And again, he was found on the ground bleeding in the parking lot, has now been in a medically induced coma. And they have one person who's now been arrested. That happened on late Thursday night. in association with this assault. So let's go ahead and get that latest update with police as they just stepped out to give us this briefing.
Good morning. Mayor James Butts, City of Inglewood, and I have an update on the SoFi assault from last Sunday. Yesterday, Inglewood police officers traced the vehicle seen in the security video and made contact with the registered owner. They left contact information after indicating we were trying to locate an individual involved in a potential assault on Sunday at SoFi Stadium. Later that day, they were contacted by Cifuentes, Rosell, Brian, Alexis. Cifuentes was at his place of work in Montebello. Officers asked that he come to the Inglewood Police Department to be interviewed. He declined, but stated that he would talk to the officers in Montebello. Officers went to his location, and he voluntarily accompanied them to the Inglewood Police Department, where he received his Miranda admonition and was interviewed. After the interview, he was placed under arrest for 245A, subsection 4, assault by means to produce great bodily injury, a felony, and was booked at the Inglewood Jail. He bonded out at 1 a.m. this morning on $30,000 bail. A case will be presented to the LA County District Attorney's Office for filing consideration. The victim is in stable condition. As of this briefing, his condition is not improved or degraded. And we're ready to take any questions you might have. Hold on, let's do this. You'll be first, you'll be second. Who wants to be third? You'll be third. One. I mean, that's all we know, is that he is still hospitalized and he's in a medically induced coma. Two. I don't have any criminal history information. It's Cifuentes, and I'll give you all a copy of this press release. Cifuentes. Alexis, Alexis. 33 years of age. We'll provide you the information. 3. We have no idea at this time. Yes. It appears that he did that, yes. That's a good question, but that's not for me to judge. That's for the district attorney's office to make take into account in their filing consideration. Ma'am, you were next. I can. It was the same it was as I said at yesterday's briefing. Mr. Luna was wearing a white jersey that some think was a throwback 49ers jersey, and the other individual, Mr. Alexis, was wearing a yellow, appeared to be a Rams jersey.
Will there be more arrests, sir?
Hold on one second. He waited, then I'll go to you.
Did the suspect claim self-defense? What did he say?
We wouldn't talk about his statement. We're going to file a case with the district attorney's office. So we're not going to do anything that would jeopardize that filing.
My question is, will there be more people arrested and might Mr. Luna face charges for what happened in the altercation?
That would be up to the district attorney's office. We filed a case for 245 against Mr. Alexis, and they will look at the totality of the circumstances, and they will make their decision. From the video that I saw, which admittedly is only a minute and a half or what have you, it doesn't look like anyone else was involved. Anybody else before I go back? Go ahead. We've been unable to interview him. As I said repeatedly, he's been in a medically induced coma. And as I said earlier, his condition is not improved or degraded. Yes, sir. I don't know what they were doing during the game. At the time of the video clip that I saw, they were standing around in the parking lot as a group. Okay, then we'll go 1, and then we'll go 2, and 3. 1. I don't know where that narrative comes from. There were other fans in that group, and at least one person in the short clip that I saw, which is only a minute and a half, bent down, tried to turn him on his side. So I don't know where that narrative comes from. Number 2. The game was already in progress. Yes. I don't know that there would have been time. A security guard came up very shortly after the altercation and called paramedics. So there wouldn't have been time. I don't know of any call to 911. I don't know there would have been time. Oh, no, we don't do it like that. So you waited. Now you'll be next, all right? First of all, the department wasn't late, and the opinion from the doctor was ascertained at a later time. It wasn't that there was a police officer at the hospital in the room listening to the doctor opine. That came as a result of the investigation. I don't have the timeline, sir. Go right ahead. It looked like a tailgate party to me. All right? Yes, sir. I would have no way of knowing that, and no one would until we receive the toxicology from the hospital. Yes, sir.
Do you have any concerns about security at SoFi Stadium based on what happened here? Do you think there's anything to worry about that this happened in this parking lot? With many people around, it's in pretty bad shape right now.
I don't think there's anything to worry about. The reality is that this was a one punch, one shove, two shove, one punch altercation. The greatest damage was done because he landed on the back of his head on the pavement. So I don't think this has any implications for safety. Go right ahead. I don't want to discuss the investigation. We don't want to taint anybody's recollections or views, and so we won't be discussing that. Yes, sir. Not at this time, sir. Not at this time, sir. Okay, and so go ahead, sir. Here, I'm going to tell you the minute and a half or so video I saw. Crowd milling around, overwhelming number of people in red jerseys. There's an individual in a yellow jersey and an individual in a white jersey. The individual in the white jersey pushes the individual in the yellow jersey, and he falls over backward but doesn't fall to the ground. The individual in the yellow jersey pushes the individual in the white jersey and then strikes him once, it appears, in the face area. The individual in the white jersey falls backwards, hits his head on the pavement, doesn't move after that. We won't be discussing the suspect's statements that were made in the investigation. Yes, ma'am. No, we haven't. We don't believe anything else happened. If you look at the video that I saw, it was a group of people, looked like they're tailgating, and then there was this incident. Looked like there was, I couldn't tell of any precursor to, what happened. Okay? And the last thing I want to do, I want to give our best wishes to the family. The chief has talked to the mother. She's very grateful that there's an arrest been made. I've called her myself, reached voicemail, and gave her just the best wishes to the city for her family and offered our assistance in any way we can. Okay, thank you guys very much. All right, you're welcome.
All right, so once again, that's the latest update that we just got here from officials in California. As they say, they have not been able to ask Daniel any questions because he is still in the coma after, again, that altercation that happened in the parking lot outside of the stadium on this weekend. And so again, in the video that they have been reviewing, Luna was seen mingling with other football fans in the parking lot before an altercation broke out. According to officials, Luna shoved a fan from behind. The fan then hit Luna in the mouth area, and as we just heard, also had fallen back and hit his head on the ground and became unresponsive. So still an investigation underway, and that one person who had been arrested had turned himself in after learning more about this event and has already bonded out. So we will continue to try to follow this developing story right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We are going to continue to give you more press conferences here in just 2 minutes after we step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I know we have a person in the way, but just behind that reporter, we do have a large structure fire that is in Live Oak, California. You can see multiple crews out here responding to this structure fire. And according to some of our Fox 40 teams, residents have had to evacuate as flames engulfed this plant. And so we will continue to keep an eye on this. It was a vacant walnut factory in Live Oak, and this, though, has prompted some evacuations. Looks like our reporter there is standing ready on standby to give an update to his team back at his station. So we'll jump off of that. Again, we can always go back out to that here for you on Live Now from Fox if we do get more updates and videos coming from that scene. But until then, let's go ahead, continue to give you more of these updates we've had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. A lot of different press conferences happening here today. I do want to remind all of our viewers as well that we do have a President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris event. That's going to be coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. They're headed to Maryland. So they'll be not only there to make some remarks, President Biden signing an executive order. And so we'll give that event to you a little bit later here this afternoon. We just heard from police out in California, but I'm going to take us out to the press briefing in Chicago as police are updating us on some of the recent crimes that they've been seeing in their city.
And grab robbery of the Perillo dealership in the 800 block of North Rush Street that occurred on December 11th, 2021. Carlos Valiant is charged with Class 1 felony theft and Class 2 felony burglary. As you know, a number of cities, including Chicago, have been seeing an uptick in organized retail theft, including the smash and grab style robberies over the past several months. Popular retail corridors throughout the city, as well as small businesses, are feeling the impact, and so are our neighborhoods. We'll go through a little bit of a tick-tock. We'll go through more detail, but on December 11th, 2 men entered the auto dealership in the 800 block of North Rush, smashed the glass case containing valuable merchandise, and forcibly removed 5 watches worth an estimated $1 million. During our investigation, Carlos Valiant of Hammond, Indiana, was identified as one of the offenders that entered the dealership and stole the items. Our detectives coordinated with the Hammond Police Department and obtained an arrest warrant and arrested Carlos Valiant. On February 3rd of 2022, Valiant was extradited to Chicago from Indiana and charged with those 2 Class 1 felony theft charge and Class 2 felony burglary charge. I want to thank the state's attorney, the Cook County State's Attorney Kim Fox, and everyone in her office, all of her assistant state's attorneys, for working side by side with us to hold these offenders accountable for this crime. The outcome of this case and many others is due to the city's dedicated business community, as well as interagency collaboration. We made an additional arrest separate from this location, as I like to highlight as well. We also made arrests in a comprehensive investigation into a large cargo theft operation working with the Illinois Attorney General's office. Our organized retail theft task force discovered several $1 million worth of merchandise stolen from multiple retail establishments. In January of 2022, we arrested a young adult in connection with a string of robberies at the North Face and Sephora stores between December 10th and December 21st, 2021, resulting in losses of over $10,000 in merchandise. That same week, charges were announced against a juvenile offender for 21 counts of burglary and theft, targeting where the thefts targeted several Ulta beauty stores across Chicago. From the beginning, local merchants and major retailers have been key partners in our organized retail theft task force. Their support, those business community support, and collaboration with the Chicago Police Department is making our city safer and stronger. That's why the Chicago Police Department and our organized retail theft task force continue to investigate all thefts and burglaries targeting local businesses to hold offenders accountable to the fullest extent of the law. When we say it takes an all-out effort, this is what we're talking about when we say visibility, engagement, and collaboration for public safety. I also like to highlight separately a violent crime that occurred where we made charges. I want to take a moment to remember Bobby Johnson, who was tragically murdered this week, and acknowledge her family so that we can give this family our full support and prayers. Ms. Johnson was simply walking down the street one minute, and an innocent victim, she was caught in senseless crossfire in the next moment. She was a mother and a grandmother, a friend and a confidant, and a woman of faith who will never be forgotten. Chicago Police Department sincerely hopes that the arrest and charging of the offender responsible, Victor Brown, who is charged with first-degree murder, brings some small measure of closure to her family during this unimaginable time. But the fact is, Mrs. Johnson should still be here. We have to get guns off our streets and keep them out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. So I want to just highlight our tip line for rewards. That phone number is 833-408-0069. If you have any information leading to either gun trafficking, there's a reward up to $5,000 for charges and or convictions, and a reward up to $15,000 for charges or convictions for homicide. I want to repeat that. The tip line, and you can remain anonymous, is 833-408-0069 for a reward of up to $5,000 for tips on gun trafficking and up to $15,000 reward for tips that lead to charges and or convictions for homicides. Cases like these, like Ms. Johnson's, are always hard on the community, hard on the city, and hard on our police officers. But every case reminds us how dedicated Chicago police officers are, and our detectives as well, with our community, working tirelessly every day to shine a light on these offenders. Finally, earlier this week, a man was arrested on federal drug charges following a joint operation between the Chicago Police Department and the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. During this investigation, the 51-year-old Troy Clark's residence was searched after receiving a search warrant, leading to the discovery of distribution of quantities of fentanyl and equipment used to manufacture counterfeit pills. A federal drug charge for possession with intent to distribute was brought against Clark by the United States Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Illinois. All of these cases are just great examples of our collaboration and coordination with our federal agencies, with the community, and with our business partners across this city. Now I'd like to turn it over for more detail on a couple of these cases to the Chief of Detectives, Brendan Denahan. Brendan.
We are continuing to listen in to our Chicago leaders give us some updates on recent crime that they've seen across their city. Also do have that live picture in our right-hand box of that fire that, again, is at a vacant factory, but it is a very large structure. Again, firefighters out there on the scene battling this. And again, this was a walnut and almond processing plant, according to the fire department. So we're going to continue to keep our eyes on that in that right-hand box, but listen in with our Chicago officials on the left-hand side.
Your thoughts and prayers. This is an extremely tragic incident. But basically what occurred for this homicide was we had an offender who was working security at a liquor store near 200 East 35th Street on Indiana. And there was a verbal altercation with a man and the security guard. This individual shot the security guard one time and then fled on foot. The security guard actually grabbed a gun from another individual who was inside the liquor store who was a CCL holder. The security guard didn't have a gun on him. He took this person's weapon and he discharged it recklessly down 35th Street. Ultimately, one of these stray bullets struck our victim in the chest, causing her death. The security guard was also shot and taken to the hospital, so detectives immediately working with the 2nd District patrol officers placed him under arrest, and as the superintendent mentioned, with cooperation from this business and from people inside the business, we were able to work with the state's attorney's office very closely and secure charges for first-degree murder against the individual, who shot the woman. And we are definitely out there looking for the individual who shot the security guard, who kind of, spun this whole thing up. So the investigation is not over at this time. There's one person charged, and detectives are working with patrol, actively looking for the individual who shot the security guard. And the superintendent mentioned the, watch robbery that occurred on the 11th December at the Bentley Gold Coast, where the watches were taken. So this was, I just want to give a lot of credit to all the people involved, specifically the assigned detective. The Organized Retail Crime Task Force team had literally just been up and running. This was their first job that they took, and they did an excellent job. And I can't stress enough how much work and effort was put in from the detectives in this case. It was very complicated. The two individuals who entered the store, one of the individuals smashed the case, took the watches. The other individual was armed with a weapon, more than likely some sort of mace. People who were inside the store were also valid CCL holders. They had weapons. They drew their weapons. That immediately caused these two defendants to flee. One of the offenders who actually took the watches entered a car and made good his escape. And then the second offender was on foot. And basically detectives worked for a month tracking this individual on foot, traveling around the loop as he changed clothes and eventually crossed the bridge and was on the north side of the bridge. And eventually he ran into a citizen who through video now we saw he asked the citizen if he could use his cell phone to make a phone call. Detectives then worked tirelessly to try to identify this anonymous citizen that he just bumped into on the street and used his phone. And once again, through the extensive use of technology, they were able to identify him, which led to a number that he called from this individual's phone, which then led us eventually all the way to Indiana, as the superintendent mentioned. And I would like to really give thanks to the Hammond Police Department. They were familiar with this subject, and that's how we got this offender identified. And then we eventually were able to, once again, work with the state's attorney's office. We got an arrest warrant approved, and this offender was arrested in Hammond by the Hammond Police Department, who, as I mentioned, was familiar with this individual already, and then he was extradited back to Chicago and charged. So I'm kind of keeping it at the top level, but I just can't explain that this stuff just doesn't happen. It's extremely tedious. The detectives did a great amount of work tracking this individual and then actually finding out which number he called and effecting an arrest in this. Obviously, we're still looking for the second offender at this time, and there's more work to do, but I want to thank everybody involved in this case. They did a remarkable job, arresting and charging this one offender. And then Sue, take questions.
Before I take just a few questions, I just want to highlight, when these incidents occur, either whether it's a violent crime or a smash and grab, there's this sense of lawlessness, like nothing's being done and these people got away with their crimes. And I think it's important for me and all of us here to emphasize Chicago Police Department will not let you get away with these crimes, whether it's smash and grabs or violent crime. We are going to be relentless in pursuing you and bringing you to justice and charging you, holding you accountable to the fullest extent of the law. And you can run, but you can't hide from our dedicated, committed, brave and courageous police officers of the Chicago Police Department. So I just want to make sure I convey that message in the strongest terms possible. I'll take a few questions. Yes. So we're not sure if there's even an established security firm that he worked for. We're trying to gather that information from the business. It seems, from right now, for what we know, it seems to be a very loose relationship, that he was providing security for this business and not necessarily working for a firm. But we're still following up, trying to corroborate that information. So we normally, when we're looking for suspects unable to identify, we normally do. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't at some point. I don't have a timeline for when that release would happen, but right now we are obviously continuing to work to find, as we mentioned earlier, the person that shot the security guard. So a lot of more work to do in finding that other suspect, but as soon as we're able to wrap this case up completely and charge all those involved with the crimes that they committed, then we'll certainly release information. It was several, very recklessly as recounted in the charging document, and obviously so reckless that he is being charged with first-degree murder.
And finally,
You're in our prayers. Ms. Johnson should be here, but for the reckless conduct of the person we charged, Mr. Brown, and we will continue to support this family in all ways that we can. Any other questions? Sure.
Is there anything?
Yeah, we always take a look at everyone involved and hold them accountable. If the liquor store is found to be either not fully, participating with what they should do when they hire someone to protect their store, we don't fully yet understand this full relationship between the security guard and the liquor store. We have some concerns, and we'll pursue those concerns and see if there's any other violations that the liquor store will be held accountable for. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it. Thanks.
Chicago police wrapping things up here in this briefing. Again, a lot of those crimes that they've been speaking about, sometimes it takes them weeks, if not months, to follow up and try to find the right people to apprehend, bring into custody, but they have done so yet again. So thank you to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox, a live look outside at the White House, where coming up in the next hour, we will be hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris as well as President Biden as he signs an executive order. Again, this is going to be taking place at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Remarks will also be made, and this is all in an effort to protect labor agreements. So we will go into a 2-minute break, bring you more news across the country when we return, again, here in 2 minutes. welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to pop up the big board to start as we are seeing a bit of green now as we're up more than 30 points. Again, there's been such a swing in the markets, but today still dealing with inflation, Omicron variant, as well as conflict going on in Ukraine and Russia. But that jobs report that came out this morning did say and show that we have added 467,000 jobs just in January, and that was higher than predicted of 150,000. So that could also be playing a slight part in it. And as we heard earlier, Meta trying to make a comeback after falling more than 22% in the last week, and Amazon showing everyone that they can still dominate as they had a great day. So we'll continue to pop in and out of the markets, especially ahead of the closing bell here today. It's going to be wrapping up also yet another week. And again, do want to let our viewers know coming up in the next hour, we do have a vice president as well as president in Maryland. So we'll be bringing that event to all of our viewers watching here with us. But I want to continue along with a story that we have already touched on a little bit here today. Some people, though, haven't gotten the latest update. I do want to say viewer discretion advised, as I'm going to show some video camera footage. It was finally released. This police video camera footage released after 36 hours of calls to the mayor and police department of transparency on this incident. A SWAT team had a no-knock entrance warrant, and as they had rushed into the home, they came upon a person who they say had a weapon pointed near police. So they did shoot and unfortunately kill a 22-year-old. I'm going to play that video again. Viewer discretion advised. This video was released just yesterday. The mayor and police chief were talking about that incident in a press conference where they actually had to walk out. I'm going to play that press conference here in just a moment. But again, it was 36 hours of unanswered questions. There was an increase of calls for transparency to the mayor of Minneapolis to release this body camera footage of police, again, shooting and killing an armed man in a downtown apartment on Wednesday. So they did hold a press conference to release this video. They did say they started by reinforcing their commitment to transparency, but in the end, they took less than 5 questions by local media and then had walked out. Again, this is just some of that footage showing what had happened when Minneapolis SWAT team had shot and killed the armed 22-year-old black man. He was not named in the search warrant police were serving into this downtown apartment, and this shooting took place just before 7 a.m. on Wednesday morning. The officer has been with law enforcement. The one who had shot the 22-year-old has been with law enforcement since 2015. So I do want to let our viewers know what we're going to play is a press conference from yesterday, but this is again going to be what the Minneapolis police as well as the mayor had to say about this incident.
Good evening. Our city has been through a lot. The pain that we've been experiencing on a weekly, if not daily basis, is only compounded by the complexities of the circumstances that we face. That's something that I've been grappling with every day, and I know people in our city have as well. Now, in grappling with it and having some of these hard discussions that we need to have, one of the first steps that is necessary is transparency, good, bad, or ugly. And in achieving transparency, it's essential, and it was essential in this case, that we release the body-worn camera footage. I do want to make sure that you understand the considerations that are in place when we release body-worn camera footage and making sure that we're transparent every step of the way. First, prior to releasing the footage, we want to make sure that the family that is grieving has an opportunity to see it first. That is a non-negotiable for me. Second, about a year ago, we instituted a policy in place that prohibited officers involved in a critical incident from reviewing body-worn camera footage prior to giving a statement. Now, that policy in some instances is in fact trumped by the state law. The state law says that body-worn camera footage is private or non-public unless one of several exceptions are met. Those exceptions are somewhat arbitrary and in general are to be determined by local elected officials. The state law should be changed so that there is more clarity, there is more transparency, and people throughout our city know what to expect with regards to its release. Anyone who watches these videos, no matter the circumstances, at the very least experiences a deep and unsettled feeling. It's gut-wrenching. No matter the circumstances, a man, Amir Locke, has lost his life. A family is grieving and has forever been changed. Regardless of the circumstances, we must hold those facts in our heart. This video raises about as many questions as it does answers, and those answers we need to be providing as quickly as possible through a number of investigations that are in fact already underway, whether through the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension or the St. Paul or Minneapolis police departments. We intend to get answers as quickly as possible and in transparent fashion, recognizing that as of tonight, not all of those answers can be provided. These issues are complex. And I know there are so many here that are grieving and don't care as much about the complexity because, let's face it, a man has lost his life. But it is our job, it is my job as a leader to figure it out. I do not want to put the public or our officers in harm's way. These two principles, they are not mutually exclusive. They are up to us to work together to get the necessary resources, to provide the necessary information, and to have a willingness to both ask uncomfortable questions and then receive uncomfortable answers. Truth and justice must be our guiding principles, and make no mistake that they will be. So for tonight, I know that so many people are grieving and gathering with their friends and their family. They want to process, they want to reflect the tragic events from the last few days, and they're still also feeling the grip of what our city has experienced in the form of so many crises over the last several years. Take care of each other. And from tonight, as we look ahead, we are committed to this work, to each other, and to swift transparency. And I'll pass it to our interim chief, Amelia Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Let me first acknowledge, like Mayor Fry, the loss and pain in our community. These events unfold in seconds, but the trauma is long-lasting. A young man lost his life, and his friends and family are in mourning. Community members are in pain and have questions, and rightfully so. And the course of the lives of our officers has been changed forever. It's a sobering moment. Community trust is a public safety requirement. In Minneapolis, our community safety work is only as good as the public trust that we have built, and we have plenty of work ahead of us. Events like this tonight, as well as community conversations that I've had yesterday and today, are part of that work. The decision that we made to release this footage is not necessarily common among local governments, but I believe it is the right decision. My initial priority, like Mayor Fry's, was for the parents of this young man to be able to see this video before it was released to the public. And they had the opportunity to do so this afternoon. I'm grateful to all of the folks in the city whose work made it possible for us to release this video to you tonight, and to Mayor Fry for his partnership and his shared commitment to building public trust and rebuilding community safety. I'm under no illusion that processing this video will be easy. It won't be. It shouldn't be. These are wrenching videos to watch. They're painful. But it's necessary. And I hope that it provides some answers along with the questions. And so here is a brief recap of the events that led up to the video and the events that you saw in the video. So as many of you know, this involves an underlying homicide investigation that was undertaken by the St. Paul Police Department. Their investigation led them to identify several suspects and 3 locations in the city of Minneapolis. And they asked the Minneapolis Police Department SWAT team to execute the search warrant at 3 apartments in the building on Marquette. Both a no-knock and a knock search warrant were obtained for those locations so that the SWAT team could assess the circumstances and make the best possible decision about entry. As you saw in the video, the team approached the door and they used a key. There was no need to force entry. There was no breaching. There was no ram involved. They used a key to open the door and announced police search warrant before they crossed the threshold. The team was announcing police search warrant as they proceeded into the apartment. Their job was to make entry deliberately to assess any threats that were inside. As they proceeded toward the back of the apartment, as you saw in the video, there was a couch, and you can see that there's a form under a blanket or a comforter that begins to rise up. The officers were approaching. They were giving commands to show your hands, show your hands. And as they got close, you can see, along with an individual emerging from under the blanket, the barrel of a gun, which comes out from the blanket and becomes more fully exposed as you move frame by frame through the video. And then the still shot shows the image of the firearm in the subject's hands at the best possible moment when the lighting was fully on him. That's the moment when the officer had to make a split-second decision to assess the circumstances and determine whether he felt like there was an articulable threat, that the threat was of imminent harm, great bodily harm or death, and that he needed to take action right then to protect himself and his partners. Ultimately, that decision of whether that threshold was met will be examined by the county attorney's office that reviews this case. The homicide investigation in St. Paul is ongoing. Mr. Locke was not named in the original search warrant, and so at this point it is unclear if or how he is connected to St. Paul's investigation, but they are continuing to work dedicatedly on that case. They were on scene. They did search and recover items that they believe are of evidentiary value in their homicide investigation, and that work continues. The investigation by the BCA is ongoing, and Minneapolis Police Department will also make an assessment of policy and procedure violations in a separate internal administrative investigation. There are multiple jurisdictions and multiple investigations bound up in this discussion, and that makes information sharing extremely complicated. I want to be direct with you. Due to the multi-jurisdictional considerations, I am limited in what I can say. I'm going to take questions, as will the mayor, and we will do our best.
Chief, this was a cacophony. This young man, presumably sleeping, had very little time to react. He was probably stunned. I mean, are you going to look at your policies and possibly call this justifiable in the wake of everyone seeing this footage?
So we will definitely look at all of the events in this case that led up to this incident. We will be re-examining our policies, of course. Our agency is committed to meeting best practices, and tactical operations among agencies vary wildly. There is no single best practice for making these kind of entries. And even among agencies in the Twin Cities, agencies may use different tactics on different search warrants, and different agencies have different policies. So certainly I think that will be a valuable conversation.
Was Mr. Locke a suspect in any crime at all?
I cannot speak for the investigation in St. Paul because I don't have the facts of that case. But St. Paul is working to understand the evidence that they collected and the underlying facts of their homicide investigation, and I have been assured by Chief Axtell that they will make information public as soon as they have it available.
Chief, defines threshold, because we can clearly see in the video that no words were spoken by those officers before they entered the door. Yesterday you said that they were loudly announcing their presence and knocking at the door before, but that didn't happen. We saw it all in the video.
Right. So in the video, they open the door with the key and announce police search warrant before they enter the apartment.
That's not true. If you go back and watch the video, they do not say until they cross the threshold of the door. It's just not true.
I definitely encourage everyone to view the video and make that assessment for themselves.
Is it true that officers are only to
speak one at a time when they come in? In other words, is that police training 101 that only one officer speaks? In these circumstances, why were all of them screaming and shouting at once in ways that you could not determine what they were actually even saying?
So certainly when we're doing a more controlled action, like a felony stop, we clearly identify one person to be speaking. In this case, the officers were advancing into the apartment and also into separate rooms. And so you do have people giving commands, loud commands, and repeating police search warrant, police search warrant.
Chief, yesterday in your statement, you specifically articulated that he pointed the gun in the direction of the officers. You did not use that language just now. Can you point to specifically in the video where he points the gun at the officers?
Yeah, so if you look at that still image, even though you don't see all of the officers, the involved officer was just outside the frame in the direction that that barrel is emerging from the blanket.
But it looked to me as if that gun in Mr. Locke's hand was pointed toward the floor.
And certainly when the county attorney's office reviews that case, they will be carefully examining all of those factors. And I'm absolutely positive they will take a look at that. Of course, we all know these events happen very rapidly. And as there's a gun emerging in your direction, you're forced to make a split-second decision about when it's a threat.
Chief Huffman, no, hold on. Chief Huffman, no, do not. Okay, I'm not a threat. I don't have a gun. Okay, don't treat me like I'm a threat. This is what I would call the anatomy of a cover-up. This is unacceptable. I'm sorry, it is. When I agreed to work with you on the work group, we talked about the importance of transparency and accountability. And here, what we are seeing is business as usual. And you know this, Amelia. You know this, Jacob. I don't know how you guys slept that night. I couldn't sleep at night. Tears from a mother's perspective, thinking about what happened. I saw the picture of Amir. He looks like a boy. My son is 17 years old. He has slept on his friends' couches for sleepovers.
All right, so you are listening in. Again, this press conference taking place just yesterday, but we wanted to show our viewers at least what had happened during that press conference. You can see it got taken over after they were giving these updates, answering questions to the media. Some other personnel there stepping in and complaining about, obviously, this incident happening yet again in Minneapolis. It did result in both the mayor and police having to step out and leave a little bit early from this press conference, refusing to answer other questions. So did at least want to give you the latest update here, as this is going to continue to be a developing story out of Minneapolis. But we will also try to keep all of our viewers up to date as much as possible when it comes to the case involving Amir Locke. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for 2 minutes. When we come back, we have seen that winter storm make its way across a majority of our states, ranging all the way down from Texas up to New England. So what we'll do is give you another weather update, this time out of Chicago, what they're seeing after this winter storm, all coming up here again in just 2 minutes. Well, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we've been keeping you covered on all of these weather events and alerts, winter storms pushing their way across the country. Now the East Coast dealing with the major threats there as they continue to see snow and ice developing. Again, this is a storm that has affected millions of Americans, all the way ranging from Texas up to Maine. So we want to continue keeping everyone up to date on what's been happening. Going to take things out to Fox Weather's Max Gordon, who is joining us live from Chicago. And Max, I know you guys have been happy out there in the snow, but that hasn't been the case the entire time for these folks who've been in the line of this storm.
Yeah, it's been a pretty wild time for the past few days for a lot of folks, especially in central Illinois. That's where we were yesterday in Champaign. You know, we were making our way back up from Champaign to Chicago, and along I-57, there were cars and trucks and semi-trucks just spun out all over the freeway. But now, you know, the clouds have lifted, and it is a beautiful day here in Chicago. Started out with some snow flurries, and now we're left with all of this snow on the ground. Just a beautiful sight here in Grant Park in the heart of Chicago. We've got Buckingham Fountain right behind me, not functioning right now. It's not flowing because, well, it would be frozen right now. It's about 21 degrees here in Chicago. We've got Lake Michigan out there in the distance, some ice floats out there. You know, the entire Midwest is, of course, digging out from this storm. And so, you know, being a weather nerd, you got me on to talk about the weather, I decided to dig into some of the snow stats for here in Chicago. So what was really interesting about this storm was the discrepancies in which areas got snow and which didn't get as much. So here in downtown Chicago, we saw snow totals, you know, between 9 inches to even a foot. But then you go up north of here, now, even just as short of a distance as up to the northwest to Chicago O'Hare Airport, they only got about 5.6 inches with this storm. You go then to the southwest over to Midway, and they got upwards of 11 inches, 11.6, and then down south into central Illinois, much more than that. So what is normal for Chicago this time of year as far as snow totals are concerned? Well, based off of the 30-year average, today, February 4th, Chicago usually receives about 21.9 inches of snow, and now after this storm, we have 21.4 inches. That is based off of measurements at the National Weather Service's office here in Chicago. Now, I also looked up the snowiest winter for Chicago. This is the entire winter in total. That was the winter of 1978 through 79 with 89.7 inches of snow. Then the least snowy winter, if you're still interested and still hanging on with me here, the least snowy winter was from 1920 to 1921, only 9.8 inches of snow. So we've more than doubled that here in Chicago for this winter at least. A very snowy scene here in the Windy City. We've got a great weekend up on tap. There's going to be some sunshine, though temperatures won't get out of the freezing mark. Back to you.
And I know I, too, am from an area where we're used to snow. I'm just a little bit north of you, from Minneapolis originally, so always interested in those snow totals. And I think one of the biggest things is people from that area know and expect this isn't the last event of the snow season that we're going to be seeing either, so it's still going to add to all those totals.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, it's we're in the heart of winter right now, and as you know, you can get snow showers up until even April sometimes. So no, the snow is not over.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes people, when you see those snow in the forecast in April, you start to roll your eyes a little bit and say, all right, let's just get it done with. But we do appreciate the update. Of course, a lot of people still going to be digging out over the weekend. So Fox Weather's Max Gordon, thanks so much for giving us the update. Some new numbers to look forward to here as we continue to calculate those totals in this winter.
Hey, thank you.
And don't forget, when it comes to this storm, we will also continue to track all of its movements. As we mentioned, now taking a look at our weather map, we do still have many folks on the East Coast still dealing with the last of that storm after we did see millions of people in its path. There's been so many stories of icy conditions, stranded drivers. We even showed you a picture up or down in Texas earlier here today where we still had drivers stranded on the I-10 in Texas for hours. So just want to re-show that footage from Again, earlier here today, as we've seen this a few times now with these big storm events, roadways just not able to get clear. Then we have some accidents that happen, and it leads to a backup and drivers being stuck. So here again is some video from just a little bit earlier here this morning. It was those icy conditions that had left those folks stranded out there. Again, this is on the Interstate 10 in Texas. And according to Fox 29, there's been a few crashes on the westbound side of the freeway near Kerrville for several hours. Jackknife tractor trailer among some of those incidents that had blocked the road. And so it was just a very long day and night for some of those who were out there stuck in this. So as I mentioned, weather will be something we'll continue to keep an eye on, especially as many people try to look forward to some events. I know right here in the Arizona area, coming up already next weekend, is going to be some big golf events. So we'll always try to keep everyone up to date here for you on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for 2 minutes. When we come back, going to continue giving you stories across the country. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Here again, a look at our markets as we're seeing a little bit of green here towards the afternoon hours of our stock exchange. Do want to let all of our viewers know, coming up here at the top of the hour, we are expecting to hear from President Biden, and even Vice President Kamala Harris going to be alongside him. You can see a desk ready for him to sign his executive order. So this again will be something we'll be bringing to our viewers here as soon as it does happen. It is scheduled to take place here in less than 15 minutes. So we'll see how on time the Biden administration is running. I know they did leave. We just heard that they were actually able to leave nearly on time after the president was late for his job reports remarks earlier here today. So again, this will be something we'll still look forward to having here for you on our Live Now from Fox stream. Until that time, though, I do want to take us out to California, where they have a press conference happening at this time. NASCAR coming to the Coliseum for the NASCAR's Busch Light Clash press conference happening. Let's go listen into it right here on Live Now from Fox.
That's awesome.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to join us this morning here at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. You know, in NASCAR, we get to do a lot of fun things. on and off the racetrack, but we also get a chance to do a lot of good in our community. And we're going to talk about that this morning. And to talk about it, we have Nicole Krager, from the Executive Director of the NASCAR Foundation. We have Allison Yoshimoto-Tauri, the Chief Academic Officer of the Los Angeles Unified School District. We have Ross Chastain, Trackhouse Racing. We have Ryan McFarland, the founder of All Kids Bike, and we are honored to be joined by the Mayor of the City of Los Angeles, Mr. Eric Garcetti. And Nicole, let's start off what you're here to talk about today.
Thank you, Matt. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, LA, for having us here in your beautiful city. And we also want to echo a welcome from not only NASCAR, but the NASCAR Foundation. We are the charitable arm of NASCAR, and we will celebrate our 16th anniversary this year, founded by Betty Jane France. And she always loved to give back to our communities where we live, work, and race. And this is a very important community to us. And so we're thrilled to announce today that on behalf of the NASCAR Foundation and the France family, we will be donating $250,000 to fund 50 schools in the LA Unified School District with All Kids Bike program. Now, I don't know if you remember back, maybe by a show of hands, if you had a bike when you were a kid, raise your hands. Okay, well, I hear from my friends at All Kids Bike that there's a stat that around 54% of kids today don't know how to ride a bike. I was astounded by that. So we're thrilled that kindergartners that come through the LA Unified School District will now be able to have this program where they learn to ride a bike. And I think for us at NASCAR, we're all about racing and wheels and four wheels, but two wheels are really your first vehicle. If you think about it, you go from two wheels and you get excited about that, and then hopefully you'll go to four wheels and you'll get excited about that. So we're just truly honored to be working with the school district and with All Kids Bike, and we can't wait to get this program going. We were at one school yesterday, Hazeltine Elementary School, and today we will be at John Mack Elementary School. For all of you that want to come and join us, it's 0.8 miles from here. So I know we have some educators in the audience today. 0.8 miles, that would be like 3 laps around the track. So it's really close if you could come and join us. If you see the smiles on the kids' faces when they get on these bikes, it's amazing. And I think that all of you should be proud that you're going to be bringing smiles to so many kids here in this community.
Thanks, Nicole. And Allison, tell us about those smiles that you're seeing in the schools with these bikes.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nicole, Matt. And we're just so grateful for this the generosity of the NASCAR Foundation. I want to put a number to this. When we talk about 50 schools, let's just say it was the average of 100 students. We're talking about 5,000 students, right, at our schools. And what possibility our students have in when you learn how to ride a bike. I think that we, as adults, right, we're learning how to balance in life. We're learning how to overcome fear. We're learning how to be courageous. And think about a 5-year-old. They learn all of that on a bicycle. They step their foot over. They figure out, I'm going to learn how to balance. I can do this, right? I'm a little bit scared, but I'm going to coast. And once they get that feeling of the wind flying through their hair, nothing can stop them. And that's really what we're teaching our students. We're teaching them a metaphor about life by getting on a bicycle. And our 5-year-olds, when the Olympics come to LA in 2028, they're 5 and 6 now. They'll probably be 11 and 12. So they'll be on the sidelines watching, and they're going to be thinking about how to be global citizens and how to help the world. Just like today, when good people come together, we do good things for kids and great things for communities. Our kids are going to be learning how to do the same thing through this work that we're doing today. So thank you so much.
All right, so who is going to be winning the Busch Light Clash at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum? It is a quarter-mile track. It is the shortest on the circuits. And again, this race is going to be held on February 6th. We are going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break for some of our viewers, continuing to keep an eye for President Biden and listening into this press conference out in California.
You know, I'm a bicycle and motorcycle fan, race fan, and that's where I come into this. And you know, as a fan, I guess, I'm kind of in that small group that has just grown up living it and sharing it with my kids and understanding how valuable it is, those life lessons that you learn. I started realizing how many kids weren't getting that experience. And at first, I didn't believe the statistics. And so I thought, that can't be right. I can't even comprehend this, that so many kids aren't getting this experience. And so I started digging into it more and more. And this is something that's been happening kind of silently for a decade or more. But, you know, 3/4 of American kids won't ride a bicycle even one time this year. That blows me away. I can't believe that. And then you dig in further and you realize that the statistic in the U.S. right now is that kids are spending over 7 hours on screens daily. And then you dig in a little bit further and you realize that obesity and the diseases related to obesity are at record levels in the United States. And you think, how'd this happen? How do we get to this point? And what can we do about it? And me having a love of motorcycles and bicycles and being outside and active, to me the answer was, oh my gosh, we got to get kids back on bicycles. We got to get them outside and having fun and, you know, working hard, working their hearts and muscles and engaging in life. And but then you look at this decline of, I think it's about 250,000 fewer kids every year involved in bicycling. You think, geez, the fall off is happening so fast. We need a radical plan to turn the tide here. And so how do we reach the greatest number of kids in the shortest amount of time? And that was what we set out to do. And when you frame the problem that way, you realize that you have to get into the public school system. You have to reach kids, not with some after-school program or some optional program at a YMCA. This needs to be core curriculum. This is something that every kid learns and experiences. And so then the team, I kind of said to the team, what could be more important to teach a kindergarten kid in PE than to ride a bike? I said, seriously, like $100 to whoever can come up with the answer. Nobody could come up with anything that we felt would be more important for a child to learn than how to ride a bike in kindergarten PE. It really opens doors for a lifetime. Everything from green transportation that we're investing in heavily to just simple exercise and fitness to sports to, who knows, maybe even an Olympic medal or a professional career. A bicycle just provides so much to a child that I went all in on it. So, and here we are. I'm just so happy to be here and so happy to have all the support from everyone.
Well, your passion comes through, and we appreciate it. Absolutely. Ross, you know, you're a master out there on 4 wheels, but you had to start on 2 wheels at some point in time. How important is this in a child's development to get out there and ride a bike?
Yeah, I don't know how we could ever measure that, really. You know, this guy, he's a little modest in what he said, but he's an old dirt track racer himself, and he knows a little bit about what we go through on the track, and especially a track this size. But I don't know how you would ever measure that. I don't know how you would ever know how many kids this program is helping, and that's where I'm 29 years old. I've been around the sport a few years, but new to Cup, and trying to think about and how you ask your team, I ask our team, how can we help? How can we do things? And it's like we don't know, like how can you even start the process? And so when this opportunity came up, you know, if we can just amplify this and keep supporting this program in any way, the NASCAR Foundation is something that I think is, for myself, has been drastically underutilized, I know for myself. And so moving forward, I want to take the initiative that my boss Justin Marks and Trackhouse has done to leave these race markets better than how we found them. It's no different than agriculture. I grew up on a watermelon farm, and ag in America and in the world are land stewards, and they want every farmer wants to leave the land better than how they found it, because they're probably going to farm it again one day, or somebody is in the next generation, or their kids or their grandkids. And it's so different than this program. You circle it all back. And if we can leave the LA area a little bit better for having a NASCAR racer, yeah, I know we're here in the cool Coliseum, but 0.8 miles away, there's elementary school kids that we're going to affect now. And that's what makes all this worth it. And that's what makes coming to LA. Thank you for having us and letting us take over this Coliseum. Yeah, it's cool and it's going to be on TV and people around the world are going to watch. But aside from all that, once we're all gone and the asphalt's gone, it's back to turf and grass and it's back to normal. There's going to be bicycles left in this area 0.8 miles away. Like that's the little bit that makes all this worth it. Yeah, the trophies are cool. The smashing watermelons when we win is cool, but leaving that little bit behind, and I don't know how you'd ever measure it, but knowing that we're trying, and that the idea you had, because when you guys were telling me the stats, I couldn't believe it. And if we can just help 50 kids here and 50 kids there, 100 kids at this school and 50 schools around the area, we're leaving this area a little bit better than we found it.
Fantastic. Mayor Garcetti, could you do me a favor? Can you come up and join us for a second? Because I tell you, the city of Los Angeles has been a tremendous host to us so far, and we want to really thank you for that, and thank you for participating in this program today. And I know you prepared some remarks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Thanks, Matt, and I really appreciate your presence here. And I want to thank everybody on this panel. I'm just so honored to be here. Before I talk about the program, let me just say how psyched I am to have NASCAR in Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles.
All right, folks, we will get back to that a little bit later here, but I do want to go out right now. We do have the president. He will be delivering remarks and signs an executive order on project labor agreements there, which will improve timeliness, lower costs, and increase quality in federal construction projects. We'll listen to this right here on Live Now from Fox Worldwide for you, as always.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. You can please have a seat. I want to welcome everyone to this historic event here at the Ironworkers Hall. I want to thank business manager Aaron Best. I want to thank Ray Cleland and everyone here at Local 5. I almost said Local 7. Local 7's in Boston, but I'm sorry. But I want to thank you all, and thank you for hosting us today. As a proud member of Labor's Local 223 in Boston, it's always great to be back into a union hall. Today joining us is Secretary Jennifer Granholm. Secretary Granholm, thank you for being with us today. Deputy Defense Secretary Kathleen Hicks, thank you for being with us today. We have a couple members of Congress and also local elected officials. I want to thank you for being with us today. And of course, the President of the United States of America, President Biden, and Vice President Harris, thank you for being with us today. Today, they are proving once again that this is the most pro-labor, pro-worker administration in our nation's history. And in a few minutes, the President of the United States is going to sign an executive order. That order will make sure that big, federally funded construction projects are governed by project labor agreements. And I know from experience, PLAs guarantee great projects and good jobs. When I led the building trades in Boston, I had the honor of negotiating project labor agreements for 35,000 workers. And when I was mayor of Boston, I saw those project labor agreements bring opportunity, equity, and resiliency to our city. PLAs are powerful tools. They protect taxpayers' investments, bringing projects in on time and on budget. They guarantee high-quality results built by the most highly skilled workers in the country, union workers. And as we have proved in cities across America, we can use PLAs to expand access to good middle-class careers for women and workers of color. That means a more inclusive economy and it's a top priority for me as Labor Secretary and for this entire administration. The bottom line, quite honestly, is between this executive order and the bipartisan infrastructure law, the President has provided us all with the opportunity to create millions of good-paying jobs, union jobs, and construction projects built with federal dollars. And this is a historic win for working people all across this country. Now, I have the honor, the incredible honor, of turning this podium over to a champion of working people all across this country. She is fighting every single day for the rights of workers to be able to join a union, to be paid what they deserve, and get the care and the health care and the family care that their families need. Sisters and brothers, please join me in welcoming the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Have a seat. Thank you all. Thank you, Secretary Walsh. Thank you. It is always good. Have a seat. Thank you. It's always good to be in the House of Labor. I want to thank you all for the work you do every day that inspires us. And Secretary Walsh, thank you. You are a great partner in this effort and a great leader in our administration. So good afternoon, everyone. Before we get started, I just want to say a word about the jobs report that came out today. I do believe, I think we all know that it really shows that Americans are getting back to work. And what we are seeing is that it is happening at a record-setting pace. As a result of the diligence and the determination of the American people and the policies of our administration, our nation's economic recovery continues to be, let there be no doubt, the strongest in the world. And again, I want to thank Marty Walsh for his introduction and the work you do every day. So it is good to be back also in Prince George's County. Senator Cardin, Senator Van Hollen, it's good to be back with you as always, my former colleagues, and of course, to be here at Iron Workers Local 5 with all of you. And I know we're all waiting to hear in a moment from one of the greatest friends of union labor workers, President Joe Biden. So I just have a few comments to make. All of the workers gathered here know that our administration will always stand in solidarity with you and with organized labor. It comes from our heart, it comes from our soul. We are unequivocal and clear about the importance of that relationship, not only to us and our administration, but to our country and the working men and women of America. Because we know union workers built our nation. You know, I think about a place like San Francisco. Union workers built the Golden Gate Bridge. In Chicago, union workers built the Willis Tower. In St. Louis, union workers built the Gateway Arch. And in New York City, on hallowed ground, in the years after 9/11, workers from dozens of different unions built One World Trade Center. And so the point there being, when our nation needs something to be built right, and those things that, by the way, are recognized throughout the world as the epitome of carpentry, of building, of what we do in terms of the skills that those workers apply, we receive worldwide recognition. So when the United States needs something to be built right, we turn to union workers. And the reason for that is also clear. Union workers are committed workers, productive workers, efficient workers, skilled workers. They are well trained and well prepared to get the big jobs done and to do them right. Not to mention, on time, and on budget. And over the past year, I have visited, as I have for many years in my career, union job sites and worker training centers across our nation. Last month, for example, I visited a training facility in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and there I spoke with job seekers, apprentices, union members, workers who spent hundreds of hours learning to remove and replace lead pipes and service lines in a city that is sadly replete with them. And the officials there, they told me, by the time these union workers finish their training, they are the best in the business. And so that's why, one of the reasons why we are here today. The President and I made a promise that our administration will do everything we can to build a better future for all, that we will build stronger communities, a more skilled and productive workforce, and a more prosperous nation. As he will soon outline, we take another important step forward today to fulfill that promise. And so now it is my honor to welcome Crenita Jordan, an apprentice here at Ironworkers Local 5, and a living example, a role model of what is possible when we invest in our workers. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. First, I want to say good evening, everybody. My name is Crenita Jordan, and I'm proud to be a fourth-year union apprentice at Local 5 Ironworkers. I'm a first-generation ironworker in my family. My mother is a nurse at the University of Maryland Capital Regional Medical Center here in Largo, Maryland. And my father is a union boiler maker. When I started construction, my employer didn't take me seriously because I was a young woman and stuck me in a truck all day. Luckily, an ironworker saw me looking miserable and recommended I apply to this apprenticeship. I did. And before I knew it, I was at the National Ironworker Pre-Apprenticeship Program for Women in California. Our labor and management partnership paid the travel, accommodations, food costs for all women across the country to help jumpstart our career in the trades. After 3 years of intensive training, I came home and started my apprenticeship in Local 5. Construction is a career that allows you to self-express. You don't have to hold back your personality. And I love the honest, respectful relationship I have with my crew. I also love the feeling of the achievements. I can walk to the new terminal at Ronald Reagan National Airport and say, I built it. I can point to the shimmering glass windows at DC Wharf and say, I put those in. Private sector developers and contractors use project labor agreements because they want their projects built right by skilled workers and apprentices just like me. That's the goal of the executive order that the President will sign here today, to make sure the federal construction projects are completed safely, on time, and under budget. I know companies like Google, Microsoft, Toyota, and others use PLAs for their construction projects, and now the federal government would do the same. Project labor agreement also have a great record for diversity, helping bring in people like me who've been historically pushed out from the construction industry. This order will help our countries build back better with opportunities for all Americans of every race and gender. I can't wait to graduate from my apprenticeship this summer and to get to work on the big projects covered by this executive order. But first, it's my honor to introduce the man who's going to sign it. He's a lifelong friend of workers like me who believe our best days are still ahead of us. He signed a bipartisan infrastructure law to help to make this happen. He wants to see women and minorities working on the front lines of these projects and not stuck in the action of not stuck watching the actions from inside the truck. With that, it's my privilege to introduce you President Joe Biden.
That's progress. You know, folks, thank you. Thank you. Before I begin my somewhat formal remarks, walking in here today and seeing you guys sitting on that beam, first local ever to endorse me was a guy named Tommy Schrank in Ellesmere, Delaware, local ironworkers, and asked me to come out to a site. It took me up on an elevator outside, and there's 4 of them crazy sons of guns like y'all sitting having their lunch on a beam, I guess about 12 stories above the ground. You're nuts. Thank God you are. I tell you what, you gotta not only have some brains, but you gotta be coordinated to be an iron worker, man. And I was told that I said, you know, they've done a cutout of number 46, the presidency. I'm the 46th president. And I'm thinking, well, maybe I can take it home. That's solid steel, man. And you guys did that on your time. Well, thank you very much. I'm not going to try to take it home. But look, folks, it really is, it's an honor to be here, for real. And I want to thank your soon-to-be new, full-blown, full-bore iron worker. Marty's already trying to get her to Boston, but that's another thing I got to warn you about. But folks, look, it's an honor to be here with Vice President Harris and with Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, a proud member and former president of Labor's local union 223 up in Boston. And our Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, got a few things we're going to build. And I want to thank the Maryland delegation, Ben Cardin, who's been a friend for a long time, and Chris Van Hollen, who's a really close friend, and outstanding Congressman Anthony Brown, and other elected officials that are here. Look, all of whom fight for working people in Maryland and every other state, because if it happens here, it happens around the world. Happens around the country. It's been an honor to be with the iron workers of Local 5, and we talk about building a future that's made in America. We're talking about you. And this time we're going to get it really correct. You know, one of the press persons said to me, and I can't remember who, about 3 months ago, that I don't know if it's factual or not, but he said, you've used the word union as president more than any other president in American history. So let me tell you. Let me tell you, I'm not sure that's true, but I tell you what, I promised you you'd have a union president, and I am, because you're the best. You know, we talk about whether, you know, Wall Street built America. They're good folks on Wall Street. They're not bad folks. They're good people all over the country. I'll tell you who built America, the middle class. And the people who built the middle class are organized labor, unions did. That's not hyperbole. That's a fact. That's a straight fact. And the executive order I'm going to sign today is going to help ensure that we build a better America, we build it right, and we build it on time, and we build it cheaper than it would have been otherwise. You know, the executive order is making sure that federal construction projects get completed on time and under budget, saving taxpayers money, clearing construction zones quickly, and ensuring that everything the federal government signs to contract to build is built to last. You guys really genuinely are the best in the world. That's not hyperbole. It's a fact. To do that, we're using a tool that iron workers here know very well, called project labor agreements. I know you all know it, but folks who may be watching this may not fully understand it. Simply put, these agreements that contractors, subcontractors, and unions put in place before a construction site gets underway, before the construction begins. They ensure that major projects are handled by well-trained, well-prepared, highly skilled workers. And they ward off problems. They resolve disputes ahead of time, ensuring safer work sites, avoiding disruptions and work stoppages that can cause expensive delays down the line. And that makes a big difference for the American taxpayer, because when big construction projects are completed efficiently and with the highest degree of professionalism, it's good for the American taxpayer. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. We don't talk about it, though. We don't talk about how y'all save the American taxpayers money. It's good for families who live in those communities all across the country, where federal construction projects are being built as I speak. And it means that modernization of your local waterways will get done sooner, won't cost twice as much as expected. And when the next storm comes, the power will more likely stay on and homes and business will be better protected from flooding. It means new air traffic control towers at the local airports will be up and running more quickly, so flights are safer at the airports and more efficient. It means new housing will be built on our military bases will be of the highest quality, which these service members deserve. And will hold up better and make life easier for our military families. The executive order I'm going to sign will help diffuse problems before they arise. They're going to improve coordination between contractors, subcontractors, and workers on the job site. It's going to help guarantee a consistent supply of high-quality, highly trained workers. You know, what people don't understand if they don't know the industry is, you know, it's like you going to college, kid, 4 years. 4 years of busting your neck learning a trade. This isn't something you walk up and show up in a day and you raise your hand, I need a job. You work like the devil for it. Fortunately, you get paid while you're doing it. You're able to do it. But it is an education, full-blown education you're getting in your trade. Well, you have a voice in the work site, full commitment to getting the job done. And it's going to raise the bar on quality for some of those vital projects we're going to be building. And we're going to make sure that federal construction projects are staffed with good-paying union jobs. One of you actually came up to me today and said, Joe, you said you're going to do that, and you're doing it. Well, when President Obama asked me to run the Recovery Act, I made sure every single job I could get was a union job, prevailing wage. Because I've noticed when folks are getting paid a decent wage, everybody in the community does better. Everything looks better. They're jobs you can raise a family on. Or as my dad would say, they're jobs you can put your head in the pillow at night and just have a little breathing room, a little security, a little breathing room. Jobs that can't be outsourced. That's good for nearly 200,000 workers on federal construction contracts right now. It's good for everybody. I don't want to get going because I keep you here too long, because you know all what I've said, and you know what I've done, and you know what we're doing, and I know what you're doing. But let me close with this. A week ago, I went to Pittsburgh to tour a former steel mill that's now a cutting-edge manufacturing research and development hub. Right before I left on the trip, I got word that a bridge collapsed. You saw it on television. It looked as bad in person as it did at the time. The bridge had been rated in poor condition, like, I might add, over 3,000 bridges in Pennsylvania, 45,000 across the nation. It's been rated that way for the last 10 years. When I got there, folks told me something close to a miracle had occurred. Because of a snowstorm that morning, school openings were late and commutes were delayed. So when that bridge collapsed, and it was well over 100 feet off the almost, I don't know the exact, but probably from down to the creek where it went over and the ravine, probably a couple hundred feet. When it collapsed, instead of a bus with a couple people on it being packed with school buses full of children, the people on their way to work and the bridge that is one of the busiest bridges. You know, there are more bridges in Pittsburgh than any other city in the world, with the three rivers. The bridge was empty, relatively empty. Fortunately, no one was killed. But for a snowstorm, just imagine the challenges we face and the opportunities to build a better America and extend far beyond roads and bridges now that we can know we have to do. We passed that infrastructure bill. But it's not just that. Across the country right now, there are countless buildings, ports, airports, power stations, and other federal construction projects that need to be modernized and built for the future. We can't count on miracles like happened out in Pittsburgh, prevent tragedies that are waiting in plain sight. But we can count on what America's always counted on, the American worker, the hardest working, best trained workers in the world. American workers who've given just half a chance have never, ever, 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 ever let their country down and gotten the job done. And that's what this day's all about, in my view. Getting the job done for the American taxpayers. Getting the job done right the first time. You know, folks, there's a law that's existed for a long time, but there's too many exceptions like this one had. And that is that Buy American. As President of the United States, I award contracts, and I'm now making the case, and we're working, it's one of the reasons those jobs are up, is unless the product I'm purchasing for the American people was made in America and all of its component parts were made in America, we ain't buying it. We're just simply not buying it. And what's going to happen here, not a joke, it's a fact. It's not a violation of any international laws either. What we're talking about here, with three exceptions I won't bore you with, and they're highly unusual, with three exceptions, every single project that we're talking about that's paid for with federal dollars and it's a federal project, it's going to be union jobs, every single one of them. Last time we tried it, there were so many exceptions, I think only 19, 20 jobs. There are going to be thousands of people put to work. Not a joke. I mean, this is serious. And guess what? The American public is going to be safer. And it's going to be cheaper. Cheaper paying the right wage and the right trained people to begin with. Get the job done right and on time. So I'm about to walk over and sign an executive order. It's going to make that happen. And we're going to start once that order is signed. Just remember, it ain't labor, it's unions. Thank you. Now, usually you have a pen to give out to everybody around you. But we didn't have enough pens to bring with us. So I'm going to sign this order, but you're all going to get one of the signing pens. starting with the Maryland delegation. There you go. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. That wraps up President Biden's day there as he was able to sign that executive order, pretty much cutting federal red tape for federal construction projects and get them advanced faster and still providing that safety element as well for all of the workers. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage from across the country coming up. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here, and we're excited about this special programming that we will have all month long, featuring on Sunday evenings for Black History Month, really highlighting today's struggle and tomorrow's hope. That will air at a special time, Sundays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 o'clock Pacific, and we will have it for you every Sunday of this month supporting Black History Month, so you're not going to want to miss that at all. All right, everyone. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here as we continue to roll on right here, giving you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Well, we're just a little bit over a week away from the Super Bowl coming out to California, but federal officials and law enforcement are already trying to spot the Super Bowl merchandise that are fakes. Take a look at these counterfeit situations.
Okay. Am I waiting for you guys?
No, yeah, go. I'm John Manel.
Okay.
Did you already do the box?
I did.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get a little interview with him. Okay, sir. Thank you. Okay, go ahead and tell me what you were saying earlier. Just look at me.
Yeah, hi. This is basically an array of the success stories that we had regarding our exams. You guys witnessed an exam earlier, and this is some of the fruits of our labor of what we have accomplished.
Start all over, take your mask off.
Mask off?
Yeah, take your mask off.
All right. which is a lot better.
Yeah, your audio is a lot better. Okay. Again, please. Don't have to do your name again.
Yeah. Hi, welcome. This is just a couple of our success stories that we have that become the fruits of our labor in relation to the exams that we have conducted here with our CBP facilities.
Okay, so explain how it happens that you come across this stuff.
So generally, every cargo or product that comes into the U.S. has to go through a process through U.S. Customs. We have a layer approach to do our exams and inspections. Basically, we use a lot of tools like our X-ray machine or just physical examinations of the process to identify items that are not legit or possibly counterfeit or not authorized to come into the country.
And how can you tell? They look so real. I mean, how are you guys able to distinguish real from false?
So we have a lot of techniques that we have been taught through the process of being an officer, but some of our red flags in general come in the sense of the supply chain importation. A legitimate company will have an established supply chain where they will have a contract from source all the way to importation and delivery at the country. Some of our red flags come in when we do an exam as the one you saw, and you have multiple team equipment, jerseys, or processes, or different products. You're going to have one sport commingle with another sport, or even shirts commingle with shoes, which is not a typical supply chain process.
Talk about the Vince Lombardi Trophy.
That's a great catch by our field office in New York City. They intercepted it at our postal inspection station over there. They shipped it out to us so we could demonstrate how we're addressing this nationwide. So it's not just here at Los Angeles, it's CBP as a whole.
So they probably saw it in an X-ray or something, and they're like, oh, that looks like a familiar shape.
Well, yeah, like I said, we have a lot of different inspection processes that, depending on the commodity or even just the officer's curiosity, and based on his training, it could lead to a success story as such.
Okay. And let's say someone buys something, what can they do, if anything?
Well, first, we want to make sure that you guys are purchasing from legitimate platforms. If you go online, make sure that the company you're purchasing from has the authorization to sell that product. If the product price is too good to be true, that's a big red flag for you to say, oh, I'm buying a counterfeit.
But after the fact, the sale, you're pretty much...
Right, after the sale is buyer beware, and you have to deal with the company that sold it.
Thank you. Anything else I missed?
No, just looking forward to the game tonight, this weekend, next weekend, and hopefully your team wins.
All right, great, thanks.
Good tips there for stuff to spot there if you're looking to buy merchandise and you're not sure if it is legit right there. Live look right now at the Dow as we are taking a look here up. More than 100 points there in the green, coming off strong jobs numbers released today. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here. going to listen right now to a little bit of the RNC party there. They held their annual winter meeting, and they made an important vote near the end of it where they have censured Kinzinger and Cheney in a voice vote there. That censure comes after what they feel like is parts of the RNC with the January 6th committee there that those two Republicans are on. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's listen to a little bit of that.
Have it. I'm pleased to officially welcome you as new members of the Republican National Committee. Please stand up so we can welcome you. Thank you. Congratulations. It is also my pleasure to welcome 5 new state chairmen to the Republican National Committee: Candace Sellis from Northern Mariana Islands, Paul Dame, Vermont, David Hahn, Minnesota, Paul Farrow, Wisconsin, and Lynn Finnegan, Hawaii. I congratulate each of you on your election and welcome you all as members of the Republican National Committee. Please stand up. Well, hello, everyone. It's great to see you. Welcome to our 2022 winter meeting. It has been so wonderful to be here in Salt Lake City, Utah. It holds such a special place in my heart. As I've told many of you, I attended BYU just a few years ago, right down the road, just a few years ago. And just last year, I was in Utah setting up my daughter Abigail's room as she set off to Provo and to attend Brigham Young. And it is so great to be back with all of you. I'm so happy to see you. You are the men and women who are volunteering and leading, and you will lead our party to victory in November. Thank you so much. I also want to thank some folks who have made this whole week possible. So let's give a big thank you to our Utah delegation. Chairman Carson Jorgensen, I think they're over here. Committeeman Bruce Huff, also a tour guide, who knew? And our committee woman, Anne Marie Lampropoulos. Thank you, Utah, for being such great hosts. I have to thank Tommy Hicks, our great co-chairman, our new finance chair, Duke Buchan, who couldn't be with us. I'm excited for you to meet him. Our tremendous chief of staff, Richard Walters, our chief operating officer, Tina Jackson, our deputy chief of staff, Mike Reed, our chief counsel, Justin Reamer, and the whole legal office. Please give them a round of applause. They work so hard. And of course, you all know them well, Mariana Herrera and her whole member services team. Let's thank them for all their hard work. And I have a group that really helps me, and you guys deal with them all the time, and I do want to thank them so much for all that they do. Hannah Costas, Hannah Ray, Ansley Auburn, and Shannon Fisher, who help with the chairman's office. Thank you to all of you. Our great RNC officers, Ron Kaufman, Vicki Drummond, Kyle Hupfer, thank you for all you do. And every single RNC staffer in this room, in DC, across the country, thank you for all you are doing to lead us to victory in November. And finally, I have to thank my family. They're not here this week. They were here a little bit earlier. My husband, Patrick, who all of you know, he's just the best husband in the world. I love him so much. Please tell him I said that, okay? We're going on 23 years married. We actually got married here in Salt Lake City, so he's such a great man. And our wonderful children, Nash, who has had 3 snow days in a row in Michigan, so he's loving life right now. And Abigail, who some of you saw during the week as she came up for some of our events. I just love them so much and couldn't do this without them. When we met in Nashville last summer, I said something, and I hope you remember. I said the Democrats had awakened a sleeping giant, the moms of America. And in 2021, moms mobilized like we've never seen before. Because despite what Democrats think, parents actually do know what's best for their kids. And they showed up in Virginia to prove that point, and they elected Glenn Youngkin, Winsome Sears, and Jason Mieres. And it wasn't just in Virginia. And it wasn't just in Virginia. Across America, voters are fed up with Joe Biden's failing radical agenda. In 2021, we won races in Pennsylvania, Maine, Texas, New York, New Jersey, and Seattle. We elected a Republican city attorney in Seattle. That's right, Seattle voted red. When Republicans come together, we win. Just like we did in 2021, the RNC is leading the way to victory this year, and as we approach the midterms, our party is stronger than ever. We have already raised $155 million and outraised every other committee, including the DNC. And that money doesn't just sit in a bank. It's not just sitting in a bank somewhere. We're putting it to work. And we've already invested tens of millions of dollars in minority outreach, voter registration, election integrity, data, and the largest field operation in history. We've opened dozens of RNC community centers, reaching and serving diverse communities.
Building on the success of the 2020 campaign, we're engaging with diverse communities more than ever. The RNC has made a multi-million-dollar...
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. For some of you, stay right here with us.
Been an incredible partner. So how about give Ronna a hand one more time? But good morning, RNC. It's great to be here with you today, and I hope you've had a wonderful time here in Salt Lake. So thank you to our host city and our host members, Carson, Bruce, and Anne Marie. Thank you for your wonderful hospitality. We've had a terrific week, and thank you for having us with you here in Utah. And as Ronna said, thank you to our incredible staff, and especially to my team, Ann Pierce, Cole Avery, and Mallory Fields, thank you. All of you make us all look good, so we appreciate it. This is a huge year for our country and a huge year for our party. The American people have watched 1 year of one-party Democrat rule in Washington, D.C., and they hate it. They are hungry for change, and our party will deliver the wins to take back Congress, to fire Nancy Pelosi, and begin the process of saving this country by putting a check on Joe Biden's failed presidency. God put us here for a reason. Everybody at the RNC understands the important mission in front of us. This is truly a fight for the heart and soul of America. It's a fight that we are going to win. Now, as a businessman, I've spent most of my career looking for smart, winning investments. And as an investor and the RNC myself, I tell our other donors, whether they are grassroots donors or major donors, that the RNC is building the infrastructure that we need to win. So I put my money where my mouth is. And thanks to the leadership of our incredible chairman, Ronna McDaniel, our team is ready for the mission ahead. Last year, I had the opportunity to visit 42 states to support Get Out the Vote efforts, fundraising, and other party initiatives. This included more than 900 hours with our great investors and over 1,000 hours with our grassroots volunteers and our state parties. And I've seen firsthand that this work is paying off. And if 2021 was an off year, just wait till you see what we have in store for 2022. I've been so impressed with the preparation that began a year ago. We wasted absolutely no time in laying the groundwork for a successful November this year. Our political team is engaging thousands and thousands of volunteers around the country, and they are going to be critical to our success. Republican voters across the country are energized, and they are excited about getting involved. We are seeing amazing turnout at training events. and I expect that's going to continue. And fundraising, it's firing on all cylinders. Our donors know exactly what's at stake right here and right now. And I'm confident we're going to have the resources that we need to win in November. And as we all in this room know, money follows enthusiasm. So every day, our communications team is holding Joe Biden's feet to the fire. They are calling out the left's lies and hypocrisy in real time so that the American people can see those empty suits for exactly who they are. Our strategic initiatives team is laser focused on growing the Republican Party. We've opened 21 outreach centers in minority communities across the country. And once again, this is an area where Chairman McDaniel's leadership is going to pay off for our party and pay off for our country. We are looking not just to this November, but for elections beyond that and into the future. Democrats' policies are so unpopular and their results so disastrous that many Americans are taking a serious look at voting Republican for the very first time in their lives. We have a generational opportunity to bring new voters into our ranks, and we're going to be stronger as a party and stronger as a country if we indeed succeed in doing that. These community centers put us in the best position we've been in years. And speaking of the future of our party, I wanted to highlight one fundraising initiative that I'm really excited about. We call it the Red, White, and Blue Club. It's designed to better reach and engage Republicans who are 50 years of age and under in a variety of ways. But we hope to use RWB, as we call it, to better engage potential donors and perhaps those who've just reached a point in their careers that they can donate to a political effort for their first time. We're going to use this to gather input on what they're seeing and hearing in their professional and personal networks, and we expand our tent by listening to this next generation of leaders. We have to build the bench for the future. RWB members are going to help us better recruit and reach into their networks to find candidates, volunteers, and other donors. So, if you have any prospects, and I'm totally shameless here, reach out to Elise, and we'll certainly get in touch with them, but I appreciate that. But finally, RWB gives us another set of Republicans that we can engage when we need volunteers to carry our candidates to victory on Election Day. So I believe that we are entering this year in a very strong position. And I want to thank, again, each and every single one of you, our members of the 168, for all that you're doing in your states to support Republican candidates and causes. Our nation needs all of you right now. So I want to leave you today with two challenges. Number one, never accept the charge that our party doesn't stand for anything. We all know that is absolutely not true. We are the party of faith, freedom, and opportunity. We offer the American people the ability to live their lives as they see fit, not as drones forced to submit to government control. We believe in sovereign American borders. We believe in secure elections where only Americans decide the outcome. Republicans believe in America first, not in America last. Second, we Republicans must remain united. Democrats win when we are divided. Nothing can stop us from beating the Democrats on the issues. Let's not help them by beating ourselves. Republicans aren't afraid to debate each other. We have a range of views on the issues, which is a good thing. It's certainly better than the other side, which is lurching closer and closer to complete socialism every single day. But after we have our debates and the primaries are over, it is incumbent on every single person in this room to bring Republicans of all stripes together so that we can win. Who wants to fire Nancy Pelosi once and for all? Who wants to kick Chuck Schumer out of the Senate leader's office? I thought so. But that doesn't happen unless we stay united. The stakes are too high. We must have buy-in from all Republicans to achieve victory. So together, there is nothing that we cannot achieve. And I'm thrilled to be on this journey with all of you. So thank you. Let's move forward. Let's win. God bless all of you, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Tommy. Now it is time for the Treasurer's Report. It is my pleasure to introduce Ron Kaufman for his report.
Good morning. We have a lot to cover this morning, so I'm going to heed the words that God said when he made me. Keep it short. He overachieved. He overachieved. I'm proud to stand before you this morning to report that our business, the Republican National Committee, has become a $1 billion plus, I say again, a $1 billion plus enterprise over these last 5 years. You can report back to your donors.
We're going to take our final break here of the hour on Live Now from Fox.
The grassroots, the Chairman Rana and her team has put together the best funded, best run, well-organized political operation in the history of our great nation. For this, we must first thank Rana and Tommy, Finance Director Elise Dickens, and her team for their incredible fundraising effort. You know, the good thing about fundraising, you don't have to struggle for words to explain it. Somehow, $1.3 billion speaks for itself. And we need to thank our great budget chairman, Glenn McCall, and his dedicated budget committee for the hours they spent. Glenn, where are you? For the hours they spent with Chief of Staff Richard Walters. And I had a lot of things I want to say about Richard, but he begged me not to. But you will miss Richard. And the talented and hardworking staff at the RNC to ensure these investments are wisely spent. And in politics, wisely spent means winning elections. In 2020, while we sadly lost the White House, we turned out millions more GOP voters than voted in 2016. More women, more people of color, more younger voters. And in 20 and 21, we had sweeping victories up and down the ballot, from Republican mayors in Maine to that wonderful Republican DA in Seattle, Washington. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the job done by COO Tina Jackson and CFO Josh Fisher for putting together the strongest, most efficient, best office team the RNC has ever had. Together, we have built a cutting-edge back office with the best and the brightest and the newest business systems known to man. It's an operation we all can be proud of. Our auditors praise, the FEC commends, and the DNC can only dream about. In summary, my fellow 168ers, we entered this year's off-year elections with more money that is better managed, better deployed to a bigger and stronger Republican army. Don't take my word for it. We'll take back the House, we'll take back the Senate, and if you doubt me, please ask the new governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, and Speaker of the House in Virginia just how efficient this RNC is. Madam Chairman, that concludes my report, and God bless you for all you do.
Thank you, Ron. Now I'd like to ask Kyle Hupfer, RNC Counsel, to deliver the General Counsel's report.
During a television interview in 1952, in response to a question about America, Robert Frost said, "People will tell you that freedom lies in being cautious. At that point, he started to violently shake his head no and said, "Freedom lies in being bold." Americans are dealing with the fallout of the disastrous policies of Biden, Schumer, and Pelosi. Too numerous to name here, but they include an inflation crisis, a border crisis, a global security crisis, a war on parents leading to a crisis in our schools, and a war on law enforcement leading to a crisis in public safety. As I look around the room and spend time this week together, I am proud to see the way the RNC is boldly responding to protect freedom. Starting with Ron and her team, she is just a tireless worker. You see the public-facing piece of it. I've gotten to start seeing some a little bit behind the scenes. Every day, she is speaking truth to power and boldly standing up to protect our freedoms. And what a team we are, the 168 across this room. I love talking to each and every one of you and hearing about the bold steps that you are taking, both individually and representing millions of Americans across this country, to protect freedom in each and every one of your states. You each deserve a huge round of applause for the time you give and the fight in each and every one of you. And I'm extremely proud to be part of a legal department alongside Justin Reamer and his team. In unprecedented ways, they are boldly using every tool available to them to fight for freedom. They're fighting against non-citizen voting in places like Vermont and New York City. They're fighting to defend state laws that protect election integrity, at this point nearly 40 across the country. And in an unprecedented way, they fought against the Biden administration for the illegal and unconstitutional vaccine mandates and won in the U.S. Supreme Court. We are all acting boldly, and if we continue to stand strong and fight, we will win in 2022, and we will protect the freedoms that Americans love and deserve. With that, Madam Chairman, that concludes my report, but at this time I would also like to make a motion. I move that the Republican National Committee direct and authorize the Executive Committee to take the necessary actions for the Republican National Committee to incorporate.
Thank you, Kyle. The motion has been made. Is there a second?
Madam Chair.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we will move to a vote on the question of directing and authorizing the Executive Committee to take the necessary steps for the RNC to incorporate. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Now I'd like to recognize Richard Walters for the Chief of Staff's report.
Good morning. So great to see you all. Thank you for being in Salt Lake City. I'm sure by now you've all heard that today is my last day as Chief of Staff of the RNC. I'll become a senior advisor to the chairwoman and focus on key projects like the 2024 convention, the presidential nominating process, and securing fair debates for our eventual nominee. I'll still be in the building every day, working on these projects and collaborating with our team on any major decision points that may arise over the next 10 months. Mike Reed, our Deputy Chief of Staff, will become the new chief and handle the day-to-day duties that come with that job. Please join me in congratulating Mike, who has been an invaluable Mike has been an invaluable asset to the RNC for years and is a dear friend. I would not feel comfortable making this change unless I knew that this transition would be seamless. Mike and the senior staff are all seasoned professionals who will continue to excel in their roles. I have served at the RNC for nearly a decade. I started in 2013 as part of the junior staff on the finance team. In a lot of ways, I've grown up at the RNC, an organization that has in so many ways become like my family. And as with any family, there have been highs and there have been lows. And there have been some moments that will stay with me forever. For example, As you all know, around this time last year, I received a phone call informing me that there was a bomb outside of our building. It's moments like that when it's hard not to think about the worst. It's hard not to feel powerless in the face of something unspeakable. It was hard not to think about the people in my building, all of whom I care for, that they were in real danger. Thankfully, we weathered that day, safe and together. I've come to learn that being a leader means you have to take the dark days with the bright and remain consistent regardless of what each day brings. Luckily, there have been more bright days than dark. As I look over the RNC's position right now, and as I look at all the fine Republicans in this room, I'm imbued with a sense of accomplishment and deep and abiding pride that what we have achieved together. A few particular victories come to mind. For years, Democrats dominated the online fundraising game with their ActBlue platform. So we built our own, WinRed. How's it going? Well, as you've heard, and as you may have seen in the story in Fox this week, noted that we outraised the DNC last month and over the course of the whole last year. This would not have been possible without this new technology and the countless fundraising hours put in by our chair and co-chair. Our ground game is second to none. We meet voters on their own turf, we turn them out, we get them to the polls, and we win elections. Don't believe me? Ask Terry McAuliffe. I'm especially proud of our community center project. We've opened 21 centers nationwide in the last year, and we'll double that before Election Day. From our Black Community Center in Cleveland to our Hispanic Outreach Center in Houston and our Native American Community Center in Robson, North Carolina.
All right, everyone, we do want to go to some breaking news right here. Michael Avenatti, convicted of stealing $300,000 from Stormy Daniels. The attorney turned criminal, Michael Avenatti, was convicted today of swiping nearly $300,000 in book advance money from his then client, Stormy Daniels. The now twice convicted felon and one-time rising star now faces a maximum of 22 years in prison for his conviction on wire fraud and aggravated identity theft charges. A sentencing date has not yet been set. Throughout the trial, prosecutors painted Avenatti as a calculating thief who stole 2 book advance payments from Daniels back in 2018 that totaled nearly $300,000 there. Stormy Daniels added that Avenatti had promised her that he would, quote, never take a penny from me for the book. Prosecutors showed jurors documents related to the book deal, as well as a series of text messages between Avenatti and Daniels, which proved how he repeatedly lied to his client about the money. When she didn't receive the payments on time, Daniels asked Avenatti about the missing cash according to the text messages. "I did not get paid today. I am not effing happy," she said in one of the messages about a month after she was due to receive her second payment in 2018. "The publisher owes me a payment. This is BS," she wrote in another. Instead of coming clean about the theft, Avenatti told her that he would, quote, figure it out what happened, even though he had already received and spent the money. In their closing argument, prosecutors pointed to a, quote, mountain of evidence against Avenatti, who then argued betrayed the trust of his client. The defendant was a lawyer who stole from his own client. She thought he was her advocate, but he betrayed her, and he told lies to cover it all up. That's what prosecutor Robert Sobelman said. He stole from her, he lied to her, and over again, the prosecutor said, all to steal and spend money that was not his. The defendant is guilty. Avenatti, who represented himself at the trial, maintained his innocence and suggested to the jury in closing arguments that Daniels owes him money because of the amount of work that he and his law firm did on her behalf. He also claimed prosecutors' case against him was full of holes and likened it to a meal that has a cockroach in the middle of the plate. During the trial, Avenatti attempted to undermine Daniels' credibility by quizzing her about a number of statements she made about him being sexually assaulted in prison and her belief in the paranormal. In 2020, Avenatti was convicted in the same federal court of trying to shake down sportswear giant Nike for $25 million. He was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison in that case. At his sentencing, he told the judge he betrayed himself and his friends while sparring with the former president and his supporters. I lost my way, he said. I betrayed my own values, friends, family, and myself. I was driven by things that do matter in life. Television and Twitter mean nothing, he added there. So that is the update there. Michael Avenatti found guilty on those 2 charges in the fraud trial. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us.